My grandchildren stole my retirement savings, so I changed my will and gave everything away. Discovering your own grandchildren have been systematically draining your bank accounts creates a pain that cuts deeper than any other betrayal. I'm Margaret, 78, and I raised my 3 grandchildren after their parents, my daughter and son-in-law, died in a car accident 15 years ago. Jessica is now 28, Marcus is 26, and little Emma just turned 23. I gave them everything: my home, my time, my love, and my entire life savings to ensure they had opportunities despite losing their parents so young. I'd worked as a teacher for 40 years and had carefully saved about $340,000 for retirement. Money I'd planned would cover my care in my final years and perhaps leave something for the kids after I'm gone. 6 months ago, I started noticing unusual withdrawals from my savings account. Small amounts at first, $200 here, $500 there, but they were becoming more frequent. When I called my bank to investigate, they informed me that the withdrawals had been made using my debit card at various ATMs around the city. I'd given Jessica access to my debit card years ago when she'd helped me with grocery shopping during a difficult recovery from hip surgery. I'd trusted her completely and never thought to revoke that access. The bank showed me security footage from several ATM withdrawals, and my heart shattered, seeing not just Jessica but Marcus and Emma as well, taking turns withdrawing my money over the past 8 months. My grandchildren, the babies I'd raised, were stealing from me. I confronted them at Sunday dinner, something we'd maintained religiously since they were children. At first, they all denied everything, claiming I must be confused or that someone had stolen my card. But when I showed them the ATM footage and bank statements showing over $45,000 withdrawn in 8 months, they broke down. Jessica admitted they'd been taking money to cover debts and expenses. Marcus said he'd needed cash for his failed business venture. Emma claimed she'd only taken money a few times for rent when she was short. They apologized and promised to pay it back, but I could see they weren't truly remorseful, just sorry they'd been caught. What devastated me most was learning they'd been coordinating it. They had a group chat where they'd discussed how much to take and when, making sure not to withdraw too much at once so I wouldn't notice. They'd treated my life savings like a convenient ATM they were all entitled to access. I told them I needed time to think and asked them to leave. For 2 weeks they called and texted with apologies and promises to repay everything. But I'd already made my decision. I contacted my attorney and completely revised my will and estate plan. I removed all 3 grandchildren as beneficiaries entirely, and instead designated that upon my death, my remaining assets would be divided among several charities, organizations supporting orphaned children, teaching scholarships, and elder abuse prevention programs. I also changed the deed on my house, which I'd been planning to leave to the 3 of them. Instead, I signed it over to a charitable trust that would sell it upon my death and use the proceeds for scholarships for students who'd lost their parents. The house they'd grown up in, which they'd expected to inherit and probably already discussed dividing, would now benefit strangers. Then I did something they wouldn't discover until after I'm gone. I recorded a video explaining exactly why I disinherited them. I detailed how they'd stolen from me, showed the bank statements and ATM footage, and explained that I couldn't reward their betrayal with an inheritance. I instructed my attorney to share this video with the extended family after my death, so everyone would know the truth about what they'd done. I called them for one final family meeting and told them about the will change. I said I'd raised them to be honest and compassionate, but they'd proven they saw me as nothing more than a source of money to exploit. I told them their inheritance was gone, the house would go to charity, and that I was ashamed of the people they'd become. Jessica started crying and begging me to reconsider. Marcus got angry, saying I was being cruel and unforgiving. Emma just sat there quietly, clearly shocked. I told them they could try to contest the will, but I'd made sure it was ironclad with my attorney. I told them I hoped they'd learn something from this, but that I couldn't trust them anymore. They'd stolen my security in my final years, and now they'd face the natural consequences of their actions. The fallout was immediate and bitter. Jessica claimed I was being vindictive and that family should forgive family. Marcus accused me of never really loving them and said the money had been partially theirs anyway, since they'd sacrificed their young adulthood to live with an old woman. That comment particularly stung. Emma apologized repeatedly and begged for another chance, saying she'd pay back every dollar, even if it took years. But I could see she was primarily worried about the lost inheritance, rather than genuinely sorry for the betrayal. Word spread through our extended family about the disinheritance. My sister said I was being too harsh, that the kids had made a mistake but didn't deserve to lose their entire inheritance. My nephew argued that I was punishing them excessively when I should be teaching them a lesson and giving them a chance to make amends. Several relatives suggested I was overreacting and that this would destroy my relationship with my grandchildren permanently. But some family members supported my decision. My brother, who'd watched me raise those children alone for 15 years, said they'd shown their true character by stealing systematically, rather than asking for help. My oldest friend from my teaching days said I'd given them everything, and they'd repaid me with theft, that I had every right to protect what little I had left and give it to worthier causes. The grandchildren's behavior after the disinheritance revealed even more. Instead of genuine remorse and attempts to rebuild trust, they became hostile. Marcus barely speaks to me now. Jessica calls occasionally, but the conversations are cold and obligatory. Emma is the only one who seems genuinely regretful, but even she hasn't managed to repay a single dollar of what they stole, despite her promises. I'm now 79 and living on a significantly reduced retirement fund thanks to their theft. I've had to cut back on expenses and delay some medical treatments I need because I can't afford them. The money they stole wasn't just an abstract number. It was my security, my ability to age with dignity, my cushion against medical emergencies. They took that from me without care or conscience. Some of my church community thinks I should reconcile with them before I die, that I'm being stubborn and unforgiving. They say family is more important than money, and that I should value my final years with my grandchildren over punishing them for a mistake. But it wasn't just a mistake. It was calculated theft over many months, coordinated between all three of them, targeting an elderly woman they were supposed to love and protect. I think about that group chat they had where they discussed how much to steal and when. I think about them standing at ATMs withdrawing my money while I sat at home, believing they were good people I'd raised right. I think about the betrayal of realizing the children I'd sacrificed everything for saw me as nothing more than a bank to rob. My will is final. When I die, probably within the next few years, given my health, they'll get nothing. The house will be sold for charity. My remaining savings will go to organizations that actually help people rather than exploit them. And they'll watch as everything they expected to inherit goes to strangers because they couldn't resist stealing from an old woman who'd given them everything. Part of me is sad that our relationship has ended this way, but a larger part of me feels like I'm finally protecting myself and teaching them the lesson their parents would have wanted them to learn. Actions have consequences, and betraying the people who love you most comes at a cost they'll never forget. They stole my money, but I'm taking away their inheritance. They coordinated against me, and I've coordinated to ensure they get nothing. They betrayed my trust, and I've made certain that betrayal will cost them the security they thought they'd inherit. Maybe that makes me vindictive, but maybe it makes me someone who finally stood up for herself after a lifetime of giving to people who didn't deserve it. My grandkids convinced me I had dementia to steal my savings, so I faked my death. Overhearing your grandchildren laughing about how easy it is to convince you you're losing your mind changes everything you thought you knew about family love. I'm Dorothy, 74, and I've always been sharp as a tack despite my age. I worked as a bank manager for 35 years and retired with a comfortable pension and about $280,000 in savings. My daughter passed away from cancer 5 years ago, leaving me to help raise her 3 children: Amber, 31, Caleb, 29, and Riley, 26. I'd been giving them money over the years, helping with rent, car payments, emergencies, whatever they needed. But 6 months ago, they started acting strangely. They'd ask me the same questions repeatedly, then act concerned when I'd point out we'd just discussed it. They'd move my belongings around my house, then express worry when I couldn't find things. They'd remind me of appointments I'd never made and seem distressed when I had no memory of scheduling them. I started doubting myself. Was I developing dementia? My own mother had Alzheimer's, and I was terrified of the same fate. The kids seemed so genuinely worried about me, suggesting I see a doctor, offering to help manage my finances since I was getting confused. Amber even brought up the idea of her having power of attorney to help me, which she said was just a precaution to ensure someone could help if my memory got worse. Then one afternoon, I came home earlier than expected from a doctor's appointment that had been canceled. I heard voices in my kitchen, my 3 grandchildren who'd said they couldn't visit this week because they were too busy. I started to call out to them, but stopped when I heard what they were saying. Caleb was laughing about how I'd spent 20 minutes looking for my glasses that he'd hidden in the freezer. Riley was joking about how concerned I'd seemed when I couldn't remember a lunch date she'd invented. And Amber was discussing how much longer they needed to keep up the act before I'd be confused enough to sign over financial power of attorney. She said once they had control of my accounts, they could borrow what they needed, and I'd be too confused to even notice or remember. I stood in my hallway, frozen, listening to my grandchildren describe their systematic psychological abuse designed to make me think I was losing my mind so they could steal my life savings. They weren't worried about me at all. They were gaslighting me, deliberately creating confusion and doubt to manipulate me into giving them access to my money. The cruelty and calculation of it took my breath away. I quietly left my house and drove to my best friend Helen's place. I told her everything I'd overheard. Helen, who'd been a therapist for 40 years, was horrified, but not entirely surprised. She said elder financial abuse often involved making the victim doubt their own competence. She said what my grandchildren were doing was criminal psychological abuse designed to facilitate theft. She asked what I wanted to do. I spent 3 days at Helen's house thinking and planning. Part of me wanted to confront my grandchildren directly, but I knew they'd just deny it or claim I'd misunderstood because of my confusion. Part of me wanted to simply cut them off financially and change my will, but that felt insufficient given the psychological torture they'd put me through for months. I wanted them to understand the magnitude of what they'd done. I wanted them to feel a fraction of the fear and grief they'd caused me. That's when I decided to fake my own death. With Helen's help, I planned everything carefully. I withdrew $30,000 in cash from my accounts, telling the bank I needed it for home renovations. I transferred most of my remaining savings to a new account at a different bank under my maiden name. I left just enough in my regular accounts to make it look like I hadn't been hiding assets. I packed a bag with essentials and moved in with Helen temporarily. Then I left a note in my house, written in shaky handwriting, saying I couldn't bear the thought of losing my mind like my mother had, and I was going to end things on my own terms. I said I was driving to a remote hiking area where I'd spent time with my late husband and that I was sorry. I left my phone, my wallet, and my wedding ring on the kitchen table. I even knocked over a bottle of my anxiety medication to make it look like I'd perhaps taken too many before leaving. I had Helen call the police the next morning to report she was worried about me because I'd sent her a concerning text the night before. The police found my note and launched a search. My car was at my house, so they assumed I'd gotten a ride or called a taxi. They checked local hiking trails and bodies of water. My grandchildren were contacted and told their grandmother was missing with a suicide note. The reactions of my grandchildren told me everything I needed to know. Instead of genuine grief and panic, Amber's first question to the police was about my financial accounts and whether they'd been secured. Caleb asked if they'd found my will and who would be handling my estate. Riley was the only one who seemed actually upset, but even she asked about life insurance policies within the first day. For 2 weeks, I stayed hidden at Helen's house while the search continued. I watched news reports about the missing elderly woman feared to have taken her own life. I saw my grandchildren give tearful interviews about their beloved grandmother, who'd been struggling with memory problems and depression. They played the part of devastated family members, while I knew they were primarily concerned about accessing my bank accounts and estate. After 2 weeks, the police called off the active search, concluding I'd likely died by suicide in a location that hadn't been found. The investigation remained open, but they weren't dedicating resources to daily searches anymore. My grandchildren began making arrangements for a memorial service. They contacted my attorney about my will. They tried to access my bank accounts, but were told they needed a death certificate, which couldn't be issued without a body or more substantial evidence. That's when I came back from the dead. I showed up at the memorial service they'd planned, which was being held at a local funeral home with about 60 of my friends, neighbors, and their friends attending. I walked in wearing sunglasses and a scarf during the opening remarks, then removed them and stood at the back of the room. The reaction was pandemonium. People screamed, someone fainted, and Amber actually yelled, "What the fuck?" loud enough for everyone to hear. I walked down the aisle toward the front where my grandchildren stood frozen in shock and horror. When I reached them, I said loudly enough for everyone to hear, "I'm not dead, but your inheritance is." I then explained to the entire room what had happened, how my grandchildren had been systematically gaslighting me for months, making me think I had dementia so they could gain control of my finances, how I'd overheard them discussing their scheme, how I'd faked my death to see their true reaction, which had been to immediately start trying to access my money, rather than showing genuine grief. I said I'd recorded some of their conversations in my house before I left, and I played a clip on my phone of them discussing their manipulation plan. The funeral home erupted in shocked conversation. My friends and neighbors were horrified. Several people started yelling at my grandchildren. Riley ran out of the building crying. Caleb tried to claim they'd only been joking around and I'd misunderstood, but too many people had now heard the recording. Amber just stood there with her mouth open, unable to form words. I announced that I'd already changed my will. My grandchildren would inherit nothing. My estate would be divided among charities supporting elder abuse prevention, Alzheimer's research in honor of my mother, and a scholarship fund in my daughter's name. I said they'd emotionally tortured me for months, making me doubt my own mind, all to steal money. I said making them think I'd died by suicide was the only way to prove to everyone what they really cared about, and their reaction had shown everyone their true nature. Then I walked out of my own memorial service, got in Helen's car, and went back to my house, which I'd arranged to have locks changed while everyone was at the service. My grandchildren couldn't get in even though they'd kept their keys, thinking they'd be inheriting the property. The aftermath was catastrophic for Amber, Caleb, and Riley. The recording I'd played at the memorial service had been filmed by several attendees and spread through our community. They became known as the grandchildren who'd tried to drive their grandmother to believe she had dementia to steal her money, then showed more interest in her bank accounts than her supposed death. Friends abandoned them. Family members who'd attended the service wanted nothing to do with them. Caleb lost his job when his employer learned about the situation and decided they didn't want someone capable of elder abuse representing their company. Amber's husband filed for separation, saying he couldn't be married to someone who'd done something so cruel. Riley, who'd seemed slightly more remorseful, tried to apologize to me several times, but I refused to see her. She'd participated in the gaslighting, even if she hadn't been the ringleader. The police investigated whether criminal charges were appropriate. Elder abuse laws in my state are complex, and while what my grandchildren did was unethical and cruel, prosecutors determined it would be difficult to prove criminal intent without them having actually stolen money or completed the power of attorney fraud. The psychological abuse alone was hard to prosecute. I was disappointed, but not surprised by the lack of criminal consequences. My grandchildren tried to claim I was the villain, that faking my death had been cruel and manipulative, that I'd traumatized them and everyone who cared about me. Amber actually told relatives I was mentally unstable and that my fake death proved I was as confused as they'd been saying. But too many people had heard the recording of them discussing their scheme, and most people saw my actions as justified, given the months of psychological torture they'd inflicted. Some community members did feel uncomfortable with what I'd done. My pastor suggested that while my grandchildren's behavior was terrible, faking a suicide and letting people believe I was dead for 2 weeks was itself a form of cruelty that had traumatized innocent people who genuinely cared about me. He said friends and neighbors who'd loved me had grieved my death, and that wasn't fair to them, even if it exposed my grandchildren. Helen, who'd helped me plan everything, started having doubts after the memorial service. She said, watching people's genuine grief and shock when I'd walked in had been disturbing. She said we'd talked about exposing my grandchildren, but hadn't fully considered the collateral damage to innocent people who'd believed I was dead. She said some mutual friends were now angry with her for helping me stage the fake death. My doctor, who'd been interviewed by police during the search, was upset when he learned I'd faked everything. He said he'd been worried about me and had spent time helping the investigation. He felt used and manipulated, even though he understood why I'd done it. He asked me to find a new physician because he couldn't continue treating someone who'd deceived him so thoroughly, even for understandable reasons. I'm now 75, living alone in my house with a restraining order against all 3 grandchildren. They're not allowed to contact me or come within 500 feet of my property. I've made my will ironclad with my attorney's help, ensuring they'll never see a penny of my estate. I've also established that my body is to be cremated immediately upon death, with no service, because I don't trust them not to show up and make a scene or try to contest my will. The loneliness is sometimes overwhelming. My daughter is gone. My grandchildren have betrayed me so profoundly that reconciliation is impossible. And I've lost several friends who were disturbed by my fake death regardless of the justification. I sit in my house, surrounded by photos of my grandchildren as babies and children, back when I'd believed they loved me as much as I loved them, before I learned they saw me as nothing more than a bank account to manipulate and eventually drain. People ask if I regret faking my death. The honest answer is complicated. I don't regret exposing my grandchildren's scheme or protecting my assets from their theft. But I do regret the pain I caused innocent people who grieved me genuinely. Friends who'd loved me had mourned my death for 2 weeks. Neighbors had brought flowers to my house and cried. My book club had held a special meeting in my memory. Those people didn't deserve the manipulation and emotional whiplash. But I also know that without the extreme action of faking my death, I might never have proven to everyone what my grandchildren were really doing. They would have continued their gaslighting until I actually did doubt my own competence. They would have gotten power of attorney and systematically stolen my life savings. I would have spent my final years confused and poor, believing I was losing my mind, while they enriched themselves from my accounts. My grandchildren made me believe I was developing dementia, made me doubt my own perception of reality, terrorized me psychologically for months, all so they could eventually steal from me. In response, I made them believe I'd killed myself and exposed their true priorities when they immediately focused on accessing my money rather than grieving their grandmother. Maybe that makes me vindictive and cruel, but maybe it makes me someone who finally fought back against abusers using the only weapon dramatic enough to reveal their true nature. I'll die someday, probably alone, given how I've isolated myself. My grandchildren will learn I'm actually dead this time, and will discover they inherit nothing. The money they spent 6 months trying to steal will go to charities and strangers, and they'll live the rest of their lives knowing that their grandmother loved them enough to raise them after their mother died, but that they destroyed that love by treating her as a mark to con rather than a person to cherish. Was faking my death an extreme response? Absolutely. But it was a response to extreme abuse, to months of calculated psychological torture designed to make me doubt my own mind so I could be more easily robbed. My grandchildren tried to destroy my sense of reality for money. I let them think they'd driven me to suicide to prove to everyone who they really were. In the game of manipulation and betrayal, I made sure I had the last move, and I'd do it again. My stepchildren forged my signature to refinance my house and took the cash. The absolutely devastating property fraud and financial violation I stumbled upon 7 months ago has revealed that my 2 stepchildren, Marcus and Denise, who I helped raise from ages 9 and 7 after marrying their widowed father, and who continued calling me Mom even after their father's death 4 years ago, forged my signature on refinancing documents to extract $247,000 in equity from my fully paid-off house, leaving me at 74 years old with a mortgage payment of $1,850 monthly that I cannot afford on my fixed income, while they disappeared with the cash to fund Marcus's cryptocurrency investment scheme that subsequently collapsed, losing the entire amount. I'm Patricia Cunningham, and what makes this betrayal so incomprehensibly painful is not just the crushing mortgage debt I now carry on a house I'd owned free and clear for 12 years. Though facing potential foreclosure in my elderly years is terrifying, but the realization that Marcus and Denise spent months planning this elaborate fraud, researching refinancing processes, creating forged documents, finding corrupt notaries, impersonating me to lenders, all while visiting me regularly for Sunday dinners and maintaining the loving stepchildren facade while they systematically prepared to steal my home equity and destroy the housing security that represented my only significant asset and my safe haven for my remaining years. I'd married Marcus and Denise's father, Robert Cunningham, 23 years ago when I was 51 and he was 54. Robert had been widowed for 3 years when we'd met, and his children, Marcus and Denise, had been 9 and 7 at the time. I'd never had biological children of my own, and I'd embraced the opportunity to help raise Robert's kids. They'd called me Mom Patricia initially, and eventually just Mom, as our bonds had strengthened over years of shared family life. Robert and I had bought our house together shortly after marrying, a modest 3-bedroom ranch in a quiet neighborhood. We'd taken out a 15-year mortgage and had paid it off 12 years ago through disciplined payments and occasional extra principal contributions. Owning the house free and clear had been a major accomplishment that had given us financial security in our retirement years. Robert had passed away from lung cancer 4 years ago at age 71. His death had been devastating after 23 years of marriage. But Marcus and Denise had been supportive during that difficult time, helping me through funeral arrangements and the adjustment to widowhood. They'd continued visiting regularly after Robert's death, maintaining family traditions like Sunday dinners and holiday celebrations. I'd believed we'd had genuine family bonds that transcended biology. I'd lived alone in the house after Robert's death, managing comfortably on my retirement income. My pension from 34 years as a medical records administrator provided about $2,400 monthly, and Social Security provided another $1,500 monthly, giving me total income of $3,900. With no mortgage payment and modest living expenses, the income was adequate for my needs. I'd also had about $89,000 in retirement savings as emergency reserves. The house had appreciated significantly since Robert and I had purchased it. We'd bought it for $165,000 23 years ago. According to recent real estate assessments, it was now worth approximately $410,000. The accumulated equity represented my most valuable asset and my primary source of financial security. Marcus was now 32 years old and worked in technology, though his employment seemed to change frequently between various startups and contract positions. Denise was 30 and worked as a hairstylist at a salon she co-owned with a business partner. Both seemed to be doing reasonably well professionally, though I'd gotten occasional hints that they struggled financially. Marcus had asked to borrow money from me a few times, and Denise had mentioned credit card debt and business challenges with her salon. About 15 months ago, Marcus had become very interested in cryptocurrency investing. He'd talk enthusiastically during family dinners about Bitcoin, Ethereum, and various other digital currencies. He'd claim that cryptocurrency represented the future of finance, and that people who got in early could make substantial returns. Marcus had apparently been investing his own money and had been encouraging friends and family to invest as well. Marcus had tried several times to convince me to invest some of my retirement savings in cryptocurrency through his guidance. I'd declined, explaining that I was risk-averse and needed to preserve my modest savings for security in my elderly years. Marcus had seemed disappointed, but hadn't pressed the issue aggressively. What I hadn't known was that Marcus had developed a much more aggressive plan to access capital for his cryptocurrency ventures. Unable to convince me or others to invest willingly, he'd apparently decided to access my home equity without my knowledge or permission by refinancing my house and taking the cash proceeds. The refinancing fraud had required extensive planning and execution. Marcus had apparently obtained copies of my identification documents, probably photographing my driver's license and social security card during visits to my house. He'd researched refinancing processes and had identified a mortgage broker willing to work with minimal verification. He'd created forged documents, including fabricated income statements and forged signatures on loan applications. Most critically, Marcus had found notaries willing to notarize forged signatures without my actual presence. According to what I'd later learned from investigators, Marcus had paid 2 different notaries to notarize documents claiming I'd signed them in their presence, when I'd actually never met them and had never seen the documents I'd supposedly signed. The refinancing application had been submitted to a subprime lender that apparently did minimal verification of borrower information. The lender had approved a $247,000 cash-out refinance on my $410,000 house, requiring monthly payments of approximately $1,850 for 30 years. The loan proceeds had been deposited into a bank account Marcus had opened in my name, but which he controlled. Marcus had apparently executed the entire fraudulent refinancing over several months without my knowledge. I'd received no communications from the mortgage company because Marcus had provided his own contact information on the loan application. I'd had no idea that my paid-off house suddenly had a $247,000 mortgage until I'd received a property tax statement showing the new mortgage holder as a lien holder on my property. I'd been confused when I'd seen the property tax statement listing a mortgage company I'd never heard of as having an interest in my home. I'd called the county tax assessor's office to inquire whether this was an error. The tax office had confirmed that yes, there was a recorded mortgage on my property in the amount of $247,000, dated about 3 months earlier. I'd been shocked and terrified. I'd immediately called the mortgage company listed on the tax statement. The customer service representative had confirmed that I had a mortgage with them for $247,000, with monthly payments of $1,850 due. When I'd insisted I'd never taken out this mortgage, the representative had become concerned and had transferred me to their fraud department. The fraud investigator I'd spoken with had pulled up my loan file and had found extensive documentation of the refinancing, an application with my name and social security number, income verification documents, property appraisal, and signed loan agreements. The investigator had said that, according to their records, I'd applied for the refinance, had been approved, and had received $247,000 in proceeds that had been distributed according to my written instructions. I'd insisted that I'd never applied for any refinance, had never signed any documents, and had never received any money. The investigator had said they'd need to launch a formal fraud investigation, but had warned me that as the named borrower on the loan, I might still be responsible for the debt, even if someone had forged my signature, depending on what the investigation revealed. I'd filed police reports immediately for identity theft and fraud. The detective assigned to my case had said this was an increasingly common type of fraud. Family members or others with access to elderly people's personal information would forge signatures to refinance paid-off homes and would steal the equity proceeds. The detective had said these cases were often difficult to prosecute because the perpetrators were skilled at creating plausible documentation. The detective had asked whether anyone had access to my personal information or identification documents. I'd had to admit that Marcus and Denise both had access to my house and could have obtained my documents during their frequent visits. The detective had asked if I'd noticed any suspicious behavior or signs that someone was going through my personal files. Looking back, I could remember a few instances where I'd thought documents had been moved or where I'd misplaced my driver's license, only to find it later in a slightly different location than I'd remembered leaving it. I'd attributed these incidents to my own forgetfulness, never suspecting that someone was systematically photographing my documents to facilitate identity fraud. The investigation had quickly identified Marcus as the perpetrator. The bank account that had received the $247,000 refinancing proceeds had been traced to Marcus. The notaries who'd notarized the forged documents had eventually admitted, after being confronted with evidence, that Marcus had paid them to notarize signatures without the actual signer being present. Phone records and email evidence showed Marcus had been in contact with the mortgage broker throughout the refinancing process. When confronted by police, Marcus had eventually admitted to the refinancing fraud. His explanation had been that he'd needed capital for a guaranteed cryptocurrency investment opportunity that would have generated massive returns. He'd claimed he'd intended to pay back the refinanced mortgage entirely within a year using his investment profits, so I'd never would have known about the refinance or been burdened by the debt. His justifications had been delusional and offensive. Marcus hadn't borrowed money for a short-term investment. He'd forged documents and committed fraud to steal my home equity for speculative cryptocurrency ventures. The guaranteed investment he'd put my money into had been anything but. The particular cryptocurrency project Marcus had invested in had been a scam that had collapsed completely within months, leaving Marcus with nothing. The entire $247,000 that Marcus had stolen from my home equity was gone, lost in a failed cryptocurrency scheme. Marcus had no ability to repay the money or to pay off the fraudulent mortgage he'd taken out in my name. Meanwhile, I was left with a $1,850 monthly mortgage payment on a house I'd owned free and clear, a payment I couldn't afford on my $3,900 monthly income. Marcus had been arrested and charged with multiple felonies, including forgery, identity theft, fraud, and elder financial abuse. The charges were extremely serious given the amount involved and the vulnerable victim's circumstances. Marcus faced potentially 10 to 15 years in prison if convicted on all counts. Denise had initially claimed she'd known nothing about Marcus's refinancing fraud. But the investigation had revealed that Denise had been aware of at least some of Marcus's plans. Text messages between Marcus and Denise showed they'd discussed Marcus's need for capital and his frustration that I wouldn't invest in his cryptocurrency ventures. While Denise apparently hadn't directly participated in the forgery, she'd known Marcus was planning something to access my home equity and hadn't warned me or tried to stop him. The betrayal by Denise, knowing what Marcus was planning and staying silent, had been its own layer of hurt. Even if she hadn't directly participated in the fraud, she'd been complicit by not protecting me from her brother's scheme. Both of my stepchildren had valued Marcus's financial interests over my security and well-being. The immediate crisis had been figuring out what to do about the fraudulent mortgage. The mortgage company had said that even though the loan had been obtained through fraud, they were still secured creditors with a lien on my property. They couldn't simply forgive the loan because I hadn't actually applied for it. They'd need to either be repaid or would eventually foreclose if payments weren't made. I'd been unable to make the $1,850 monthly payments on my $3,900 income. After other expenses like utilities, food, insurance, and healthcare costs, I'd had no capacity to pay the fraudulent mortgage. I'd tried making payments for the first 2 months using my emergency savings, but I'd quickly realized this was unsustainable and would deplete my reserves entirely within 2 years. I'd hired an attorney specializing in elder fraud and foreclosure defense. The attorney had explained that my situation was legally complex. Yes, the mortgage was obtained through fraud, and I was a victim. But the mortgage company had provided funds in good faith based on documents that appeared legitimate. Recovering from this situation would require either forcing Marcus to somehow pay off the mortgage, unlikely given he had no assets, suing the mortgage company for negligence in processing a fraudulent application, or potentially losing my house to foreclosure. The attorney had filed lawsuits against both Marcus and the mortgage company. Against Marcus, we'd alleged fraud, theft, elder abuse, and sought damages for the full amount of the fraudulent loan, plus my emotional distress and legal costs. Against the mortgage company, we'd claimed they'd been negligent in processing the loan application without adequate verification, and without ensuring I'd actually appeared before notaries or had actual knowledge of the refinancing. The mortgage company had defended by claiming they'd followed standard industry practices, and that the forged documents had been sophisticated enough to pass their verification procedures. They'd taken the position that Marcus's fraud wasn't their responsibility, and that I was still obligated to repay the loan regardless of the circumstances of its origination. The litigation had been expensive and emotionally exhausting. I'd already spent over $75,000 in legal fees fighting to avoid foreclosure and trying to get the fraudulent mortgage discharged. The money was coming from my retirement savings, rapidly depleting the modest reserves I'd accumulated for emergencies and eventual care needs. In the meantime, I'd stopped making mortgage payments because I simply couldn't afford them. The mortgage company had begun foreclosure proceedings. I was facing losing my home of 23 years, the house I'd shared with Robert, the house I'd owned free and clear for 12 years, because my stepson had forged my signature to steal my equity. 7 months after discovering the fraudulent refinance, I was still fighting to save my house. My attorney had been negotiating with the mortgage company about potential settlement options that might allow me to keep my home. Options under discussion included having the loan balance substantially reduced in recognition of the fraud, refinancing to a more affordable payment, or potentially transferring the property to me through a quiet title action that would eliminate the fraudulent mortgage. But none of these options were guaranteed, and all continued to be expensive to pursue. Meanwhile, Marcus had no ability to make restitution even if convicted. He'd lost all the stolen money in failed cryptocurrency investments and had no assets to seize. Even a criminal conviction and prison sentence wouldn't restore my financial security or my housing stability. The emotional devastation had been comprehensive. Marcus and Denise weren't my biological children, but I'd raised them for over 2 decades and had loved them as my own. They'd called me Mom and had been part of my family identity. Marcus had repaid that by committing elaborate fraud to steal my home equity, and Denise had been complicit through silence. Both had demonstrated that whatever affection they'd shown me over the years had been conditional and had evaporated when faced with Marcus's desire for quick money. I'd also had to process that this fraud had been committed while Robert was deceased and unable to protect me or his children's integrity. If Robert had been alive, would Marcus have attempted this fraud? Would Robert have detected warning signs that I'd missed? The guilt about not being more vigilant about protecting the home Robert and I had built together added another layer to my grief. What I knew for certain was that Marcus had made calculated decisions over months to systematically defraud me. He'd stolen my identification information. He'd created forged documents. He'd found corrupt notaries. He'd lied to mortgage brokers. He'd executed a complex fraud scheme and had stolen $247,000 of my home equity to fund cryptocurrency speculation. Each step had been a deliberate choice that revealed his character and his willingness to destroy his stepmother's security for his own financial benefit. I'm 74 years old, fighting to save the house I owned free and clear from foreclosure because my stepson forged my signature to refinance it and stole the proceeds. The litigation continues with uncertain outcome. Even if I eventually prevail and keep my house, I'll never recover the $75,000 I've spent in legal fees or the 7 months of stress and fear about losing my home. The stepchildren I raised and loved have proven themselves capable of devastating fraud against me. Some days the betrayal feels overwhelming, wondering how children I'd mothered for over 20 years could have planned such elaborate theft of their stepmother's security. But I'm surviving and telling my story so other elderly people will be vigilant about protecting their personal information, even from family members, will verify any mortgage or financial correspondence they receive, even if it seems like an obvious error, and will understand that home equity fraud by family members is unfortunately common and can destroy housing security that took decades to build. My daughter replaced my heart medication with sugar pills so I'd die faster for my life insurance. Feeling increasingly weak and short of breath despite taking your prescribed heart medication every day creates a terror that's hard to describe. I'm Vincent, 81, and I've had a serious heart condition for the past 6 years that requires daily medication to keep me stable. My cardiologist had been managing it well with a combination of medications that kept my symptoms controlled and my quality of life reasonable. But about 4 months ago, I started feeling progressively worse. More fatigued, chest pain returning, difficulty breathing with minimal exertion. My doctor was puzzled because I insisted I was taking my medications exactly as prescribed, yet my symptoms were worsening, and my test results showed my condition was rapidly deteriorating, as if I weren't medicated at all. He increased dosages and adjusted my medication regimen multiple times, but nothing helped. I kept getting weaker, to the point where I could barely walk from my bedroom to the kitchen without needing to rest. I genuinely believed I was dying, despite doing everything right. I live alone in a small apartment, and my daughter Teresa, 53, had been helping me manage my medications. She'd pick up my prescriptions from the pharmacy each month, organize them into my daily pill organizer, and check on me several times a week to make sure I was taking everything correctly. She seemed like a devoted, caring daughter, and I was grateful for her help, since managing multiple medications had become confusing for me as I'd gotten older and weaker. What I didn't know, what I couldn't have imagined, was that Teresa was replacing my actual heart medications with sugar pills and vitamins that looked similar. Every day when I took what I thought were my life-saving medications, I was actually taking placebos that did nothing, while my heart condition went untreated and progressively worsened. My daughter was slowly killing me by medical neglect, and I had no idea. I might have died without ever discovering what she was doing, except for a chance observation by my neighbor, Patricia, who's a retired pharmacist. Patricia had noticed how rapidly my health was declining and had offered to help double-check my medications to make sure there were no interactions or issues with my regimen. When I showed her my pill bottles and the pills in my organizer, Patricia immediately noticed something wrong. The pills in my organizer didn't match the descriptions of the medications on my prescription bottles. The shape, color, and markings were completely different. Patricia, with her pharmaceutical expertise, recognized that what I was actually taking were generic vitamins and what looked like glucose tablets, not the cardiac medications prescribed by my doctor. Someone had replaced my real medications with fake pills that looked superficially similar, but had none of the active ingredients I needed. I was confused and horrified, but Patricia immediately grasped what might be happening. She asked who had access to my medications and who filled my pill organizer. When I said Teresa did everything, Patricia's face went grim. She said we needed to check whether my actual prescription bottles contained real medication or if they'd been tampered with, even before the pills went into my organizer. We opened one of my bottles, a beta blocker that should have been small white tablets, and found it filled with vitamin B complex pills. Patricia insisted we call the police immediately. She said someone was deliberately replacing my heart medications with placebo pills, which constituted attempted murder given my serious cardiac condition. The substitution was systematic and deliberate. Someone had opened prescription bottles, removed the real medications, and filled them with fake pills that wouldn't be immediately obvious to me. That person had then filled my daily organizer from those tampered bottles, ensuring I received no actual treatment while thinking I was medicated. The police took the situation very seriously, especially given Patricia's expert testimony about the medication substitution. They seized all my pill bottles and my organizer and sent them to a forensics lab. The analysis confirmed Patricia's assessment. None of my bottles contained the prescribed cardiac medications. They'd been emptied and refilled with various vitamins and sugar tablets that looked vaguely similar, but were medically useless for my heart condition. Since Teresa was the only person with regular access to my medications and had been specifically handling picking up my prescriptions and organizing my pills, she became the primary suspect. The police obtained surveillance footage from my apartment building, showing Teresa entering my apartment multiple times when I wasn't home, including several visits where she'd stayed for extended periods, doing things I'd never known about. Most damning, the police obtained Teresa's financial records and found she'd been paying for my prescriptions at the pharmacy using my insurance, then apparently disposing of the real medications and replacing them with cheap vitamins before bringing the bottles to my apartment. They also discovered Teresa had recently increased my life insurance policy without my knowledge, forging my signature on documents that raised the policy from $100,000 to $500,000, with her as the sole beneficiary. The evidence pointed to a clear motive. Teresa had been systematically replacing my heart medications with placebos to hasten my death from my untreated cardiac condition, making it look like I'd simply died from my known heart disease, despite being compliant with my medications. She'd increased my life insurance policy to maximize what she'd inherit when I died. She was committing slow-motion murder for a $500,000 payout. Teresa was arrested and charged with attempted murder, elder abuse, fraud, and forgery. The prosecution argued she'd engaged in a calculated months-long scheme to kill her father through medical sabotage. My cardiologist testified that the sudden deterioration in my condition, despite reported medication compliance, had been medically puzzling, but made perfect sense if I'd been receiving no actual medication. He said, without treatment, my cardiac condition would have likely killed me within another few months. I had to start over with my actual prescribed medications, and within weeks, my symptoms began improving dramatically. My energy returned, the chest pain diminished, my breathing became easier. My cardiologist said I'd been extraordinarily lucky that Patricia had noticed the medication discrepancy when she did. Another few months without treatment, and I would likely have suffered a fatal cardiac event. My daughter had nearly succeeded in killing me. The trial was devastating. Sitting in court listening to evidence about how Teresa had systematically replaced my medications, forged insurance documents, and planned to inherit $500,000 after my death, was surreal and heartbreaking. The prosecutor showed timelines of my declining health, correlating with when Teresa had begun her medication tampering. Expert testimony explained how denying cardiac medication to someone with my condition would inevitably lead to death that would appear natural. Teresa's defense tried to argue the evidence was circumstantial, that maybe I'd been confused and not taking my medications properly, despite thinking I was, and that Teresa had merely been trying to help. But the forensic evidence of systematic substitution in bottles she'd picked up from the pharmacy, combined with the forged life insurance documents, made her guilt clear. The jury convicted her on all counts. Teresa was sentenced to 25 years in prison for attempted murder and elder abuse. The judge said this was one of the most premeditated and cold-blooded cases he'd seen, a daughter slowly killing her father over months through medical sabotage, patiently waiting for him to die so she could collect insurance money. The judge noted that if Patricia hadn't intervened, I would almost certainly be dead, and Teresa would have gotten away with it, collecting $500,000 while everyone believed I'd simply succumbed to my heart condition. The psychological impact of knowing my daughter was killing me is something I struggle to articulate. Every time I'd felt weak or had chest pain, I'd thought it was my disease progressing despite my compliance with treatment. I'd mentally prepared for death, had worried I'd die alone in my apartment from a heart attack. All of that suffering was deliberately inflicted by Teresa, who'd watched me deteriorate knowing she was causing it, waiting patiently for me to finally die so she could cash in. My son, Teresa's younger brother Marcus, was horrified when he learned what his sister had done. He'd had no idea about any of it and felt guilty for not being more involved in my care, for not noticing how sick I was getting or questioning why my medications weren't helping. Marcus has been supportive and has taken over helping me manage my actual medications now, with Patricia double-checking everything regularly to ensure nothing is tampered with. Patricia saved my life through her professional knowledge and willingness to investigate when something seemed wrong. She's become one of my closest friends, and I've updated my will to leave her a significant bequest in gratitude. She says she was just doing what any decent person would do, but I know many people would have dismissed an old man's medication confusion, rather than taking the time to actually check if something was wrong. The reaction from family and community has been mixed. Most people are horrified that Teresa attempted to murder her own father for insurance money and support my decision to prosecute her fully. They say attempted murder through medication tampering deserves decades in prison. But some people, particularly Teresa's friends and her ex-husband, think I was excessively harsh in pursuing the most serious charges when I could have accepted a plea deal that would have given her less prison time. Teresa's ex-husband sent me a letter saying their 2 children, my grandchildren ages 19 and 16, have been devastated by their mother's conviction and 25-year sentence. He said they'll essentially grow up without their mother because I insisted on maximum prosecution. He implied I should have shown mercy and accepted a plea arrangement that would have let Teresa get out in 10 to 15 years instead of ensuring she'd serve at least 20 before parole eligibility. I felt no sympathy for that argument. Teresa wasn't just planning a quick murder. She was torturing me with months of declining health, watching me suffer and weaken, waiting for my heart to finally give out. She was patient and methodical, replacing my medications consistently, forging insurance documents, and maintaining her charade as a caring daughter while actively killing me. That level of premeditation and cruelty deserves 25 years, possibly more. Teresa has sent me letters from prison claiming she was under severe financial stress due to debt and had made desperate, terrible choices. She says she's deeply sorry and asks if there's any way I could support her appeal or write to the parole board eventually on her behalf. She says she understands she did something unforgivable, but asks me to remember she's still my daughter and that she needs mercy. I haven't responded to any of her letters. The woman who systematically replaced my heart medications with sugar pills, who watched me suffer and decline, who forged documents to increase my life insurance before my planned death. That woman lost the right to call me father or ask me for mercy. She made her choices over months of deliberate action. Now, she's facing the consequences. I'm 82 now, taking my actual cardiac medications under careful supervision by Marcus and Patricia. My health has stabilized significantly, and my cardiologist says with proper treatment I could potentially live several more years. Those years are years Teresa tried to steal from me. Months of life she almost successfully ended for $500,000 in insurance money. My grandchildren, Teresa's children, have asked to see me. They say they miss me and don't understand why their mother did what she did. But they love us both and want to maintain a relationship with me. I've been reluctant because seeing them reminds me of Teresa, and I don't know how to have a relationship with them while their mother is in prison for attempting to murder me. It feels too complicated and painful. People tell me I should try to forgive Teresa eventually, that holding on to anger is unhealthy, especially at my age. But I'm not holding on to anger. I'm holding on to self-preservation and acknowledgement of reality. Teresa tried to kill me slowly through months of medical sabotage. Forgiving that seems less like healing and more like pretending it didn't happen or didn't matter. She took away months of my life to suffering and terror of impending death. Those months can never be returned. Teresa will be in prison until she's 78 years old minimum. She'll serve the majority of her remaining healthy years imprisoned for attempting to murder her father. Her children will grow up, graduate college, possibly marry and have children, all while their mother is incarcerated. She'll miss decades of their lives because she chose insurance money over her father's life. I prosecuted her fully, supported the harshest charges, and ensured she'd spend decades in prison. Some people say that makes me vindictive and unforgiving. But Teresa replaced my heart medications with sugar pills and waited for me to die. She's lucky she's in prison for attempted murder rather than being charged with my actual murder, which is what would have happened if Patricia hadn't discovered the tampering in time. 25 years in prison for slow-motion attempted murder seems appropriate, not excessive. Was I right to pursue maximum prosecution that resulted in a 25-year sentence for Teresa's medication tampering? Or should I have accepted a plea deal with reduced charges and less prison time, given she's my daughter and the mother of my grandchildren? My daughter-in-law isolated me from my son to steal my inheritance, so I destroyed her career. Realizing your daughter-in-law has been systematically poisoning your relationship with your son is like watching someone steal your child twice. I'm Patricia, 71, and my son Michael, 45, was always my closest relationship after my husband died 12 years ago. We'd talked on the phone almost daily, had lunch every week, and he'd always made time for me despite his busy career as a corporate attorney. Then he married Vanessa 5 years ago, and everything changed so gradually I didn't notice until it was almost too late. At first, Vanessa seemed lovely. She was charming, successful in her own right as a pharmaceutical sales representative, and seemed to genuinely care for Michael. But within a year of their marriage, Michael's calls became less frequent. Our weekly lunches were often canceled at the last minute. When we did see each other, Vanessa was always present, controlling the conversation and often answering questions I directed at Michael. I told myself I was being paranoid, that this was natural when a son got married and his priorities shifted. But things escalated. Michael stopped returning my calls for days at a time. He missed my birthday dinner, claiming Vanessa wasn't feeling well and he needed to stay home with her. When I'd try to make plans, he'd tell me he needed to check with Vanessa first, something he'd never done before. The close relationship we'd maintained for 45 years was disintegrating, and I couldn't understand why. Then, about a year ago, I had a health scare. I was hospitalized with what doctors feared might be a heart attack, though it turned out to be severe anxiety and acid reflux. I'd called Michael from the ambulance, terrified and wanting my son. He didn't come to the hospital. He called hours later saying Vanessa had told him I was fine and just being dramatic, that it was probably nothing serious, so he'd decided to stay at work for an important meeting. I was crushed. My son had always been there for me, and now he was prioritizing a work meeting over his mother's potential heart attack. That's when Michael's sister, my daughter Lauren, told me something disturbing. She'd overheard Vanessa on the phone telling someone that she was managing the mother-in-law situation and that I'd be out of the picture entirely soon enough. Lauren hadn't understood what it meant at the time, but now she was worried. She said Vanessa had been intercepting my calls and messages to Michael, telling him I was becoming difficult and demanding, making him feel guilty for spending time with me. I was devastated, but also confused about why Vanessa would want to isolate Michael from me so deliberately. Then Lauren said something that made everything click into place. Vanessa had apparently asked Michael multiple times about his inheritance, about what he'd inherit from me when I passed. Lauren had heard them arguing about it once, with Vanessa frustrated that Michael didn't know the exact details of my estate and hadn't asked me about it. I have a substantial estate, about $1.8 million from my late husband's successful business, our paid-off home worth around $650,000, and various investments. I'd always planned to leave everything to my 2 children equally, but clearly, Vanessa had decided that my relationship with Michael was an obstacle to her accessing that inheritance sooner rather than later. If Michael and I weren't close, if she could convince him I was difficult and unworthy of his time, maybe she thought she could eventually convince him to cut me off entirely, or at least ensure he wouldn't feel guilty about not caring for me in my old age. The realization that my daughter-in-law had been systematically destroying my relationship with my son for financial reasons made me angrier than I'd ever been. But I'm not a foolish old woman who acts without thinking. I'm a former legal secretary who worked in estate law for 30 years before retiring. I know how to gather evidence and I know how to protect myself. I started documenting everything. Every canceled visit, every unreturned call, every time Vanessa had interfered with my relationship with Michael. I also hired a private investigator to look into Vanessa's background and activities. What he found was enlightening and damning. Vanessa had been fired from 2 previous pharmaceutical sales jobs for ethical violations related to inappropriate gifts to doctors and falsifying sales reports. She'd managed to get hired at her current company by omitting those previous employments from her resume, essentially lying about her work history. She was currently employed under false pretenses. The investigator also discovered that Vanessa had significant credit card debt, over $80,000, mostly from luxury purchases and a lifestyle well beyond what she and Michael could actually afford on their combined salaries. She'd been hiding this debt from Michael, opening cards in only her name. The investigator found evidence she'd been pressuring Michael to ask me for loans or early inheritance distributions, which Michael had refused to do, creating tension in their marriage. But the most disturbing discovery was that Vanessa had been researching elder care facilities and had even toured several, asking about costs for private rooms and how quickly they could admit a new resident. She'd been planning to convince Michael that I needed to be placed in a facility, likely telling him I was declining mentally or physically. Once I was in a facility, isolated and costly, she probably planned to pressure Michael to use my assets to pay for the care, or to expedite his inheritance somehow. I had all the evidence I needed to show Michael what Vanessa had been doing. But I also wanted to make sure Vanessa faced consequences for her manipulation and fraud. So I made copies of everything the investigator had found about her employment fraud and credit card debt hidden from Michael. Then I invited Michael to lunch, insisting it was urgent and that I needed to see him alone. Michael came, though he seemed reluctant, and said he could only stay an hour because Vanessa needed him to help with something. I showed him everything. The evidence of Vanessa intercepting my communications, her history of employment fraud, her hidden debt, the records of her touring nursing facilities for me while telling Michael I was fine and independent, her conversations about managing the mother-in-law situation, the timeline of how our relationship had deteriorated since his marriage, correlating with Vanessa's increasing control over his life. Michael sat in stunned silence as I laid out everything. He'd had no idea about her previous job terminations or the debt. He was horrified to learn she'd been intercepting my calls and messages, making him think I wasn't reaching out when I'd been trying to contact him regularly. The evidence of her researching facilities for me was the breaking point. He started crying, realizing his wife had been systematically isolating him from his mother for years, all while manipulating him financially and professionally. I told Michael I loved him and that I wanted our relationship back, but that I couldn't have a relationship with him if Vanessa was going to continue undermining it. I said I was changing my will to remove him as a beneficiary unless he took action to protect himself from her manipulation. I wasn't trying to control his marriage, I said, but I wouldn't leave my estate to someone who'd allow his wife to destroy our family for financial gain. Michael said he needed time to think and process everything. Within 2 weeks, Michael had filed for divorce. He'd confronted Vanessa with all the evidence, and she'd initially denied everything, then admitted some of it, while claiming she'd only been trying to protect him from his overbearing mother. Michael said her justifications were hollow when faced with the documented lies and fraud. He said he couldn't trust someone who'd lied about her employment history, hidden massive debt, and deliberately destroyed his relationship with his mother. But I wasn't finished with Vanessa. I sent copies of the evidence of her employment fraud, her falsified resume and omitted previous terminations, to her current employer's Human Resources Department and Compliance Office. Pharmaceutical sales is a heavily regulated industry, and lying about employment history to obtain a position is serious misconduct. Her company launched an investigation. Vanessa was terminated within a month. Her employer found that she'd deliberately omitted 2 previous employers where she'd been fired for ethical violations, which was grounds for immediate dismissal. They also reported her to industry regulatory bodies because her previous violations had involved inappropriate interactions with physicians, which could affect her ability to work in pharmaceutical sales anywhere. Her career in the industry was effectively over. Vanessa tried to fight the divorce, claiming Michael was abandoning her when she'd been nothing but supportive. But Michael had documented evidence of her fraud, manipulation, and the massive debt she'd hidden from him. The divorce proceeded quickly, with Vanessa receiving minimal settlement because Michael could prove she'd entered the marriage with significant undisclosed debt and had committed fraud. She got almost nothing after 5 years of marriage. The fallout was severe for Vanessa. Without her pharmaceutical sales income, which had been substantial, she couldn't maintain her lifestyle. She had to sell her car and move into a small apartment. Her credit card debt went to collections. She couldn't get hired in pharmaceutical sales anywhere after her termination and industry reporting. At 40, she was working retail, destroyed professionally and financially. Vanessa blamed me for everything. She sent me messages calling me a vindictive old woman who'd destroyed her life because she'd married my precious son. She claimed I'd manipulated Michael and weaponized my wealth and connections to ruin her career. She said I'd been possessive and controlling, and she'd only tried to help Michael establish healthy boundaries with an overbearing mother. She portrayed herself as the victim of my jealousy and vindictiveness. Some people believed Vanessa's version. A few of Michael's friends who'd only heard her side thought I'd been controlling and had used my money and influence to destroy Michael's marriage because I couldn't handle him having a wife. They didn't know about Vanessa's fraud, manipulation, or the systematic isolation she'd engineered. They just saw a divorced woman whose mother-in-law had helped end her marriage and career. But most people who knew the full story, including Lauren and Michael's closest friends, understood what had happened. They'd witnessed how Michael's relationship with me had deteriorated after his marriage. They'd seen Vanessa's controlling behavior and Michael's growing isolation from his family and old friends. When they learned about her fraud and manipulation, it explained everything they'd observed but hadn't understood. Michael and I rebuilt our relationship slowly over the following year. He was dealing with grief over his marriage, guilt about not seeing Vanessa's manipulation sooner, and anger at how thoroughly she'd deceived him. But we started having our weekly lunches again. He called regularly. He apologized repeatedly for letting Vanessa isolate him from me, though I told him he was as much a victim as I was of her calculated deception. However, Michael struggled with what I'd done to Vanessa professionally. He understood reporting her employment fraud to her company because it was illegal and put patients at risk. But he sometimes expressed discomfort with how thoroughly I'd destroyed her career and life. He said Vanessa had been manipulative and wrong, but that I'd been systematic and ruthless in ensuring her complete destruction. He worried about what it said about me that I'd been so comprehensive in my revenge. I told Michael that Vanessa had tried to steal my relationship with him, had planned to institutionalize me for financial gain, and had built her entire life on fraud and manipulation. She didn't deserve the career she'd obtained through lies. She didn't deserve the marriage she'd maintained through deception. And she didn't deserve the inheritance she'd been systematically positioning herself to access. I'd simply ensured she faced consequences for every fraudulent and manipulative thing she'd done. My friend Helen, who'd watched the whole situation unfold, said I'd been justified in exposing Vanessa, but questioned whether I needed to be quite so thorough in destroying her professionally. She said, reporting the employment fraud to Vanessa's company was appropriate, but sending information to industry regulatory bodies to ensure she could never work in pharmaceutical sales again seemed excessive. She worried I'd let my anger drive me to overkill. Lauren fully supported what I'd done to Vanessa. She said Vanessa had been evil in how she'd manipulated Michael and isolated him from family. She said someone willing to destroy family relationships for inheritance money deserved to have her own life destroyed. She was glad I'd protected Michael and made sure Vanessa faced maximum consequences. I'm 72 now. with my relationship with Michael restored and strengthened. Vanessa is working retail at 41, with destroyed credit, no career prospects in her field, and carrying the reputation of someone who'd lied about employment history and manipulated her husband away from his family for money. Michael is healing but still dealing with trust issues from the marriage, and I'm left wondering if I went too far in ensuring Vanessa's professional destruction. Vanessa had systematically isolated my son from me for years, planned to institutionalize me, and built her career on lies. But I'd ensured she'd face permanent professional consequences that extended beyond just losing her current job. I'd made sure her career in pharmaceutical sales was over, that potential employers in any field would find the fraud and termination, that she'd carry those consequences for the rest of her professional life. She'd tried to steal my son and eventually my estate. I'd stolen her career and her future. She'd manipulated and lied. I'd exposed and destroyed. Maybe that makes me vindictive, but maybe it makes me someone who protected her family and ensured that someone who'd committed fraud and elder abuse faced real, lasting consequences. Vanessa spent 5 years trying to erase me from my son's life for money. I spent 3 months ensuring she'd never be able to hurt another family the way she hurt mine. Was I justified in reporting Vanessa's employment fraud to her company and industry regulators, knowing it would permanently end her career? Or did I go too far in systematically destroying her professional life as punishment for isolating me from my son? My family convinced me to do a reverse mortgage for their business, then kicked me out homeless. Learning that the house you've owned for 53 years no longer truly belongs to you because of papers your family convinced you to sign is devastating. I'm Dorothy, 85, and I bought my small 3-bedroom house with my late husband in 1970 for $32,000. We raised our 2 children there, and after my husband passed 15 years ago, I continued living independently in the home that held every memory of our life together. The house had increased in value tremendously over the decades and was now worth approximately $580,000, fully paid off, and my most valuable asset. About 10 months ago, my son Raymond, 56, came to me with what he presented as a wonderful financial opportunity for both of us. He said his business, a small manufacturing company, needed capital to expand operations and take on larger contracts that would make him significantly more profitable. He proposed that I take out a reverse mortgage on my house, which would give me access to the equity while allowing me to continue living there until I died. He said reverse mortgages were perfect for seniors like me because I'd get money from my home's value without having to move or make payments. Raymond explained that with a reverse mortgage, I could access about $400,000 of my home's equity, and I wouldn't have to repay anything during my lifetime. The loan would only be settled when I eventually sold the house or passed away. He said if I did this and loaned him $350,000 for his business expansion, he'd pay me back with generous interest within 3 years, well before I'd ever need to worry about the reverse mortgage. He made it sound like a win-win situation, where I'd help him succeed while also having extra money available for my own needs. I was hesitant about taking on debt at my age, but Raymond was persuasive. He brought me financial projections, showing how much his business would grow with the capital investment. He had his business partner, a man named Dennis, come talk to me about what a sound investment this was. Raymond kept emphasizing that I'd continue living in my house exactly as I always had, that nothing would change in my daily life, and that I'd be helping my son achieve his dreams while securing even more financial stability for myself. After weeks of pressure and reassurance, I agreed. Raymond helped me arrange the reverse mortgage, handling most of the paperwork and explaining things in ways that made sense to me at the time. The process seemed legitimate. There was a lender, official documents, and lawyers involved. I signed everything Raymond put in front of me, trusting that my son had my best interests at heart. The $400,000 was dispersed. I gave Raymond $350,000 for his business, and I kept $50,000 for myself, as Raymond had suggested. For about 2 months, nothing changed. I lived in my house as always. Raymond's business supposedly was expanding, and everything seemed fine. Then Raymond came to visit with Dennis and their attorney, and the conversation took a turn that made my blood run cold. They explained that the reverse mortgage I'd signed had certain conditions I apparently hadn't fully understood. One of those conditions was that the homeowner must maintain the property and remain current on property taxes and insurance. Raymond said he'd discovered I'd missed a property tax payment, which was strange because I'd been paying my property taxes reliably for over 50 years and hadn't received any overdue notices. He showed me documents claiming I was delinquent. Then he said that because of this delinquency, the reverse mortgage was technically in default, and under the terms I'd signed, the house could be foreclosed immediately unless the entire loan was repaid at once, which obviously I couldn't do. I was confused and frightened, but then the real blow came. Raymond explained that he'd actually arranged things so that when I'd signed the reverse mortgage documents, I'd also signed papers transferring a significant stake in the property to his business as collateral for the loan I'd given him. The property was now partially owned by his business, and because I'd supposedly defaulted on the reverse mortgage terms, his business had the right to take possession of the house. He said I'd need to move out within 30 days. I didn't understand how this was possible. Raymond tried to explain it in complicated legal terms, but the bottom line was that through a series of documents I'd signed without fully comprehending, I'd inadvertently given Raymond's business control over my house. He'd engineered the reverse mortgage and the business loan in a way that let him take the house from me while making it appear somewhat legal. And the property tax delinquency that supposedly triggered the default? I later learned Raymond himself had intercepted and paid my property tax bill late, deliberately to create the default condition. I was terrified and overwhelmed. My son was telling me I had to leave the house I'd lived in for 53 years, the house I'd paid for in full decades ago, because of complicated financial arrangements he'd convinced me to enter into. Raymond actually handed me information about senior apartment complexes, saying he'd help me find affordable housing for my situation. He was kicking me out of my own home after manipulating me into financial arrangements that gave him control of it. I didn't know what to do until a volunteer from my church, a woman named Sandra, who visited elderly members regularly, came by for her usual check-in. She found me crying and confused, surrounded by papers I didn't understand. When I explained what Raymond had told me, Sandra immediately recognized it as elder financial abuse and insisted we call a legal aid attorney who specialized in helping seniors. The attorney, Michael, was horrified when he reviewed the documents. He said Raymond had indeed manipulated the reverse mortgage process and created a complex scheme to steal my house. The reverse mortgage itself was legitimate, but Raymond had added additional documents that I'd signed without proper explanation that gave his business rights to the property. The deliberately created tax delinquency was fraud designed to trigger default conditions. Michael said this was sophisticated financial elder abuse, possibly even criminal theft. Michael filed emergency legal motions to stop any foreclosure or property transfer, arguing that I'd been deceived about the nature of the documents I was signing and that Raymond had exploited his position as my son to defraud me. He also filed complaints with Adult Protective Services and local law enforcement, providing evidence that Raymond had systematically manipulated me to gain control of my house. The investigation revealed the full scope of Raymond's scheme. He'd never actually needed $350,000 for business expansion. His business was failing and deeply in debt. He'd planned from the beginning to get me to take out the reverse mortgage, take most of the money, and then manipulate the situation to seize the house itself. He'd structured everything so he'd get both the cash and the property, leaving me homeless. His business partner Dennis had been in on the scheme, and they'd planned to either sell my house immediately for profit or use it as collateral for other loans. The deliberately late tax payment was documented through intercepted mail and bank records, showing Raymond had paid my taxes from his account after the due date, creating the delinquency he then used as justification for default. The documents I'd signed included clauses buried in complex legal language that I couldn't have reasonably understood, signed under pressure from Raymond when I trusted him completely. Everything pointed to calculated fraud designed to steal my home. Raymond and Dennis were arrested and charged with elder financial abuse, fraud, forgery, and conspiracy. The charges were serious. They'd stolen over $350,000 in cash and had attempted to steal a $580,000 house from an 85-year-old woman using elaborate financial manipulation and deception. The prosecutor called it one of the most calculated cases of elder abuse she'd seen, made worse by Raymond being the victim's own son. The legal process took 8 months, but eventually, the court voided all the fraudulent documents Raymond had added to the legitimate reverse mortgage. My house was returned fully to my control, though I still had the underlying reverse mortgage debt that I'd originally taken out. Michael helped me refinance into a more favorable arrangement that let me stay in my house. Raymond and Dennis's business was dissolved, and investigators worked to trace where the $350,000 I'd given Raymond had gone. Most had been used to pay his business debts, with some spent on personal luxuries for Raymond and Dennis. Raymond was convicted and sentenced to 7 years in prison for elder financial abuse and fraud. Dennis received 5 years as an accomplice. Both were ordered to pay restitution, though they had no assets to pay with since Raymond's business had collapsed. The judge said Raymond had betrayed fundamental family bonds and exploited his mother's trust to steal her home, and that such calculated elder abuse deserved substantial prison time. My daughter, Raymond's sister Pauline, was shocked had done. She'd had no idea about any of it, and felt terrible that she hadn't been more involved in my finances to potentially notice something was wrong. Pauline has been supportive through the legal process and helps me manage my affairs now, with everything done transparently through my attorney to ensure nothing similar can happen again. The impact on our family has been total destruction. Raymond's wife divorced him while he was awaiting trial, saying she hadn't known about the scheme but couldn't stay married to someone who'd do that to his own mother. Their 3 children, my grandchildren, are devastated. The oldest, who's 24, has maintained contact with me and apologized for his father's actions. The younger 2, still teenagers, are confused and hurt by having their father in prison. Some extended family members think I was too harsh in pursuing criminal charges that sent Raymond to prison. They say yes, what he did was terrible, but that he's still my son, and family should find ways to resolve conflicts without involving law enforcement. They suggest I could have just taken back my house and cut Raymond off without destroying his life with a felony conviction and 7 years in prison. They point out that his children are suffering with their father incarcerated. But Sandra from my church, who discovered what was happening, says I did exactly right. She says Raymond committed serious fraud that would have left me homeless, and that people who exploit elderly family members deserve prison regardless of family relationships. She says prosecuting Raymond might deter others from similar schemes, and shows that elder abuse has real consequences. Michael, my attorney, says Raymond's scheme was so sophisticated and premeditated that it absolutely warranted criminal prosecution. He says Raymond had planned for months how to manipulate me into the reverse mortgage, steal my money, and then take my house. That level of calculation against one's own 85-year-old mother deserves the harshest consequences available under law. I'm 86 now, still living in my house thanks to the legal intervention that saved me from Raymond's scheme. I've updated all my legal documents to ensure Pauline has appropriate oversight, but Raymond can never have access to anything financial. I've also left Raymond completely out of my will. After trying to steal my house while I was alive, he'll get nothing when I'm dead. The house feels different now, though. It used to be filled with memories of raising Raymond and Pauline, of family dinners and holidays. Now it's the house my son tried to steal through fraud, the home I almost lost because I trusted him. I still love the house, and I'm grateful I can stay here, but the memories are permanently tainted by his betrayal. Raymond has sent letters from prison that shift between apologizing and justifying his actions. Some letters express regret for hurting me. Others explain that his business was failing and he'd felt desperate, that he'd convinced himself he was protecting family assets by consolidating them under his control. He says 7 years in prison is excessive punishment for what was essentially a family financial dispute that went wrong. He doesn't seem to grasp that he tried to make his 85-year-old mother homeless through elaborate fraud. People tell me I should visit Raymond in prison, that he's still my son, and I should show some compassion. But every time I consider it, I remember sitting in my living room surrounded by papers I didn't understand, being told by my son that I had to move out of my house within 30 days. I remember the terror of thinking I'd be homeless at 85 because of financial arrangements I'd been manipulated into. That fear and betrayal aren't things forgiveness can address. Raymond will be released when he's 63, still young enough to rebuild some kind of life. His children will have had their formative years with their father in prison. His reputation is permanently destroyed as the man who tried to steal his elderly mother's house. All of this because he decided my home and savings were his to take through manipulation and fraud. I prosecuted him fully, supported the harshest charges, testified against him in court. Some people say that makes me vindictive and unforgiving toward my own child. But Raymond methodically planned to steal my house and leave me homeless at 85, using my trust in him as the primary weapon. He deserves 7 years in prison for that betrayal, and I don't regret ensuring he received that sentence. Was I right to pursue criminal charges that sent Raymond to prison for 7 years for manipulating me into signing over my house? Or should I have resolved it privately, without giving my son a felony record and incarceration? My family convinced me to sign over my house for safekeeping, then evicted me from it. Being handed eviction papers from your own home by your daughter and son-in-law creates a kind of shock that physically manifests as pain. I'm Walter, 77, and I'd owned my 3-bedroom house in a desirable neighborhood for 42 years. My late wife and I had raised our daughter Jennifer there, had celebrated holidays and birthdays in that house, and I'd planned to die in that home surrounded by memories of our life together. About 18 months ago, Jennifer and her husband Craig started expressing concern about my ability to manage the house alone. I'd been widowed for 5 years and was living independently, maintaining the property myself with occasional help from a handyman. But Jennifer kept pointing out that the house was becoming too much for me, that property taxes and maintenance costs were straining my fixed income, and that I should consider simplifying my life. Then they proposed what seemed like a reasonable solution. Craig worked in finance and explained that if I transferred ownership of the house to them, they could help manage the property taxes and maintenance while I continued living there. He said it would protect the asset from potential medical liens if I ever needed long-term care, and would simplify the inheritance process when I eventually passed. Jennifer assured me nothing would change in my daily life, that this was just a smart financial arrangement that would protect everyone. I was hesitant, but they were persistent over several months. They brought me articles about asset protection and elder care costs. They had me meet with an attorney they'd selected, who explained the legal transfer process. They emphasized repeatedly that I'd continue living in my home just as I always had, with the only difference being that the title would be in their names for protection purposes. Eventually, worn down by their arguments and trusting my own daughter, I agreed and signed the paperwork transferring ownership of my house to Jennifer and Craig. For about 6 months, nothing changed. I continued living in my house, paying the utilities, maintaining the property. Jennifer and Craig would visit occasionally, and everything seemed normal. Then, gradually, things started shifting. Craig mentioned that since they owned the property, they'd been looking into its value and were surprised how much real estate in my neighborhood had appreciated. Jennifer started talking about how they could really use more space for their 2 children, and how much she'd always loved the house she grew up in. Then, 3 months ago, they came to visit and said they needed to have a serious conversation. They said their family had outgrown their current townhouse, and they'd decided to move into my house. They said there wasn't room for all of us, so they'd found a nice senior apartment complex nearby where I could live. They'd even toured it and put down a deposit on a 1-bedroom unit for me. They presented this as a done deal, saying I'd need to move out within 60 days. I was stunned. This was my home. Yes, they legally owned it now, but they'd promised I could live here for the rest of my life. Jennifer said they'd never made such a promise, that the whole point of the transfer had been estate planning, and they'd always intended this might eventually be necessary. Craig said I was being unreasonable, that they owned the property and had every right to decide who lived there, and that they were being generous by helping me find a place to live and even paying the first month's rent on the senior apartment. I refused to move. I told them they'd lied to me and manipulated me into signing over my house by promising I could stay. Jennifer got angry and said I was being selfish, that they had growing children who needed more space, while I was one old man rattling around in a 3-bedroom house. Craig said if I didn't move voluntarily, they'd have to take legal action to remove me, since I was now essentially a tenant in their property without a lease. 2 weeks later, I received formal eviction papers. My own daughter and son-in-law were legally evicting me from the home I'd owned for 42 years, the home I'd signed over to them under false pretenses. The papers gave me 30 days to vacate the premises or face forcible removal by the sheriff. I'd been living in my home, and suddenly I was a trespasser. I was devastated and terrified. At 77, I was facing homelessness from my own home because I'd trusted my daughter. I didn't know what to do until my neighbor Ed, who'd lived next door for 20 years and witnessed everything, suggested I contact an elder law attorney. Ed was furious on my behalf and said what Jennifer and Craig had done looked like elder financial exploitation and fraud. The attorney I consulted, a woman named Margaret who specialized in elder abuse cases, was immediately concerned when I explained what had happened. She said obtaining property transfer through false promises of allowing me to remain in the home could constitute fraud and undue influence. She said the fact that they'd evicted me so quickly after the transfer suggested this had been their plan all along, that the asset protection story had been a pretext to steal my house. Margaret moved quickly. She filed an emergency motion to stop the eviction and to challenge the property transfer as fraudulent. She argued that I'd been induced to sign over my property through false representations that I could continue living there indefinitely, and that Jennifer and Craig had deliberately deceived me to obtain my most valuable asset. She also filed a complaint with Adult Protective Services for elder financial exploitation. The evidence was compelling. Margaret obtained text messages between Jennifer and Craig from months before the property transfer, where they discussed wanting to move into my house and how they could convince me to sign it over to them. The messages showed they'd planned this from the beginning, that the asset protection reasoning had been deliberately crafted to manipulate me into transferring ownership while believing I could stay. We also had testimony from Ed and other neighbors who'd heard Jennifer and Craig explicitly promise me I'd live in the house for the rest of my life when discussing the transfer. Jennifer had told multiple people that the transfer was just paperwork and that nothing would change for me. These witnesses contradicted Jennifer and Craig's current claims that they'd never promised I could stay indefinitely. Most damning was the timeline. They'd evicted me just 9 months after the property transfer was complete, barely enough time to establish legal ownership before taking action to remove me. Margaret argued this showed the asset protection reasoning had been a lie, that their actual intent had been to steal my house by deceiving me about the arrangement. The judge was clearly disturbed by the evidence. In a preliminary hearing on the emergency motion to stop the eviction, the judge said the circumstances strongly suggested fraud and elder exploitation. The judge granted a temporary restraining order preventing Jennifer and Craig from evicting me and ordered them to allow me to continue living in the house pending a full hearing on whether the property transfer should be voided. Jennifer and Craig were furious. They claimed they'd done nothing wrong, that I'd voluntarily transferred the property and now was having buyer's remorse. Their attorney argued that I was a competent adult when I signed the transfer papers, and that I couldn't undo a legal transaction just because I regretted it. But Margaret's evidence of their premeditation and false promises was difficult for them to counter. The case took 8 months to fully resolve, but eventually the court ruled in my favor. The judge found that Jennifer and Craig had obtained the property transfer through fraudulent misrepresentation and undue influence. They deliberately deceived me about the purpose and consequences of the transfer in order to obtain my house, then immediately moved to evict me once they had legal ownership. The judge voided the property transfer and returned ownership to me. But the judge went further. Finding that Jennifer and Craig had committed elder financial exploitation, the judge ordered them to pay my legal fees, which had been substantial, and imposed a fine for their fraudulent conduct. The judge also issued a restraining order, preventing them from having any contact with me regarding financial matters. The Adult Protective Services investigation remained open, with potential criminal charges being considered. Jennifer and Craig's scheme had completely backfired. Not only did they not get my house, they had to pay tens of thousands in legal fees and fines, had a finding of elder abuse on their records, and faced potential criminal charges. Their reputation in the community was destroyed as neighbors learned what they'd tried to do. Craig's employer, a financial services firm, terminated him when they learned he'd defrauded his elderly father-in-law, saying they couldn't employ someone who'd exploit vulnerable adults. The cost to our family was total devastation. Jennifer was my only child, and she'd tried to steal my home through deliberate deception. Any relationship we'd had was destroyed. She'd shown me that her desire for my house outweighed any love or loyalty she felt toward her father. I couldn't forgive that, and I didn't want to try. Jennifer sent me letters claiming she'd made a mistake, but that I was being vindictive by not forgiving her. She said Craig had pressured her, and that she'd been conflicted but went along with it. She said families should be able to move past conflicts, especially parents and their children. But Margaret pointed out that Jennifer's own text messages showed she'd been an enthusiastic participant in planning the fraud, that blaming Craig was revisionist history. My grandchildren, Jennifer's 2 kids who are 12 and 9, have been collateral damage. I haven't seen them since the legal battle began. Jennifer says I'm punishing innocent children by refusing contact with the family, that the grandchildren don't understand why Grandpa isn't in their lives anymore. But I can't have Jennifer in my life after what she did, and she won't allow me contact with the grandchildren without going through her. Some people who know the story think I should try to reconcile with Jennifer, that she's my only child, and family is more important than property. They say she made a terrible mistake, but that I should forgive her and rebuild our relationship, especially for the grandchildren's sake. But these people don't seem to understand that Jennifer didn't make a mistake. She executed a calculated, months-long plan to defraud me of my home while lying to my face. Others, including Ed and most of my neighbors who witnessed what happened, fully support my decision to cut Jennifer out of my life. They say what she did was unforgivable elder abuse, and that I was right to fight back legally and refuse reconciliation. They say someone willing to make their elderly father homeless for personal gain doesn't deserve forgiveness or relationship restoration. Margaret, my attorney, says I should be proud that I fought back and didn't let them get away with the fraud. She says many elder abuse victims don't have the resources or awareness to challenge what's being done to them, and that by fighting and winning, I've protected myself and potentially deterred Jennifer and Craig from trying similar schemes with others. She says I should focus on enjoying my home and my life, not on guilt about the broken relationship with Jennifer. I'm 78 now, still living in my home that I nearly lost to my daughter's greed. I've updated my estate planning to ensure Jennifer inherits nothing. The house will be sold upon my death, with proceeds going to charities supporting elder abuse prevention and legal services for seniors. Jennifer tried to get my house while I was alive and will get nothing after I'm dead. The house feels different now, though. It used to be filled with memories of my wife and raising Jennifer, happy times, and family celebrations. Now, it's the house my daughter tried to steal through elaborate deception, the home I had to fight in court to keep. The memories are tainted by her betrayal. I still love the house, but I can't stop thinking about how close I came to losing it, to being evicted by my own child. I think about those months when I believed Jennifer's promises that I could stay in my home forever, that the transfer was just paperwork for protection. I think about signing those documents while she assured me nothing would change. I think about her planning with Craig how to manipulate me into giving them my house. The premeditation makes it so much worse than if it had been an impulsive decision. People ask if I regret fighting back legally, if I wish I'd just accepted the eviction to maintain family peace. The answer is absolutely not. If I'd accepted being evicted, I'd be living in some small senior apartment while Jennifer and Craig lived in my house, benefiting from their fraud. Fighting back wasn't just about keeping my home. It was about refusing to reward elder abuse and making sure they faced consequences for their cruelty. Jennifer tried to make me homeless to get my house. I ensured she'd never get it, and that she'd face legal and financial consequences for trying. She betrayed the fundamental trust between parent and child for real estate appreciation. I made sure that betrayal cost her more than she could have gained. Maybe that makes me unforgiving, but maybe it makes me someone who refused to be a victim of my own daughter's greed and who fought back with every legal tool available. Was I right to fight the property transfer in court and refuse any reconciliation with Jennifer after she tried to evict me from my own home? Or should I have accepted the loss and tried to maintain family relationships despite her betrayal? My family drugged my coffee to get me declared incompetent, so I recorded everything and had them arrested. Realizing the confusion and memory problems you've been experiencing are actually caused by your family secretly drugging you is a horror beyond comprehension. I'm Catherine, 80, a retired mathematics professor who'd always prided myself on my sharp mind. About 8 months ago, I started experiencing episodes of severe confusion, forgetting conversations I'd supposedly had, and feeling disoriented and drowsy at odd times during the day. My daughter Monica, 52, and her husband Frank, 54, seemed deeply concerned and kept suggesting I see a neurologist, worried I might be developing dementia. I'd been living independently in my modest but comfortable home, managing my own finances, driving, and maintaining an active social life with my book club and bridge group. But as these episodes became more frequent, I started doubting my own competence. Monica began accompanying me to doctor appointments, telling physicians about incidents I couldn't remember, describing me as increasingly confused and unable to manage daily tasks. She painted a picture of rapid cognitive decline that honestly terrified me. The doctors ran extensive tests, MRI, cognitive assessments, blood work, but couldn't find any definitive evidence of dementia or Alzheimer's. My brain structure looked normal for my age, and on days when I felt clear-headed, I performed well on memory tests. But Monica insisted the confusion was getting worse, and that I was having good days and bad days, typical of early dementia. She started pushing for her to have power of attorney over my finances and healthcare decisions, saying we needed to prepare for my inevitable decline. What I didn't realize at the time was that my episodes of confusion and drowsiness only happened on days when Monica and Frank visited, and specifically, after I drunk the coffee Monica always insisted on making for me. She'd arrive with pastries and make coffee in my kitchen, saying she wanted to treat me to a nice breakfast together. I'd drink the coffee, and within an hour, I'd become foggy, confused, and exhausted. She'd then document these episodes on her phone, recording videos of me struggling to remember things or looking disoriented, which she'd show to doctors as evidence of my declining mental state. I might never have figured it out except for my neighbor Barbara, a retired pharmacist who'd been my friend for 20 years. Barbara noticed that I seemed perfectly sharp and alert most of the time, but would suddenly seem confused and drugged after Monica's visits. She'd seen this pattern in elder abuse cases during her career, family members drugging elderly relatives to make them appear incompetent in order to gain control of their assets and decision-making. Barbara suggested I buy a small hidden camera for my kitchen and see if anything unusual was happening during Monica's visits. I felt guilty even considering that my daughter might be harming me, but the pattern Barbara had identified was too concerning to ignore. I ordered a camera that looked like a regular kitchen clock and positioned it to have a clear view of where Monica made coffee. The footage from Monica's next visit was absolutely damning and horrifying. The camera captured Monica grinding up pills, later identified as a combination of sedatives and anti-anxiety medication, and stirring the powder into my coffee before bringing it to me. She did this while Frank kept watch at the door, clearly aware of and complicit in what she was doing. After I drank the coffee and started showing signs of confusion about 30 minutes later, the camera recorded Monica coaching Frank on what to say to doctors, reviewing the symptoms they'd report to make the dementia diagnosis seem more credible. But what the camera captured next was even more chilling. While I was heavily sedated and confused in my living room, Monica went into my home office and took photos of my financial documents with her phone. She and Frank discussed my assets, my house worth about $520,000, my retirement accounts totaling around $380,000, and my savings. They talked about how once they got power of attorney, they could start managing my money, which from context clearly meant taking it for themselves. Frank specifically mentioned paying off their mortgage and finally being able to afford the lifestyle they deserved. I watched this footage with Barbara, both of us crying as we realized Monica had been systematically poisoning me for months to fake dementia symptoms so she could steal my assets. Every episode of confusion that had terrified me, every moment I doubted my own mind, every fear about losing my independence, all of it had been manufactured by my daughter drugging me. The betrayal was so profound, I actually became physically ill watching the video. Barbara immediately insisted we go to the police and show them the footage. I was terrified and heartbroken, not wanting to believe my own daughter could go to prison. But Barbara said what Monica was doing was serious criminal assault and elder abuse. She said if we didn't stop her, Monica would continue drugging me until I was declared incompetent. Then she'd drain my accounts and possibly even institutionalize me to maintain control. We went to the police station, and I filed a report, providing the video evidence of Monica drugging my coffee. The detective who took my statement was visibly disturbed by the footage. He said this was one of the clearest cases of elder abuse he'd seen, with video evidence of drugging, conspiracy between Monica and Frank, and their explicit discussion of financial exploitation. He said they'd investigate immediately, and I should not have any contact with Monica until the investigation was complete. The police moved quickly. They obtained my medical records showing the unexplained confusion episodes and the negative test results for dementia. They interviewed my doctors, who'd been puzzled by the disconnect between my generally good cognitive function and the severe episodes Monica had described. They tracked down the prescription records for the medications Monica had been grinding up, medications that had been prescribed to Frank for anxiety, which Monica had been stealing to drug me. Most importantly, they collected the coffee cup from my most recent visit with Monica and tested it. The cup still had residue containing traces of lorazepam and zolpidem, prescription sedatives that would absolutely cause the confusion and drowsiness I'd been experiencing. The forensic evidence corroborated what the video had shown. I'd been systematically drugged. Monica and Frank were arrested at their home on charges of elder abuse, assault with intent to incapacitate, conspiracy to commit fraud, and attempted theft. The police found Frank's prescription bottles showing pills missing that matched the timeline of Monica's visits to me. They found notes in Monica's handwriting detailing which symptoms to report to doctors and which medications caused the most convincing confusion in me. They documented their own crime. The case was overwhelming in its evidence. Monica's attorney tried to negotiate a plea deal, but the prosecutor was adamant that the premeditated nature of the crime and the lengthy period of abuse warranted serious consequences. The video of Monica deliberately drugging me while I trusted her completely, combined with their recorded conversation about stealing my assets, made any defense impossible. Monica and Frank both eventually pleaded guilty to avoid trial. Monica was sentenced to 6 years in prison for elder abuse and assault. Frank received 4 years as an accomplice. Both were ordered to have no contact with me for at least 10 years after their release, and both were flagged in elder abuse registries. At 52 and 54, they'd spend their prime years in prison and emerge with felony records that would follow them forever. The psychological impact of what Monica did is something I'll never fully recover from. For months, I believed I was losing my mind. I'd started mourning my own cognitive decline, had begun mentally preparing for institutionalization and loss of independence. I'd felt my identity as an intelligent, capable person slipping away. All of that terror and grief was deliberately inflicted on me by my own daughter so she could steal my money. The physical health impacts were also serious. The doctors determined that the combination of medications Monica had been giving me could have caused fatal interactions or accidents. I could have fallen while confused and injured myself severely. I could have had a dangerous reaction to the drugs. She'd risked my life repeatedly just to create the appearance of dementia. My son, Monica's younger brother David, was horrified when he learned what his sister had done. He'd been living in another state and hadn't witnessed my supposed decline firsthand, had only heard Monica's reports about my confusion. He felt guilty for not being more involved and not questioning Monica's narrative. He's been supportive of my decision to prosecute and has completely cut Monica out of his life. Monica's children, my grandchildren ages 19 and 16, are devastated. They're angry at their mother for what she did, but also struggling with having both parents in prison. The older one, who's in college, has asked to stay in contact with me, but I find it too painful. Looking at her reminds me of Monica, and I can't separate the love I have for my grandchildren from the trauma of what their mother did to me. Some family members, particularly Monica's in-laws, think I should have handled this privately without involving law enforcement. They say Monica made terrible choices, but that sending her to prison has destroyed her children's lives and was excessive for what was essentially a family matter about money and control. They say I should have just cut her off financially and moved on, not destroyed her entire life with a felony conviction. But Barbara and most of my friends strongly supported pressing charges. Barbara particularly emphasized that what Monica did was serious, violent crime. She'd poisoned me repeatedly, assaulted me chemically to incapacitate me, all while pretending to be a loving, concerned daughter. Barbara said people serve prison time for drugging strangers in bars, so drugging your own mother over many months to steal from her absolutely warranted prosecution. My book club friends, many of whom are also elderly women, were terrified when they learned what had happened to me. Several admitted they'd been experiencing odd symptoms when certain family members visited and started questioning whether they might be in similar situations. My case became a cautionary tale in our senior community about staying vigilant, even with trusted family members. The cognitive testing I underwent after Monica's arrest confirmed I had no dementia or significant cognitive impairment. The confusion and memory problems disappeared completely once I was no longer being drugged. My neurologist was disturbed to learn that the symptoms he'd been investigating had been iatrogenic, medically caused, but in this case, criminally caused by my daughter secretly administering medications. I'm 81 now, living independently in my home with security cameras throughout, and a strict policy of never accepting food or drink I haven't prepared myself or observed being prepared. The trust I once had in family and the world has been shattered. I struggle with paranoia and anxiety that I never experienced before. I still sometimes doubt my own perceptions, wondering if I'm really okay, or if I'm sliding into actual cognitive decline and can't tell the difference. Monica has sent letters from prison apologizing and claiming she was under financial pressure and made terrible choices but never meant to really hurt me. She says she just wanted to borrow some money from my accounts and that the drugging had gotten out of hand. She asks if we can have some kind of relationship when she's released, if I can find it in my heart to forgive her. I haven't responded to any of her letters. Frank's letters are more defensive, claiming Monica had manipulated him and he'd just gone along with her plan without understanding the full implications. He says he never wanted to hurt me, and that I should consider the impact my prosecution has had on their children. He implies I'm partly responsible for his kids growing up with parents in prison. I think about those mornings when Monica would arrive with pastries and make coffee, when I'd feel such warmth having my daughter want to spend time with me. I think about drinking that coffee while we chatted, trusting her completely, not knowing she'd just poisoned me. I think about the terror of believing I was losing my mind, the grief of preparing for dementia, all of it deliberately inflicted by the person I'd given life to. People ask if I regret reporting Monica to police, if I wish I'd handled it privately to keep my daughter out of prison. The answer is no. What Monica did was horrific criminal abuse that could have killed me. She deserves to be in prison. She systematically drugged and assaulted her elderly mother over many months to steal from her. That's not a family dispute that should be handled privately. It's a serious crime that warrants serious consequences. But I do carry profound sadness about what this says about who Monica became. I raised her, taught her right from wrong, believed she loved me. And she was willing to chemically torture me, to make me believe I was losing my mind, to risk my life, all for money. That kind of betrayal changes your understanding of human nature and of your own family in ways that can never be repaired. Monica gambled that she could drug me into appearing incompetent, gain control of my assets, and get away with it. She lost that gamble when I installed a camera and documented her crimes. Now she's in prison, her children are traumatized, and she'll carry a felony elder abuse conviction for the rest of her life. She thought I was a confused old woman who'd be easy to manipulate. Instead, I was a professor who knew how to gather evidence, and a mother who loved herself enough to prosecute her own daughter for abuse. The coffee cup that once symbolized maternal bonding now represents chemical assault. The daughter I loved became the criminal who poisoned me, and the cognitive decline I feared was actually a weapon my child used against me. I survived. I fought back, and I ensured she paid the legal price. Maybe that makes me unforgiving, but maybe it makes me someone who refused to be a victim and who understood that some betrayals can't and shouldn't be overlooked, even when they come from your own child. Was I right to report Monica to police and pursue criminal charges that sent her to prison for 6 years? Or should I have confronted her privately and handled it as a family matter without destroying her life with a felony conviction? My family hired actors to pose as doctors and institutionalize me, so I hired investigators and destroyed them. Waking up in a psychiatric facility with no memory of how you got there or why you're being held creates a terror that's almost impossible to describe. I'm Leonard, 79, and 3 months ago I regained consciousness in a locked psychiatric ward, being told by staff that I'd been admitted for my own safety due to severe paranoid delusions and violent behavior. I had absolutely no memory of anything that would have led to psychiatric hospitalization, and when I insisted there'd been a mistake, the staff treated it as exactly the kind of denial they'd expect from someone in my supposed condition. The facility staff showed me admission paperwork signed by someone claiming to be Dr. Raymond Howell, a psychiatrist who'd supposedly evaluated me and determined I was a danger to myself and others due to acute psychotic symptoms. The documents described behaviors I'd never exhibited: threatening family members, experiencing hallucinations, expressing paranoid beliefs about people trying to harm me. None of it was true, but the paperwork looked official and professional. My family, particularly my nephew Gerald, 48, visited and seemed deeply concerned. Gerald told me gently that I'd been having problems for weeks, that I'd been accusing family members of trying to steal from me and had become aggressive and unstable. He said they'd had no choice but to have me evaluated and admitted for treatment. He seemed so sincere and worried that I started doubting my own memory and perception. Maybe I had experienced some kind of mental break I couldn't remember. Maybe I was sick and didn't realize it. But something felt fundamentally wrong. I couldn't reconcile the person they were describing with who I knew myself to be. I'd always been calm and rational, never violent, never paranoid, and I had zero memory of any of the incidents they claimed had occurred. The medications they were giving me made me foggy and disoriented, but underneath that fog, my fundamental sense of self told me this was all wrong. I was held in that facility for 3 weeks before I managed to convince a patient advocate to actually investigate my case independently, rather than just accepting the admission paperwork at face value. The advocate, a woman named Diane, was initially skeptical of my claims that I'd been wrongfully committed, but something about my demeanor and the specifics of what I was saying made her take a closer look at the documentation. What Diane discovered started unraveling everything. Dr. Raymond Howell, the psychiatrist who'd supposedly evaluated and admitted me, didn't exist. There was no licensed psychiatrist by that name in our state or any neighboring state. The signature on my admission paperwork belonged to a fabricated identity. Someone had created fake credentials, posed as a psychiatrist, and signed documents committing me to a psychiatric facility under completely false pretenses. Diane immediately contacted law enforcement and the state medical board. The investigation expanded rapidly as they realized someone had committed elaborate fraud to have me falsely imprisoned in a psychiatric facility. The facility itself faced scrutiny for admitting a patient based on documents they hadn't properly verified. And the question became, who had orchestrated this and why? The answer emerged through financial investigation. Gerald, my nephew who I'd trusted, and who'd visited me seeming so concerned, stood to inherit approximately $800,000 from my estate as my closest living relative. But I'd recently told Gerald I was planning to update my will to leave a substantial portion to various charities, which would have significantly reduced his inheritance. Gerald had decided to prevent that by having me declared mentally incompetent and institutionalized before I could change my will. Gerald had hired actors to pose as medical professionals. The Dr. Raymond Howell, who'd signed my admission papers, was an actor Gerald had paid to pose as a psychiatrist and create false documentation. Gerald had also paid other actors to pose as EMTs who'd supposedly transported me during an episode. He'd created an entire fictional scenario of psychiatric crisis and emergency admission, using fake professionals and forged documents to have me committed. But it went even further. Gerald had been drugging me for weeks before the false admission. He'd been visiting me regularly and bringing me coffee or food that contained sedatives and other medications that caused confusion, disorientation, and memory problems. The cognitive symptoms that had made me doubt myself when staff described my supposed breakdown hadn't been mental illness. They'd been drug-induced by Gerald systematically poisoning me to create the appearance of instability that would justify psychiatric admission. The evidence was overwhelming once investigators started looking. Bank records showed Gerald had paid the actor posing as Dr. Howell $15,000 for creating the fake credentials and signing commitment papers. Text messages between Gerald and various actors coordinated the entire operation. Gerald's purchase of sedative medications matched the timeline of when my cognitive symptoms had begun. He'd orchestrated an elaborate scheme involving multiple conspirators to falsely imprison me in a psychiatric facility so I couldn't change my will before he could inherit. Gerald was arrested along with 3 other people he'd hired: the actor who posed as Dr. Howell and 2 actors who posed as EMTs. All were charged with conspiracy, fraud, false imprisonment, practicing medicine without a license, and elder abuse. Gerald additionally faced charges for drugging me and for forgery related to the fake medical documents. The psychiatric facility where I'd been held also faced massive liability for accepting forged admission papers without proper verification. The facility released me immediately once the fraud was discovered, and I spent weeks recovering from both the medications Gerald had been secretly giving me and the powerful psychiatric drugs the facility had administered based on the false diagnosis. My cognitive clarity returned gradually, and I realized just how close I'd come to being permanently institutionalized, based entirely on fabricated medical documentation and Gerald's lies. I hired private investigators to document everything comprehensively before the criminal trial. I wanted absolute certainty about every detail of Gerald's scheme, every person involved, every lie told. The investigators discovered even more. Gerald had researched psychiatric commitment laws extensively, had practiced forging medical credentials, and had tested different sedative combinations on me to find what would create the most convincing psychiatric symptoms without killing me outright. The criminal trial was devastating to sit through. Prosecutors presented evidence of Gerald's months-long planning, his hiring of actors to pose as medical professionals, his systematic drugging of me to create confusion that would support his false psychiatric narrative, and his ultimate goal of preventing me from changing my will so he could inherit more money. The prosecutor called it one of the most elaborate and cruel elder abuse schemes she'd prosecuted. Gerald was convicted on all counts. The judge sentenced him to 15 years in prison, noting that Gerald had imprisoned his own uncle in a psychiatric facility through fraud and forgery, had drugged him for weeks, and had been willing to leave him permanently institutionalized in pursuit of inheritance money. The judge said the premeditation and cruelty of the scheme warranted a severe sentence. The actors Gerald hired received sentences ranging from 3 to 7 years, depending on their level of involvement and knowledge of the scheme. The fake Dr. Howell received 7 years for posing as a psychiatrist and signing commitment papers he knew were fraudulent. The psychiatric facility paid a massive settlement to avoid further litigation for their failure to verify credentials properly before admitting and medicating me. But my revenge didn't stop with the criminal convictions. I sued Gerald, the actors, and the facility in civil court for false imprisonment, medical malpractice, fraud, and emotional distress. The civil judgments totaled over $4 million across all defendants. Gerald had to forfeit any potential inheritance from my estate to pay his portion of the judgment. The man who'd tried to institutionalize me to protect his inheritance lost that inheritance entirely to pay for the damage he'd caused. I also took additional steps to ensure Gerald would face maximum consequences beyond the legal system. I hired a public relations consultant to ensure Gerald's story became widely known in our community and beyond. Articles were written about the nephew who'd hired actors to pose as doctors to falsely commit his elderly uncle to a psychiatric facility for inheritance money. Gerald's name and face became synonymous with elder abuse, and his reputation was destroyed in ways that will follow him long after he's released from prison. Gerald's children, my great-nephews who are 19 and 16, have been devastated by their father's crimes and imprisonment. The older one has reached out apologizing for his father and trying to maintain some relationship with me. But I've struggled to separate him from Gerald's betrayal. These young men lost their father to prison because he tried to have me falsely institutionalized, and while I recognize they're victims too, I find it too painful to maintain close relationships with them. Some extended family members think I went too far in not just prosecuting Gerald criminally, but also pursuing maximum civil damages that ensured he'd lose everything, including his potential inheritance. They say he's going to prison for 15 years, and that's punishment enough, that the civil suit was vindictive and designed to destroy him financially beyond what justice required. They point out his children are suffering with their father imprisoned and now financially ruined. But Diane, the patient advocate who discovered the fraud and saved me from continued false imprisonment, says I did exactly right in pursuing every possible avenue of accountability. She says Gerald didn't just make a bad decision. He planned for months how to have me falsely committed, hired multiple people to carry out the fraud, and drugged me systematically while watching me suffer cognitive effects he'd caused. She says such calculated cruelty deserves maximum legal, financial, and social consequences. My attorney, who handled the civil case, says the $4 million judgment was appropriate given the severity of what was done to me. He says 3 weeks of false psychiatric imprisonment, weeks of being secretly drugged, and the ongoing trauma of the experience warranted substantial compensation. He says Ensuring Gerald lost his inheritance and faces financial ruin is just accountability for trying to institutionalize me to protect that very inheritance. The psychiatric facility that held me has completely overhauled their admission procedures to prevent similar fraud. They now require extensive verification of any admitting physician's credentials and direct contact with that physician before accepting any patient. My case became a cautionary tale in psychiatric care about the importance of verification, though that doesn't undo the 3 weeks I spent locked in their facility, being medicated for conditions I didn't have. I'm 80 now, living independently and free from the cognitive symptoms Gerald caused by secretly drugging me. I've updated my will to remove Gerald completely and have increased charitable donations substantially. Gerald tried to have me institutionalized to prevent me from changing my will, and in the end, his scheme resulted in him losing his entire inheritance, plus being ordered to pay millions in damages. The irony isn't lost on me. Gerald has sent letters from prison that are self-pitying and accusatory. He claims he made a terrible mistake, but that I've been vindictive in destroying his entire life when prison alone would have been sufficient punishment. He says his children are suffering because I pursued civil damages that bankrupted their family. He says I should show mercy and perhaps help his sons financially since they're innocent. I haven't responded to any of his letters. People tell me I should feel satisfied with Gerald's convictions and move on, that holding on to anger is unhealthy. But I'm not holding on to anger. I'm holding on to an accurate understanding of what Gerald did and ensuring he faces every appropriate consequence. He hired actors to pose as doctors, created false medical documents, drugged me for weeks, and had me locked in a psychiatric facility where I was medicated for illnesses I didn't have. 15 years in prison and financial ruin seem appropriate, not excessive. The 3 weeks I spent in that facility, being told I was psychotic and dangerous, doubting my own mind because of drugs Gerald had given me, that's trauma I'm still processing with a therapist. The violation of having someone forge medical documents to imprison you, of being medicated with powerful psychiatric drugs based on false diagnoses, creates a vulnerability and mistrust that may never fully heal. Gerald gambled that he could falsely institutionalize me, prevent me from changing my will, and eventually inherit my estate after I died or remained permanently committed. He lost that gamble catastrophically. He's in prison, financially destroyed, his reputation permanently tarnished, and his relationship with his sons severely damaged. And I ensured every bit of those consequences through comprehensive criminal prosecution, civil litigation, and public exposure. Was I justified in pursuing not just criminal prosecution, but also maximum civil damages and public exposure that destroyed Gerald's life beyond his prison sentence? Or was sending him to prison for 15 years sufficient without adding financial and social destruction? My family secretly filmed me for a dementia reality show, so I sued them and burned every relationship. Finding out your family has been secretly filming you for 18 months under the pretense of a documentary about aging turns your entire reality into a performance you never consented to. I'm Bernard, 82, and I've always been sharp, active, and fiercely independent. Last year, my daughter-in-law Cassandra, who works in television production, approached me with what seemed like a touching proposal. She said she wanted to create a documentary about successful aging, following me through my daily life to show how seniors can remain vibrant and engaged. She said it would be inspiring and could even help other families understand aging better. I was flattered and agreed, signing what I thought were standard release forms for a small documentary project. Cassandra said they'd film occasionally over the next year, capturing my routines, hobbies, and interactions with family. She installed a few cameras in my home that she said would help capture natural moments when a film crew wasn't present. My son Derek, Cassandra's husband, assured me this was a wonderful project that would be a legacy for our family and might even help other seniors. The filming started casually. Cassandra and a small crew would visit occasionally, asking me questions about my life, my memories, my daily routines. Sometimes they'd film family dinners or holiday gatherings. The home cameras were supposedly just for supplemental footage. I thought nothing of doing interviews or having cameras around during family events since I'd agreed to participate in what I believed was a respectful documentary about aging. What I didn't know, what I never suspected, was that Cassandra had pitched and sold a reality show concept to a streaming network called Fading Fast: A Family Watches Grandpa Decline. The premise was following a family dealing with their patriarch's descent into dementia and the emotional toll on multiple generations. Except, I didn't have dementia. Cassandra and Derek had fabricated that premise to sell the show, then manipulated footage and situations to create a narrative of cognitive decline that didn't exist. I discovered the truth by accident, when my neighbor Walter, who subscribes to the streaming service, called me saying he'd seen a trailer for a show featuring me and was confused by how they were describing my health. Walter sent me the link, and I watched in horror as a promotional trailer for Fading Fast showed carefully edited clips of me appearing confused, forgetful, or disoriented, with voiceover from Cassandra and Derek talking about the heartbreak of watching me slip away mentally. Clips that had been completely innocuous moments in real life had been edited deceptively. A moment where I'd paused to remember someone's name was edited to seem like severe memory loss. Times I'd ask someone to repeat something because I hadn't heard clearly were portrayed as confusion and disorientation. The home cameras had captured hundreds of hours that were mined for any moment that could be twisted to appear like cognitive decline. My family had turned my normal life into a fake dementia narrative for entertainment. I was devastated and enraged. This wasn't a respectful documentary about successful aging. This was a reality show based on lies about my mental health, using deceptively edited footage to entertain viewers with a false narrative of my decline. My privacy had been violated extensively. The home cameras I'd agreed to had captured intimate moments in my own house that were never meant for public consumption. And the premise was defamatory, telling potentially millions of viewers I had dementia when I absolutely did not. I immediately contacted an attorney who specialized in privacy rights and defamation. When I showed him the release forms I'd signed and the show's promotional materials, he was stunned. The forms I'd signed authorized filming for a documentary about aging and family relationships. There was no mention of a reality show, no disclosure that the premise would be about dementia, and no indication this would be sold to a streaming network for mass distribution. Cassandra had obtained my consent under completely false pretenses. My attorney sent immediate cease and desist letters to the streaming network, to Cassandra's production company, and to Derek and Cassandra personally. We demanded they halt all distribution of the show and destroy all footage of me immediately. We also demanded they issue public corrections about my health status, since promotional materials had already spread false information about me having dementia. The network initially resisted, saying they had signed releases. But when shown what I'd actually consented to versus what they were producing, their legal team got very concerned. While negotiating with the network, I learned worse details about what my family had done. Derek and Cassandra had actively coached other family members, my grandchildren, my other children, various relatives, on how to behave on camera to support the dementia narrative. They'd told family to speak about me in past tense, to express sadness about losing me, to discuss how difficult it was watching my decline. They'd orchestrated entire fake family meetings about my care and future, none of which were real concerns, but were scripted for the show. My other son, Marcus, 54, had participated in filmed conversations about what to do about Dad's condition and where I might need to live as I deteriorated further. My grandchildren had been filmed discussing their grief over their grandfather not being himself anymore. All of this was fabrication designed to support a dementia storyline that would make compelling television. My family had conspired to publicly lie about my mental health for entertainment profit. The emotional betrayal was crushing. My son Derek, who I'd raised and loved, had been willing to publicly portray me as having dementia for reality TV money. He'd sat in front of cameras looking sad and concerned while discussing my fake cognitive decline, all while knowing I was completely healthy. Cassandra had manipulated her professional skills to construct an entirely false narrative about her husband's father, and they'd recruited my entire family to participate in the deception. When I confronted Derek and Cassandra, they initially tried to downplay it, saying reality shows always have narrative framing, and they hadn't really lied, just emphasized certain aspects of normal aging. When I showed them the trailer explicitly claiming I had dementia, they shifted to saying it was the network's marketing department that had gone too far, that they'd never intended the show to be portrayed that way. Their excuses were pathetic and insulting. I filed a comprehensive lawsuit against Derek, Cassandra, their production company, and the streaming network. The claims included fraud in obtaining consent, invasion of privacy, defamation, intentional infliction of emotional distress, and violation of various state laws protecting against exploitation of elderly persons. My attorney said the case was remarkably strong because of how clearly my consent had been obtained under false pretenses and how defamatory the false dementia narrative was. The discovery process revealed the full extent of their scheme. Internal emails showed Cassandra pitching the show concept as real families dealing with dementia, with me as the central figure. Contracts showed Derek and Cassandra stood to make substantial money. They'd received $150,000 up front from the network, with potential for much more based on viewership. Production documents included explicit directions for how to film and edit me to emphasize any moment that could appear like confusion or memory loss. Most damning were text messages between Derek and Cassandra discussing how to get better dementia content from me. They'd strategize about asking me complex questions when I was tired to increase chances of me appearing confused. They'd discussed orchestrating family events with lots of people and noise to create situations where I might seem overwhelmed or disoriented. They'd actively worked to create conditions that would make their healthy father appear cognitively impaired on camera. The network settled quickly once they realized how indefensible the case was. They paid me $2.3 million, agreed to never air any footage of me, issued public statements clarifying I don't have dementia, and terminated their relationship with Cassandra's production company. They couldn't afford the public relations disaster of being associated with a show based on lies about an elderly person's mental health obtained through fraudulent consent. Derek and Cassandra fought the lawsuit longer, but eventually settled for an additional $800,000, plus written apologies, admitting they'd misrepresented the nature of the project to obtain my consent and had created a false narrative about my health. They were required to publicly state, "I don't have dementia," and apologize for the deception. Their production company's reputation was destroyed. Nobody in the industry wants to work with producers caught fabricating reality show premises through elder exploitation. But the financial settlements couldn't repair the family destruction. I've completely cut off Derek and Cassandra. They're not allowed to contact me or come near my property. My relationship with my grandchildren, Derek's kids, is severely damaged because their parents involved them in the fake dementia narrative, and they're now confused and hurt by the family chaos. Marcus, my other son who participated in filmed conversations about my fake decline, has apologized profusely, and I've maintained limited contact with him, but the trust is broken. Extended family members who appeared in the show, discussing my supposed cognitive problems or expressing concern about my decline, have all had to deal with the embarrassment of being part of a fraudulent production. Some apologize and say they didn't realize the extent of what Cassandra was doing. Others are defensive, claiming they were manipulated too. Several family relationships are permanently damaged because I can't trust people who are willing to publicly perform grief over my fake dementia for television cameras. The streaming network had actually released one episode before my lawsuit shut everything down, which means footage of me exists in the world with voiceover and editing suggesting I have dementia. Clips have been shared on social media despite the network removing the episode. I still occasionally encounter people who saw that episode and believe I have cognitive decline, requiring me to explain the whole situation. The defamation can't be fully undone, even with settlements and public corrections. The psychological impact of knowing my family filmed me secretly for 18 months, looking for any moment to portray me as mentally declining, is profound. Every interaction during that period is now suspect in my memory. Were they being genuine or performing for cameras? When they asked me questions, were they actually interested or hoping I'd seem confused on film? The violation of having cameras in my home capturing private moments that were edited for entertainment is something I'm still processing in therapy. People who know the story have mixed reactions. Some are horrified by what Derek and Cassandra did and fully support my decision to sue them into financial ruin and cut them off completely. They say fabricating a dementia narrative about a healthy elderly person for reality TV profit is unconscionable elder abuse that deserved maximum legal and personal consequences. But others, particularly some family members who were peripheral to the show, think I've overreacted and destroyed family relationships over what was essentially a television project gone wrong. They say Derek and Cassandra made bad decisions but didn't mean actual harm, that they thought they were creating entertainment and got carried away with narrative construction. They suggest I should have accepted apologies and moved on, rather than pursuing lawsuits that got people settlements totaling over $3 million and permanently fractured our family. Derek's perspective, expressed through intermediaries, since I won't speak to him, is that reality television always involves some narrative shaping, and I'm being naive and vindictive in treating this as a major betrayal. He claims I signed releases and participated willingly, and that my lawsuit was about money rather than genuine harm. He tells people I've used the legal system to punish him and Cassandra for making creative decisions I disagreed with, destroying his marriage and his wife's career in the process. Cassandra's career in television production is essentially over. No network or production company will work with her after she was caught fabricating a show's central premise by lying to an elderly person to obtain consent. She's apparently working retail and blames me entirely for her career destruction, telling people I could have just asked for the show to be canceled rather than pursuing lawsuits that destroyed her professional life. I'm 83 now, living in my home with all cameras removed and strict boundaries about who has access to me. The settlement money is substantial, but can't compensate for the violation of having my life filmed under false pretenses and edited to portray cognitive decline I don't have. I've updated my will to completely remove Derek as a beneficiary. After trying to profit from a fake narrative about my dementia, he'll inherit nothing when I actually die. My other son, Marcus, will inherit my estate, though our relationship remains strained by his participation in the filmed conversations about my fake decline. He's apologized extensively and claims he truly didn't understand how extensively the reality show premise was fabricated, that he'd trusted Cassandra and Derek when they said I'd agreed to the dementia narrative framing. I want to believe him, but the trust is permanently damaged. The grandchildren are collateral damage. Derek's kids, who I was once very close to, have been caught between their parents and me. Some have reached out, apologizing and trying to maintain relationships, but I struggle to separate them from their parents' betrayal. They were used as props in the fake dementia narrative, filmed expressing sadness about Grandpa's decline. And now, they're dealing with the trauma and confusion of learning it was all fabricated for television. People say I should try to reconcile with Derek eventually, that he's still my son despite his terrible decisions. But Derek looked into cameras and performed grief about my mental decline that didn't exist, recruited family members to support the false narrative, and planned to profit from a show about my fake dementia. He turned my actual life into entertainment based on lies. That's not a mistake or error in judgment. It's calculated exploitation of his elderly father for money. The settlement money sits in my accounts now. Compensation for 18 months of secret filming, the creation and distribution of a defamatory show portraying me with dementia I don't have, and the permanent damage to my privacy and family relationships. Derek and Cassandra paid dearly, financially and professionally. But no amount of money can restore my sense of privacy or undo the betrayal of having my son orchestrate a fake dementia narrative about me for reality television entertainment. Was I justified in pursuing lawsuits that resulted in millions in settlements and permanently destroyed Derek and Cassandra's careers and our family relationships? Or should I have accepted apologies and handled the betrayal privately without legal action? My family staged an intervention to control my gambling addiction so they could steal my lottery winnings. Being told by your entire family that you have a serious gambling problem you're in denial about is disorienting, especially when you know it's completely untrue. I'm Helen, 76, and 3 months ago my family staged what they called an intervention at my daughter Susan's house. Susan, 54, my son Richard, 51, and 4 of my grandchildren were all there, sitting in a circle looking concerned and serious. They said they loved me and were worried about my gambling addiction that was spiraling out of control. I was genuinely confused. I'm not a gambler. I buy 1 lottery ticket each week from the same convenience store, have done so for probably 30 years as a small, harmless indulgence. I've never been to a casino, never bet on sports, never played poker, or any games for money beyond my weekly $2 lottery ticket. I told them this, but they insisted I was in denial. Susan said she'd seen lottery tickets in my house, multiple tickets scattered around. Richard said I'd been secretive about my finances lately, a classic sign of gambling addiction. The intervention felt surreal. They'd clearly planned it carefully, had apparently consulted with someone about how to conduct interventions, and were using all the language about addiction and denial and enabling. They said they wanted me to voluntarily give them power of attorney over my finances so they could help me manage my money while I sought treatment for my gambling problem. They had papers already prepared for me to sign. I refused, getting increasingly upset and frustrated. I didn't have a gambling problem. I had 1 lottery ticket per week, and I certainly wasn't giving anyone control over my finances. Susan started crying, saying she couldn't watch me destroy myself. Richard got stern, saying if I didn't accept help voluntarily, they'd have to pursue legal guardianship to protect me from myself. They made it clear they'd keep pressuring me until I agreed to hand over financial control. I left Susan's house angry and bewildered. Why were they doing this? I racked my brain trying to understand where this had come from. Then it hit me. 3 months ago, I'd won $850,000 in the state lottery. It wasn't the grand prize, but it was a major secondary prize. I'd won it with my regular weekly ticket, the same routine purchase I'd been making for decades. I'd been relatively quiet about the win, telling only Susan and Richard initially, and asking them to keep it private while I figured out what to do with the money. I'd consulted with a financial advisor about investing it wisely, and had been making plans to donate some to charity, help my grandchildren with education costs, and secure my remaining years financially. I'd been careful and thoughtful about it, which is apparently why they'd decided I was being secretive about my finances. The fake gambling intervention suddenly made perfect sense. My family had decided they wanted access to my lottery winnings, and they'd manufactured a gambling addiction narrative to justify taking control of my money. If they could get power of attorney or guardianship over me by claiming I had a gambling problem, they could control my $850,000. The intervention wasn't about helping me. It was about stealing my money through elaborate fraud. I felt sick realizing my own children and grandchildren were plotting to steal from me. I needed evidence before I could do anything, so I did something I never thought I'd do. I started recording my conversations with family members. I bought a small digital recorder and kept it in my purse. The next time Susan called to pressure me about the intervention and signing over financial control, I recorded the entire conversation. In that call, Susan's mask slipped slightly. She mentioned how the lottery money was a lot for one person to manage, and how family should share in windfalls like this. She said that giving them control wasn't really about gambling addiction treatment. It was about making sure the money was managed responsibly for everyone's benefit. She was essentially admitting the gambling intervention was a pretense to access my lottery winnings. I recorded several more conversations over the next 2 weeks. Richard was more explicit in one call, saying that I didn't need $850,000 at my age and that the money would be better used by the younger generation. He said the intervention was really about making sure I didn't waste the money or get taken advantage of by scammers, and that family control would ensure it benefited everyone. He was openly acknowledging the gambling story was manufactured to justify taking my money. Most damning was a conversation I overheard between Susan and Richard that I recorded when they didn't know I was within listening range at Richard's house. They discussed how the fake intervention was going well, how they just needed to keep pressure on me until I signed the papers, and how they'd already discussed how to split my lottery money once they had control. Susan would get 40%, Richard would get 40%, and the grandchildren would split 20%. They were already dividing money they didn't have any legal right to. With recordings clearly showing they'd fabricated a gambling addiction to steal my lottery winnings, I took everything to an attorney who specialized in elder abuse. He was immediately concerned and said what my family was attempting constituted fraud, elder financial abuse, and conspiracy. He said staging a fake intervention to coerce someone into signing over power of attorney under false pretenses was illegal. He helped me file for restraining orders against Susan and Richard and reported the attempted fraud to law enforcement. The police were very interested in my case, particularly the recordings showing Susan and Richard openly discussing fabricating the gambling addiction and planning how to divide my money once they gained control. The detective said elder financial exploitation often involved exactly this kind of manufactured incompetency or addiction narrative to justify taking control of an elderly person's assets. Susan and Richard were confronted by investigators and initially denied everything, claiming they'd genuinely believed I had a gambling problem based on seeing lottery tickets. But when played, the recordings of them acknowledging the fake intervention and discussing dividing my money, they couldn't maintain their denials. The evidence was too clear that they'd knowingly fabricated the gambling story to steal my lottery winnings. The prosecutor charged both Susan and Richard with attempted elder financial abuse, conspiracy to commit fraud, and attempted theft by deception. The charges were serious given the substantial amount of money involved and the deliberate nature of their scheme. They'd planned the fake intervention carefully, created false narratives, and were systematically pressuring me to sign documents, giving them control of nearly $1 million I'd won legitimately. Both of my children eventually accepted plea deals rather than go to trial. Susan received 2 years in prison, plus 3 years probation, for her role as the primary organizer of the fake intervention. Richard received 18 months plus probation as a participant in the conspiracy. Both were ordered to have no contact with me and were permanently banned from serving in any fiduciary capacity for me. The grandchildren who'd participated in the intervention were not criminally charged because prosecutors determined they'd been manipulated by Susan and Richard and likely didn't fully understand they were participating in fraud. But I still limited contact with them significantly because they'd sat in that intervention and pressured me to sign away control of my finances based on lies their parents had told them. The family consequences have been devastating. My 2 children are in prison for attempting to steal my lottery winnings through an elaborate fake intervention. The grandchildren are confused and angry, some blaming me for prosecuting their parents, others recognizing their parents did something seriously wrong. Extended family has fractured into factions supporting different sides. Susan's husband divorced her while she was awaiting sentencing, saying he hadn't known about the fake intervention plan and couldn't stay married to someone who'd try to defraud her own mother. Richard's wife stuck by him but has been cold and distant to me, apparently believing I overreacted by pursuing criminal charges when it was a family misunderstanding that could have been resolved privately. Some people, particularly Susan and Richard's friends, think I was vindictive in pursuing criminal charges that sent my own children to prison. They say families have conflicts over money all the time, and that involving police and prosecutors was excessive for what could have been handled through civil courts or family mediation. They say I chose punishment over reconciliation, and ensured my children have criminal records forever. But my attorney and most of my friends say I did exactly the right thing. They point out that Susan and Richard weren't just asking for money. They were attempting elaborate fraud to steal it by manufacturing a fake addiction diagnosis and coercing me to sign away legal control. They say that level of premeditation and deception deserves criminal prosecution, not just family mediation. My financial advisor, who'd helped me plan how to responsibly manage the lottery winnings, was horrified when he learned about the fake intervention. He said he'd seen other cases of family members fabricating reasons to gain control of an elderly relative's assets, and that criminal prosecution is important to deter such schemes. He said I shouldn't feel guilty about protecting myself and my money. The lottery money sits in secure accounts now, managed by independent fiduciary I hired who has no connection to my family. I've updated my will to remove Susan and Richard entirely as beneficiaries. My estate will be divided among charities and the grandchildren who weren't involved in the fake intervention plot. Susan and Richard tried to steal my lottery winnings while I was alive and will get nothing when I'm dead. I think about that intervention constantly, sitting in Susan's living room surrounded by my children and grandchildren, all of them looking at me with fake concern while pressuring me to sign papers giving them control of my money. The whole thing was theater designed to manipulate and defraud me, and everyone in that room, except me, knew it. The betrayal cuts deeper than just the attempted theft. It's the elaborate performance, the fake tears, the manufactured concern, all crafted to steal from me. Susan has sent letters from prison, apologizing and claiming she got caught up in a bad idea that spiraled out of control. She says she never meant to really hurt me, just wanted to ensure the lottery money benefited the whole family rather than potentially being wasted. She asks if there's any path to eventual reconciliation after she serves her time. I haven't responded. Richard's letters are more defensive, claiming I'm partially responsible for the situation by being secretive about my lottery win initially. He says if I'd been more open about sharing the windfall with family, they wouldn't have felt compelled to take action. He says 2 years in prison is excessive punishment for what was essentially a family misunderstanding about money. He claims I've destroyed our family over dollars and cents. I'm 77 now, living comfortably on my lottery winnings and pension. I've donated substantial amounts to causes I care about, helped the grandchildren who weren't involved with their education, and secured my financial future. The money I won has improved my life and allowed me to be generous to others, and I protected it from the children who tried to steal it through an elaborate fraud. People say I should visit Susan and Richard in prison, that they're still my children, and I should show some mercy and forgiveness. But every time I consider it, I remember that intervention, the fake concern, the pressure to sign away my autonomy and wealth. They looked me in the eyes and lied, constructed an elaborate narrative of addiction to justify theft, and would have succeeded if I hadn't realized what was happening and gathered evidence. I bought lottery tickets for 30 years and finally won a substantial prize. My children decided that prize belonged to them and constructed an elaborate fraud to take it. I ensured they faced criminal consequences for attempted elder financial abuse. Maybe that makes me unforgiving and harsh. But maybe it makes me someone who refused to be victimized by my own children, and who understood that some betrayals deserve prosecution, not family mediation. Was I justified in pursuing criminal charges that sent Susan and Richard to prison for the fake intervention scheme? Or should I have resolved it privately, without giving my children criminal records and prison time? My family told me my husband died so they could take my dementia meds and sell them for profit. Believing your spouse of 58 years has suddenly died creates a grief so overwhelming it consumes your entire existence. I'm Ruth, 81, and 4 months ago my daughter Patricia, 55, came to my house looking somber and tearful. She sat me down and told me that my husband Albert, 83, had died of a massive heart attack while at the grocery store. She said it had been sudden and painless, that he hadn't suffered, and that she'd already identified his body at the hospital and begun making funeral arrangements because she didn't want to burden me with those painful tasks. I was absolutely destroyed. Albert and I had been married for 58 years. We'd built our entire lives together, raised 3 children, survived losses, and celebrated triumphs side by side for nearly 6 decades. The thought of continuing life without him was incomprehensible. I collapsed into grief so profound I couldn't eat, couldn't sleep, couldn't function. Patricia and my other children stayed with me constantly during those first days, which I appreciated through my fog of devastation. What I didn't realize at the time was that I have early-stage Alzheimer's disease that hadn't been diagnosed yet. My memory had been declining gradually over the past year, and I'd been experiencing some confusion, but Albert had been helping me manage it, and we'd planned to see a doctor about it soon. Without Albert to help orient me, and in the midst of overwhelming grief, my cognitive impairment became much more pronounced. I was confused about time, struggled to remember conversations, and had difficulty distinguishing recent events from older memories. Patricia told me this was normal grief response and trauma, that my mind was protecting itself from the pain of Albert's death by creating confusion. She said the doctor had prescribed medication to help with my grief-related cognitive symptoms and encouraged me to take it regularly. She organized my pills daily, giving me what she said were antidepressants and medications to help with the confusion and anxiety of grief. I took everything she gave me, trusting my daughter to help me through the worst period of my life. The funeral was small and quick, which Patricia said was what Albert had wanted. I was so heavily medicated and grief-stricken that the day passed in a blur. I remember crying, people hugging me, but nothing concrete. Patricia said many people had attended and that Albert's body had been cremated per his wishes. She gave me an urn that she said contained his ashes. I kept it by my bedside and spoke to it every day, telling Albert about my day and how much I missed him. For 3 months I lived in this fog of grief and confusion, heavily medicated with pills Patricia gave me daily, speaking to Albert's urn, barely functional. My other children, my son Marcus and daughter Linda, visited regularly, but always seemed rushed and distracted. They'd ask how I was doing, express sympathy, but never stayed long. Patricia was my primary caregiver during this time, managing my medications, bringing me food, handling my finances since I was too grief-stricken and confused to manage them myself. What shattered this entire reality was an accident that, in retrospect, was the luckiest moment of my life. I was at my kitchen table talking to Albert's urn when my neighbor Eleanor came to my back door with some groceries she'd picked up for me. Eleanor knocked, but I didn't hear her, and she used the spare key I'd given her months ago to let herself in. She walked into my kitchen and overheard me having what she thought was a conversation with someone. When she came around the corner, she saw me sitting alone, talking to the urn. Eleanor asked gently who I was talking to, and I explained I was telling Albert about my day. Eleanor looked confused and asked what I meant. I said I was talking to Albert's ashes, and Eleanor's face went pale. She said very carefully, "Ruth, Albert isn't dead. I saw him at the pharmacy 2 days ago. He was picking up his blood pressure medication." I initially thought Eleanor was confused or mistaken, but she insisted. She said she'd seen Albert multiple times since Patricia had told me he died, that he'd been shopping, running errands, living his normal life. I insisted that was impossible, that Albert had died of a heart attack 3 months ago and Patricia had identified his body. Eleanor said something was very wrong and she was calling the police. Within hours, the truth emerged, and it was so horrific I could barely comprehend it. Albert was alive. He hadn't died. Patricia had fabricated his death entirely. But the scheme was even worse than simple deception. Patricia had told Albert that I had died, while simultaneously telling me that he had died. She'd separated us while making each of us believe the other was dead, and she'd been preventing any contact between us for 3 months. Albert had been staying with Marcus, our son, believing I had died suddenly and that he was grieving while recovering from his own health issues. Marcus and Linda had been in on the scheme, helping Patricia maintain the separation. All three of our children had conspired to make us each believe the other had died, to keep us apart, and to control both of us while we were vulnerable with grief. But why? The answer was medication fraud. I have early Alzheimer's and had been prescribed expensive medications, including a relatively new drug that costs over $6,000 per month. Albert has various conditions requiring multiple prescriptions, including pain medications. Patricia had been collecting our prescribed medications from pharmacies using our insurance, but then giving us placebos or much cheaper medications while selling our actual prescriptions on the black market for substantial profit. By separating us and making each believe the other had died, Patricia had made us both more dependent, more confused, more compliant. She'd been able to control our medications completely, substituting cheap or fake pills while selling our real prescriptions. The grief medications she'd been giving me were either placebos or cheap generic sedatives that made me foggy and compliant. She'd been doing the same to Albert, telling him his medications had changed due to his grief and health issues. For 3 months, Patricia had been selling mine and Albert's legitimate prescriptions, particularly my expensive Alzheimer's medication, for profit, while making us each believe the other was dead. She'd collected approximately $30,000 from selling our medications on the black market, all while watching us both suffer through manufactured grief for spouses who were actually alive. The police investigation revealed the full scope of the conspiracy. Patricia, Marcus, and Linda had planned this together. They'd researched how to keep elderly people separated and compliant, had coordinated their stories carefully, and had been systematically harvesting our prescriptions for months. They'd kept Albert and me apart through careful logistics. He stayed with Marcus while I stayed in my own home with Patricia as primary caregiver. They'd intercepted any phone calls or attempts at communication. The emotional reunion with Albert was overwhelming. We held each other crying, each of us struggling to comprehend that the other was alive, that we'd spent 3 months believing our spouse had died, when actually we'd both been alive and separated through our children's fraud. Albert had grieved me intensely, had spoken to an urn he'd been told contained my ashes. I'd done the same. Our children had watched us both suffer through completely fabricated grief while they profited from selling our medications. Patricia, Marcus, and Linda were all arrested and charged with elder abuse, fraud, conspiracy, practicing medicine by deceptively substituting medications, and trafficking in prescription drugs. The evidence was overwhelming. Bank records showing Marcus's deposits from selling prescriptions, text messages between the 3 siblings coordinating the separation and their stories, and physical evidence of our real medications found in Patricia's home, waiting to be sold. The trial was emotionally devastating. Albert and I sat together in court listening to testimony about how our children had conspired to fake our deaths to each other, had substituted our medications while selling the real prescriptions, and had maintained this fraud for months while collecting tens of thousands of dollars. The prosecutor called it one of the most psychologically cruel elder abuse schemes she'd prosecuted, using fake death notifications to traumatize and control elderly parents for medication fraud. Patricia received 12 years in prison as the scheme's primary organizer. Marcus got 10 years for providing housing for Albert under false pretenses and being deeply involved in the conspiracy. Linda received 8 years for her role in coordination and maintaining the deception. All were ordered to pay restitution and lost any potential inheritance from our estate. The judge said their crimes showed such profound betrayal of parental trust and such cruel psychological manipulation that maximum sentences were appropriate. The physical impact was significant. 3 months without my actual Alzheimer's medication allowed the disease to progress more than it would have with proper treatment. My neurologist said the lack of medication during that crucial period may have cost me months or years of cognitive function. Albert's conditions had also worsened from receiving inadequate medications. Our health had been sacrificed for our children's profit. But the psychological trauma is even more severe. Both Albert and I experienced 3 months of genuine grief believing our spouse had died. I spoke to an urn daily, believing it contained Albert's ashes. He did the same, believing I was dead. We each mourned the other, processed the pain of losing our life partner, began contemplating futures alone. That grief was manufactured by our children for profit, but it was real to us while we experienced it. Neither of us can fully trust our perceptions now. For 3 months, I believed something absolutely fundamental, that my husband was dead, that turned out to be completely false, because my children had manipulated my reality. How do you trust your own understanding of the world after that? Every major belief feels potentially unreliable. The cognitive impact of early Alzheimer's, combined with the psychological manipulation, has left both Albert and me struggling to feel grounded in reality. Albert and I are both 82 now. I had a birthday during the separation that Patricia had acknowledged while telling me Albert was dead. We're living together again, back in our home, with independent caregivers helping us manage our medications properly. We're both in therapy, processing the trauma of believing each other had died while our children profited from our manufactured grief. Our other family members, Patricia, Marcus, and Linda's children, our grandchildren, are collateral damage. They're dealing with having all 3 of their parents in prison for elder abuse and fraud. Some grandchildren have reached out to us. Others have cut contact entirely, overwhelmed by the family destruction. We want relationships with them, but struggle with the pain of associating them with their parents' cruelty. Some people think we were too harsh in pursuing maximum prosecution that put all 3 of our children in prison for 8 to 12 years. They say our children made terrible choices but are paying heavily, and that families should find forgiveness rather than destroy 3 people's lives with long prison sentences. They point out the grandchildren are suffering with parents incarcerated. But our neighbor Eleanor, who discovered the truth and saved us, says Patricia, Marcus, and Linda deserve every year they received. She says making elderly parents each believe the other died while selling their medications for profit is psychological torture that warrants the harshest consequences. She says we should never feel guilty for prosecuting our children for such calculated cruelty. Our attorney says the medication fraud alone was serious, but combined with the fake death notifications and psychological manipulation, our case represented some of the worst elder abuse he'd encountered. He says 12 years for Patricia, who orchestrated everything, is appropriate given she watched us suffer through manufactured grief while collecting $30,000 from selling our prescriptions. I think about those 3 months often, sitting at my kitchen table talking to an urn, believing Albert was dead, taking medications Patricia gave me that were actually placebos while my real Alzheimer's drugs were sold for profit. I think about Albert doing the same, mourning me while our son Marcus maintained the deception. Our children had turned our love for each other into a weapon, using the depth of our bond to traumatize us for money. People say we should work toward forgiveness, that Patricia, Marcus, and Linda are still our children, and some form of reconciliation should be possible eventually. But they made us believe each other had died. They watched us grieve genuine grief for manufactured deaths. They sold the medications that were protecting my cognitive function. They did all of this for $30,000 in profit over 3 months. That level of calculated cruelty doesn't warrant forgiveness. Patricia, Marcus, and Linda will be released from prison in their mid to late 60s, having spent their late middle age incarcerated for elder abuse and fraud against their own parents. Their professional lives are destroyed, their relationships with their children damaged, their reputations permanently tarnished. All of it because they decided our medications were worth more sold on the black market than in our bodies, and the best way to harvest those medications was to make us each believe the other had died. Albert and I have updated our wills to completely exclude Patricia, Marcus, and Linda. After trying to profit from our medications while we were alive, they'll inherit nothing when we're actually dead. Our estate will go to our grandchildren who've maintained relationships with us and to organizations fighting elder abuse. Our children destroyed our family for $30,000. They'll face the financial consequences of that choice long after they're released from prison. Was I justified in supporting prosecution that resulted in all three of my children receiving 8 to 12 years in prison for making Albert and me each believe the other had died while selling our medications? Or should I have shown mercy toward my children, despite their psychological torture and medication fraud? My family unplugged my life support to speed up my inheritance, so I survived and disinherited them all. Waking up from a medically induced coma to discover your family tried to let you die for your money gives you a clarity about human nature that most people never experience. I'm Harold, 82, and 6 months ago I suffered a severe stroke that left me unconscious and on life support. My doctors had told my family that my prognosis was uncertain, that I might recover with time, but that the next few weeks were critical. They said to give my body time to heal and see how I progressed before making any decisions about care. I have 3 children: Thomas, 58, Linda, 55, and Robert, 52. I'd been a successful commercial contractor and had built a considerable estate over my lifetime, approximately $4.3 million in assets, including properties, investments, and a paid-off business I'd sold 5 years ago. My will split everything equally among my 3 children. They'd always known they'd inherit substantial wealth when I passed, but I'd expected that to be many years away since I'd been healthy and active despite my age. What I didn't know while I was unconscious was that my children were having very different conversations with my doctors than what the doctors had recommended. I found this out later through my medical records and testimony from nurses who'd been uncomfortable with what they witnessed. My children had apparently asked the doctors repeatedly about my chances of full recovery, and when told it was possible but uncertain, they'd focused entirely on the uncertainty. Within 72 hours of my stroke, while my body was still trying to stabilize and my brain was still swollen, my children had decided to remove me from life support. They told the doctors they didn't want me to live with diminished capacity, that I'd told them I wouldn't want to be kept alive if I couldn't have quality of life. They signed forms to withdraw care, and the medical staff began preparing to disconnect my ventilator and other support systems. But something unexpected happened. One of my longtime friends, George, who'd visited the hospital daily, overheard Thomas, Linda, and Robert talking in the hospital cafeteria about what they'd do with their inheritance money. Thomas was discussing buying a vacation home in Florida. Linda was talking about finally being able to retire early and travel. Robert was planning to pay off his business debts and expand his company. They were spending my money before I was even dead, and they were doing it within days of making the decision to end my life support. George was horrified. He knew I'd been improving according to the nurses, that my vital signs were stabilizing, and there were early signs I might be regaining consciousness. He contacted my attorney immediately and explained what was happening. My attorney arrived at the hospital within hours and got an emergency court order to halt the withdrawal of life support until an independent medical evaluation could be conducted. That evaluation, done by doctors with no connection to my family, found that I was actually showing significant signs of improvement. My brain swelling was reducing, my neurological responses were returning, and the prognosis for at least partial recovery was actually quite good. The doctor said withdrawing life support at that point would have been premature, and that I had a reasonable chance of regaining consciousness if given more time. My attorney argued to the judge that my children had misrepresented my wishes and condition to the medical staff in order to expedite my death and their inheritance. He presented George's testimony about overhearing them discussing spending inheritance money days after my stroke, before any reasonable determination could be made about my prognosis. The judge ordered that I remain on life support and that my children's medical decision-making authority be suspended, with the court appointing an independent guardian to make healthcare decisions in my best interest. My children were furious. They tried to claim they'd only been acting in my best interest, trying to spare me from a diminished quality of life. But their own conversations, overheard by George and several hospital staff members, contradicted that. They'd been focused on money and inheritance from the earliest days of my medical crisis, not on my well-being or wishes. The evidence suggested they decided to end my life support, not because I was beyond hope, but because they didn't want to wait for my recovery or risk inheriting less money if my medical care became expensive. Over the next 3 weeks, I slowly regained consciousness. It was a gradual process, confusing and frightening, but I was alive, and my cognitive functions were largely intact. I had physical deficits from the stroke, weakness on my left side, and some speech difficulties, but I was me. I could think clearly, understand what was happening, and make my own decisions. The doctors said my recovery was remarkable given the severity of my initial stroke. When I was finally alert enough to understand everything that had happened, my attorney visited and explained how close I'd come to having my life support withdrawn, how my children had been eager to end my care despite medical evidence I might recover, and how they'd been caught discussing their inheritance plans while I was still fighting for my life. I was devastated. These were the children I'd raised, put through college, helped buy homes, and supported through various life challenges. And they'd been willing to let me die prematurely to get their hands on my money. I made a decision immediately. While still in my hospital bed, with my attorney and witnesses present, I executed a new will. I disinherited Thomas, Linda, and Robert completely. Not a single dollar of my $4.3 million estate would go to any of them. Instead, I divided my estate among several charities, organizations supporting stroke research and recovery, a scholarship fund for underprivileged students in my hometown, and medical advocacy groups that protect patients' rights. I also added a clause to my will explicitly explaining why I disinherited my children. I detailed how they'd tried to have my life support withdrawn prematurely despite medical evidence I might recover, how they'd been overheard discussing spending inheritance money within days of my stroke, and how they'd prioritized accessing my wealth over giving me a chance to survive and recover. I wanted there to be no ambiguity about why they were getting nothing. When I was discharged from the hospital 2 months after my stroke, I moved into an assisted living facility that could provide the rehabilitation and support I needed. I did not tell my children about the new will immediately. I wanted to see how they'd behave, whether they'd show genuine concern for my recovery or continue to focus on their eventual inheritance. Their behavior was revealing. Thomas visited me twice in the first month, both visits consisting mainly of asking about my financial accounts and whether I'd updated my estate planning given my medical situation. Linda came once, spent 20 minutes with me, and then asked if I needed help organizing my affairs, since the stroke had been such a serious event. Robert didn't visit at all, but called several times to ask if I needed him to have power of attorney to help manage my assets during recovery. None of them asked how I was feeling emotionally. None expressed genuine relief that I'd survived or interest in my rehabilitation progress. Every interaction was transparently focused on my money and their access to it. It was like watching 3 people wait for someone to die so they could collect, and being that someone was profoundly disturbing. After 3 months, when I'd regained enough physical strength and speech clarity, I invited all 3 of my children to meet with me at my attorney's office. They came eagerly, probably thinking I was finally going to discuss estate planning or give them some financial assistance. Instead, I told them I knew everything that had happened while I was unconscious. I knew they'd tried to withdraw my life support prematurely. I knew they'd been discussing their inheritance within days of my stroke. I knew they'd shown more interest in my money than my recovery. I told them I'd changed my will and that they would inherit nothing. My entire estate would go to charities. I explained that their behavior had shown me they saw me not as a father, but as an obstacle to wealth they felt entitled to. I said that trying to end my life support while I still had a chance at recovery was unforgivable, and that I wanted them to know they'd sacrificed millions of dollars because they'd been too greedy and impatient to let me have a chance to survive. The room erupted. Thomas shouted that I was being manipulated by my attorney and friend George, that I wasn't thinking clearly because of the stroke. Linda burst into tears, claiming they'd only wanted to spare me suffering, that I was misunderstanding their intentions. Robert accused me of being cruel and vindictive, saying we could have had a conversation about this instead of me disinheriting them publicly. I told them I was thinking more clearly than I had in years. The stroke and near-death experience had clarified what mattered and who truly cared about me versus who cared about my bank account. I said their actions in my most vulnerable moments had revealed their true priorities, and those priorities didn't include me as a person, only as a source of inheritance. They tried various arguments over the following weeks. Thomas hired an attorney to challenge the will, claiming I wasn't mentally competent to make such decisions so soon after a stroke. But my attorney had been meticulous in documenting my competency, having me evaluated by independent psychologists and neurologists who all certified I had full decision-making capacity. The challenge went nowhere. Linda tried emotional manipulation, writing me letters about family and forgiveness, claiming she'd made mistakes but that I was destroying our family over a misunderstanding. But I had the hospital records and witness testimony showing what they'd tried to do. It wasn't a misunderstanding. It was attempted inheritance acceleration through premature termination of life support. Robert took a different approach, claiming he'd never wanted to withdraw life support, that it had been Thomas and Linda's decision and he'd just gone along. But the hospital records showed he'd signed the forms too, and witnesses had heard him discussing his inheritance plans as eagerly as his siblings. He was just as culpable. My extended family and friends were divided about what I'd done. Some thought I was absolutely justified, that my children had shown their true colors by trying to end my life support prematurely and should face the consequences of being disinherited. Others thought I was being too harsh, that families have complicated dynamics in medical crises, and I should forgive them and restore their inheritance. George, who'd saved my life by alerting my attorney, fully supported my decision. He said he'd been horrified by what he'd overheard and by how quickly my children had moved to end my care. He said I'd done the right thing protecting myself and ensuring they didn't benefit from their attempt to hasten my death. The nurses who'd cared for me and witnessed my children's behavior also expressed support when I saw them for follow-up appointments. One nurse told me she'd been deeply uncomfortable with how quickly my children had pushed for withdrawal of care and how focused they'd seemed on financial matters rather than my well-being. She said she'd seen family members make difficult end-of-life decisions out of love, and what my children had done didn't feel like that. But some of my old business associates thought I was overreacting. They said medical crises make people think about mortality and finances, that it was natural for my children to discuss inheritance while I was critically ill. They said I should remember all the years we'd had together and not let one difficult period define our entire relationship. My children's spouses were affected too. Thomas's wife was apparently devastated about the lost inheritance they'd been counting on. Linda's husband tried to pressure me to reconsider, arguing that Linda's actions hadn't warranted disinheritance. Robert's wife filed for divorce, apparently having married him partly because of his family wealth expectations, and losing that inheritance prospect ended her interest in the marriage. I'm now 83, living in assisted living with ongoing rehabilitation from my stroke. I have limited mobility on my left side and some speech difficulties, but I'm alive and mentally sharp, able to make my own decisions and enjoy the time I have left. My children don't visit anymore. They've made it clear they have no interest in a relationship with me if there's no inheritance to be gained. That's painful, but also clarifying about who they really are. My estate planning is ironclad. When I die, every dollar will go to charities and causes I believe in. The children who tried to end my life prematurely will get nothing. The money they were so eager to inherit that they couldn't wait for me to have a fair chance at recovery will instead benefit stroke victims, medical advocacy, and students who need opportunities I once had. People ask if I regret disinheriting my children, if I'll eventually change my mind and restore their inheritance. The answer is no. What they did wasn't a mistake or a moment of poor judgment. They systematically tried to end my medical care while I still had a reasonable chance of recovery. And they did it while discussing how they'd spend my money. They showed me that, to them, I was worth more dead than alive. That's not something forgiveness can fix, and it's not something that should be rewarded with millions of dollars. Thomas, Linda, and Robert gambled that they could hasten my death and collect their inheritance quickly. They lost that gamble when I survived. Now they're living with the consequences of their greed. A father who's alive but wants nothing to do with them, and an inheritance that's gone to charity instead of their bank accounts. They tried to benefit from my death and instead ensured they'd benefit from nothing at all. I'll die eventually, probably soon given my age and health issues, but when I do, it will be on my own terms, with my assets going to causes that help people rather than to the children who tried to unplug my life support for money. They chose inheritance over their father. I chose to ensure that choice cost them everything they'd been waiting for. Maybe that makes me vindictive, but maybe it makes me someone who refused to reward attempted filicide with millions of dollars. Was I justified in completely disinheriting my children after they tried to withdraw my life support prematurely to access their inheritance faster? Or am I being too harsh by ensuring they receive nothing after one terrible decision during a medical crisis? My grandkids put me in a memory care unit I didn't need, so I escaped and sued them all. Waking up locked in a memory care facility when you have no dementia and no idea how you got there is the kind of nightmare that fundamentally breaks your trust in reality. I'm Arnold, 79, and 6 months ago, I woke up in a small room with a hospital bed, my clothes gone, wearing a facility gown, with my door locked from the outside. I was disoriented and terrified, banging on the door until a nurse came and tried to calm me down, explaining I was in Riverside Memory Care and that I was safe. I told her there'd been a mistake, that I didn't have memory problems and shouldn't be there. She looked at me with the patient, condescending expression I'd come to know well, and said, that's what many residents say at first, but that my family had placed me there for my own safety because I'd been experiencing severe cognitive decline. She said my grandchildren had signed the admission paperwork and that I should try to rest and adjust to my new home. My grandchildren. I have 4 grandchildren: Emma, 32, Jackson, 29, Madison, 27, and Tyler, 24. Their parents, my son and daughter, had both died young, my son from cancer at 43 and my daughter in a car accident at 41. I'd helped raise these kids, put them through college, been their primary family support after their parents died. And apparently they'd committed me to a locked memory care facility without my knowledge or consent. The first few days were absolutely terrifying and disorienting. The staff treated me like I was confused and delusional every time I insisted I was cognitively fine and didn't belong there. They'd nod sympathetically and redirect me to activities, speaking slowly and simply as if I were a child. I was locked in with other residents who genuinely had advanced dementia, surrounded by people who couldn't remember their own names, while I was completely lucid and trapped. I demanded to see my grandchildren, to talk to whoever had admitted me, but the staff said family visits were restricted in the first 2 weeks to help new residents adjust. I asked for a phone to call my lawyer, but was told residents weren't allowed personal phones because it could be confusing and dangerous. I asked to speak to the facility director, but was told the director would meet with me once I'd settled in. I was imprisoned with no way to communicate with the outside world. What I didn't know at the time was the elaborate fraud my grandchildren had committed to get me locked away. I found out later through legal discovery that Emma, Jackson, Madison, and Tyler had forged documents from a doctor claiming I had advanced dementia and was a danger to myself. They'd fabricated stories about me wandering away from home, forgetting to eat, and having paranoid delusions. They'd created an entirely fictional narrative of cognitive decline and used it to convince Riverside Memory Care to admit me under what's called an emergency placement. Why would they do this? The answer, I learned later, was money. I owned my home outright, worth about $680,000, and had retirement savings of approximately $420,000. I'd told my grandchildren I was planning to update my will to include some charitable donations for Alzheimer's research and children's cancer research, organizations meaningful to me given my family history. Emma had apparently interpreted this as me planning to give away their inheritance to charity and had convinced her siblings they needed to act fast. Their plan was simple and horrific. Get me declared incompetent and committed to memory care, obtain guardianship over me and my assets, then systematically drain my accounts to pay for the expensive facility while quietly transferring my remaining assets to themselves. By the time I died in the facility, my estate would be depleted, and they'd have already taken what they wanted. It was premeditated elder abuse and fraud on a scale that's almost hard to comprehend. But my grandchildren made one critical mistake. They underestimated me. I'm not a confused old man with dementia. I'm a retired civil engineer who worked on major infrastructure projects for 40 years. I'm methodical, analytical, and I don't give up when faced with problems. And being locked in that facility made me absolutely determined to find a way out and make them pay for what they'd done. On my 6th day in the facility, I befriended another residence visitor, a woman named Ruth, who came to see her mother. I explained my situation, that I'd been committed by fraud and needed help. Ruth was skeptical at first, probably thinking I was another delusional resident. But I spoke clearly and specifically about the legal procedures involved in involuntary commitment and explained the inconsistencies in what had happened to me. I asked her to look up my grandchildren's names online and see if there were any suspicious financial activities. Ruth agreed, more out of curiosity than belief, but what she found shocked her. Emma had posted on social media just 2 days before my commitment about finally being able to afford a down payment on her dream house. Jackson had purchased a new luxury car the week after I was committed. The timing was suspicious, and Ruth agreed to help me. She smuggled in her phone during her next visit and let me call my longtime attorney, Bernard. Bernard was horrified when I explained where I was and how I'd gotten there. He said he'd been trying to reach me for 2 weeks after Emma had contacted him, claiming I'd asked her to take over my financial affairs due to cognitive decline. Bernard had been suspicious because I'd always been sharp in our communications. But Emma had said I was having good days and bad days. Now he understood I'd been locked away to prevent me from stopping their fraud. Bernard filed an emergency petition for my release within hours, arguing that I'd been improperly committed without proper medical evaluation or legal procedures. He demanded immediate psychological evaluation by independent doctors. The facility, when confronted with a lawyer's demands and potential liability, suddenly became cooperative. Within 2 days, I was evaluated by 2 independent psychiatrists who both certified I had no dementia or significant cognitive impairment and had been inappropriately placed. The judge ordered my immediate release and launched an investigation into how I'd been committed in the first place. I walked out of Riverside Memory Care after 9 days of imprisonment, and the first thing I did was go directly to Bernard's office to start legal proceedings against my grandchildren and anyone else involved in the fraud that had locked me away. The investigation revealed the full scope of their scheme. Emma, Jackson, Madison, and Tyler had worked together to forge the doctor's documents, claiming I had dementia. They'd coached each other on what to tell the facility about my supposed symptoms. Emma, as the oldest, had signed the admission paperwork using a forged power of attorney document. Once I was locked away, they'd immediately begun accessing my accounts, transferring money to themselves under the guise of paying for my care. In the 9 days I was imprisoned, they'd stolen over $55,000 from my accounts. Emma had taken $20,000 for her house down payment. Jackson had taken $18,000 for his car. Madison and Tyler had split the rest. They'd been planning to continue systematically draining my accounts while I was locked in memory care, unable to stop them, or even communicate with the outside world about what was happening. I filed both civil and criminal complaints against all 4 grandchildren. The charges were extensive: elder abuse, fraud, forgery, false imprisonment, conspiracy, and theft. The district attorney was eager to prosecute given the egregious nature of the case and the clear evidence of premeditation. My grandchildren had committed what the DA called some of the most calculated elder abuse she'd seen in her career. The criminal trial happened relatively quickly because the evidence was overwhelming. The forged documents, the social media posts showing sudden wealth immediately after my commitment, the bank records showing the stolen money, testimony from the psychiatrists who'd evaluated me and found no cognitive impairment. All of it painted a clear picture of deliberate fraud and abuse. Emma, Jackson, Madison, and Tyler were all convicted. Emma received a 5-year prison sentence as the ringleader who'd forged the main documents and coordinated the scheme. Jackson got 4 years. Madison and Tyler each received 3-year sentences. All were ordered to repay the stolen money plus damages and legal fees. All 4 of my grandchildren, the children I'd raised and supported after their parents died, were going to prison for trying to lock me away and rob me. The civil suit resulted in a judgment of over $200,000 against them collectively, including punitive damages for the emotional distress and false imprisonment. The judge in the civil case said what they'd done was among the most cruel forms of elder abuse imaginable, manufacturing a dementia diagnosis to imprison a lucid, competent person in locked memory care in order to steal from them. Riverside Memory Care also faced significant liability. They'd admitted me based on clearly inadequate documentation, without conducting their own proper medical evaluation. They'd locked me in a memory unit despite me demonstrating no signs of cognitive impairment. My attorneys negotiated a substantial settlement with them for false imprisonment and negligence, money that will cover my legal expenses and compensate for the trauma of those 9 days. The response from the extended family and community has been complicated. Some people are horrified by what my grandchildren did and fully support my decision to prosecute them. They say locking a competent person in memory care to steal from them is unspeakably cruel and deserves the harshest consequences. They say I did the right thing, ensuring they faced both criminal and civil punishment. But others think I went too far by pursuing criminal charges that sent all 4 grandchildren to prison. They acknowledge what Emma, Jackson, Madison, and Tyler did was terrible, but argue they're young people who made catastrophic mistakes under financial pressure, and that destroying their lives with felony convictions and years in prison is excessive when I could have simply recovered my money civilly and cut them off. My late son's best friend told me that while my grandchildren's actions were indefensible, he thinks their father, my son, would be heartbroken to see all 4 of his children and nephews in prison. He said I could have gotten my money back and protected myself without ensuring they'd serve years in prison and carry felony elder abuse convictions forever. He said I'd let my anger override mercy. But Ruth, the woman who helped me escape the facility, says I did exactly the right thing. She says what my grandchildren did was kidnapping, false imprisonment, and systematic theft from a vulnerable person. She says they deserve every year of prison they received and that prosecuting them protects other elderly people from similar schemes. She visits me regularly and has become a close friend. Bernard, my attorney, says this was one of the most disturbing elder abuse cases he's encountered because of how calculated it was. He says my grandchildren didn't make an impulsive mistake. They planned over weeks how to fabricate documents, imprison me, and rob me. He says prison is appropriate for that level of premeditation and that I shouldn't feel guilty about their consequences. The facility psychiatrists who evaluated me after my release documented significant trauma from the 9 days of imprisonment. Being locked in memory care while completely lucid, being treated as confused and delusional when I insisted I was fine, watching staff speak to me like I was a child, being surrounded by people with severe dementia while unable to prove I didn't belong there. It was psychologically devastating. I still have nightmares about being trapped there. I'm 80 now, living independently in my home that my grandchildren tried to steal. I've updated my will to remove all 4 of them completely. My estate will be divided among the charities I'd originally planned to include, with nothing going to Emma, Jackson, Madison, or Tyler. They tried to imprison me to steal my money, and now they'll get nothing, either during my life or after my death. None of my grandchildren have attempted to contact me directly, probably on advice of their attorneys or due to restraining orders. But I've received letters from their friends and Madison's ex-boyfriend, claiming they're genuinely remorseful and that prison is destroying them. The letters emphasize that Emma is in particular struggling, that being the oldest, she feels responsible for leading her siblings into this disaster, and that she's having serious mental health issues in prison. I feel no sympathy. Emma led a conspiracy to forge documents, imprison me fraudulently, and rob me. She wasn't some naive kid. She was a 32-year-old woman who systematically planned elder abuse against her own grandfather. Mental health struggles in prison are consequences of her choices, not reasons I should regret prosecuting her. Tyler's ex-girlfriend sent me a particularly manipulative letter, saying Tyler had only gone along with the plan because his older siblings pressured him, that he'd been reluctant, but Emma had convinced him it was for my own good. She said I should consider that Tyler was the youngest and most easily influenced, and that 5 people going to prison was excessive when the 2 youngest could have been spared with probation. But the evidence showed Tyler had enthusiastically participated, had taken his share of the stolen money immediately, and had fully understood what they were doing was fraudulent imprisonment and theft. Being the youngest didn't make him less culpable. He was 24, a college graduate, an adult who'd chosen to participate in locking his grandfather in a memory care facility he knew I didn't need. I think about waking up in that locked room, disoriented and terrified, not understanding where I was or how I'd gotten there. I think about the first time I tried to leave and found my door locked, about the nurse explaining to me like I was a confused child that I had dementia and needed to stay. I think about 9 days of imprisonment while my grandchildren stole from me and probably hoped I'd die there before anyone discovered their fraud. My grandchildren tried to erase me as a person, to reduce me to a confused dementia patient they could lock away and rob. They underestimated me completely. I escaped. I fought back with every legal tool available, and I made sure they paid the maximum possible price for what they did. 4 of them are in prison. All 4 carry felony elder abuse convictions that will follow them forever. And I've ensured through my will that their attempt to steal my estate early means they'll inherit nothing when I actually die. People say I should forgive them, that they're my grandchildren, and family is more important than money or revenge. But what they did wasn't about money. It was about imprisoning me, stealing my autonomy, treating me as something less than human, to be locked away and exploited. That kind of betrayal isn't something forgiveness can address. It's something that deserves prison, permanent estrangement, and the absolute certainty that their cruelty gained them nothing but destroyed their own lives. Was I right to pursue maximum criminal prosecution that sent all 4 grandchildren to prison? Or should I have sought civil recovery of my money without destroying their lives with felony conviction? My grandson married me to his friend for my benefits. Then I had them both arrested. Finding out you've been tricked into marriage by your own grandchild creates a special kind of heartbreak that never really heals. I'm Eleanor, 79, and my grandson Jason, 28, has been living with me since he was 19 after his parents kicked him out for drug problems. I took him in because he's my only grandchild, and despite his issues, I loved him and wanted to give him a chance to get his life together. I helped him get clean, paid for his community college, and basically supported him for nearly a decade. About a year ago, Jason brought home a friend named Marcus, 32, who he said needed a place to stay temporarily. Marcus was polite and helpful around the house, and I didn't mind the company. Over a few months, Marcus became a fixture in our home. He'd help me with groceries, drive me to doctor appointments when Jason was working, and we'd watch Jeopardy together in the evenings. I genuinely enjoyed his company and thought of him almost like a second grandson. Then one day, Marcus asked if he could talk to me about something important. He said he was from Nigeria originally and was having problems with his visa status. He'd been in the country for years, but his work visa was expiring, and he was terrified of being deported back to Nigeria, where he said he'd face political persecution. He asked if I'd be willing to marry him on paper to help him get his green card. He promised it would be purely a legal arrangement, that nothing would change in our living situation, and that once he had his permanent residency, we could quietly divorce. I was uncomfortable with the idea, but Marcus was very persuasive. He said he'd pay me $15,000 for helping him, money I could use for medical expenses or to help Jason. He showed me documents that looked official about his visa situation. Jason strongly encouraged me to do it, saying Marcus was a good person who just needed help, and that it was basically free money for signing some papers. After weeks of them both pressing me, I reluctantly agreed. The wedding was at City Hall, with Jason and another friend as witnesses. It felt strange, but Marcus assured me it was just a formality. We signed papers, took some photos that Marcus said were required for his immigration application, and went home. Marcus gave me $5,000 up front and promised the remaining $10,000 once his green card was approved. Jason seemed pleased and told me I'd done a good thing helping someone in need. Over the next few months, I started noticing unusual mail coming to the house addressed to both Marcus and me. Insurance documents, bank statements, notices from Social Security. When I asked Marcus about it, he was vague and dismissive, saying it was just paperwork related to his immigration case. But something felt wrong. I started opening some of the mail and discovered that Marcus had added himself as a beneficiary to my Social Security, had opened joint bank accounts in our names, and had even listed himself on my health insurance as my spouse. When I confronted Marcus, he admitted that the immigration story had been largely fabricated. Yes, he was from Nigeria, and yes, he wanted permanent residency. But his visa situation hadn't been as dire as he'd claimed. The real reason for the marriage was to gain access to my benefits and assets. As my legal spouse, he had rights to my Social Security survivor benefits when I died, could claim portions of my pension, and had established himself as having financial interest in my home and estate. I was devastated and furious. I confronted Jason, who I'd trusted to look out for me, and he admitted he'd been in on the plan from the beginning. Marcus was paying him $20,000 to help orchestrate the marriage and convince me to go along with it. They'd been scamming me together, using my trust and affection to trap me in a fraudulent marriage that gave Marcus access to my benefits and assets. Jason, my own grandson who I'd raised and supported for nearly a decade, had sold me out for $20,000. I felt utterly betrayed and violated. But I'm not a helpless old woman who just accepts being victimized. I taught school for 40 years, and I know how to research and plan. I contacted a lawyer who specialized in elder abuse and immigration fraud. When I explained the situation, he was immediately concerned and said what Marcus and Jason had done was multiple kinds of illegal: marriage fraud, conspiracy, elder financial abuse, and potentially identity theft, depending on how Marcus had accessed my accounts. My attorney helped me gather evidence. We pulled all the financial documents showing Marcus had been systematically adding himself to my accounts and benefits without fully explaining what he was doing. We got copies of the mail and applications Marcus had filed using our marriage certificate. We even had text messages between Jason and Marcus that my attorney obtained through legal discovery, where they discussed how much money they'd eventually get from my Social Security and estate after I died. The evidence was damning. Marcus had married me specifically to defraud the government benefit systems and to position himself to inherit from me. Jason had facilitated this fraud for payment and had violated his duty as my grandson to protect rather than exploit me. My attorney said we had grounds for both criminal complaints and to have the marriage annulled based on fraud. I filed for annulment immediately, providing all the evidence of fraud and deception. The court granted it quickly, given the clear evidence that I'd been tricked into the marriage under false pretenses. Marcus fought it initially, but had no defense against the documented evidence that he'd lied about his circumstances and had been systematically accessing my benefits and accounts without my informed consent. But I didn't stop with the annulment. I filed criminal complaints against both Marcus and Jason with both local police and federal authorities. Marriage fraud for immigration purposes is a federal crime. Elder financial abuse is a serious crime in my state. Conspiracy to commit fraud is criminal. My attorney helped me file reports with every relevant authority, and I provided all the evidence we'd gathered. The federal investigation moved quickly because marriage fraud undermines the entire immigration system. Agents interviewed me extensively, reviewed all the documents Marcus had filed claiming our marriage was legitimate, and examined the financial transactions that showed the true purpose of the marriage. They built a case showing Marcus had committed marriage fraud and that Jason had been his co-conspirator. Both Marcus and Jason were arrested within 3 months of my initial complaint. Marcus was charged with marriage fraud, identity theft, elder abuse, and fraud against government benefit programs. Jason was charged as an accomplice to all of it, plus additional charges for exploiting a vulnerable adult, his own grandmother. The evidence was overwhelming, especially the text messages between them discussing how much money they'd eventually get from my benefits and estate. Marcus took a plea deal. He pleaded guilty to marriage fraud and elder financial exploitation in exchange for reduced charges. He was sentenced to 2 years in federal prison, followed by deportation. He'd never get his green card or citizenship, and he'd be permanently barred from re-entering the United States. At 33, his dreams of building a life in America were over, destroyed by his own fraudulent choices. Jason went to trial because he initially refused to plead guilty, claiming he'd been manipulated by Marcus and hadn't understood the full extent of what they were doing. But the text messages showed clearly that he'd known exactly what was happening and had been motivated by the $20,000 payment. The jury convicted him on multiple counts. He was sentenced to 3 years in prison for elder abuse and conspiracy to commit fraud. My daughter, Jason's mother, who'd kicked him out years ago, was horrified by what her son had done. She called me crying, apologizing for Jason's behavior and for not being a better parent to him. But she also said she thought I'd been too harsh in pursuing criminal charges that would give Jason a felony record, that I should have handled it privately as a family matter. She said he'd made a terrible mistake but didn't deserve prison, that I was sending my own grandson to jail. I told her that Jason had conspired to defraud me and exploit my benefits, had helped a stranger access my Social Security and finances, and had done it all for money while pretending to love and care for me. That wasn't a family mistake. That was a criminal conspiracy that deserved criminal consequences. He'd get out of prison eventually, but he'd carry a felony record for elder abuse, which would ensure he could never work with vulnerable populations or in positions of trust. That seemed appropriate to me. Some family members and old friends thought I'd been too harsh. They said yes, what Marcus and Jason did was wrong, but that reporting them to federal authorities and ensuring they'd go to prison was excessive for what was essentially a family conflict about money and poor judgment. They said I should have just kicked them out and moved on, maybe gotten the marriage annulled, but not destroyed their lives with criminal records. But other friends, especially those who'd worked in law or social services, were horrified by what had been done to me and said I'd been absolutely right to pursue criminal charges. They said marriage fraud and elder abuse are serious crimes, that Marcus and Jason had committed federal offenses and deserved federal consequences. They said letting them off with just an annulment and family estrangement would have sent the message that exploiting elderly family members was acceptable. My attorney said I'd done the right thing both for myself and for other potential victims. He said Marcus had likely done this before or would have done it again to other vulnerable people if he hadn't been caught and deported. He said Jason's conviction might prevent him from victimizing others in the future. He said, elder abuse often goes unreported because victims are embarrassed or feel family loyalty, and that my willingness to prosecute was important. The financial damage from Marcus's fraud was significant. He'd managed to collect about $3,000 in Social Security benefits he wasn't entitled to before we caught it. He'd run up charges on a credit card he'd opened in my name. He'd made himself beneficiary on accounts that would have paid out substantial money when I died. The government was able to recover some of it, but not all. I had to spend thousands on legal fees to unwind everything he'd done financially. I'm 80 now, living alone in my house that I once shared with Jason and Marcus. I've changed all my locks, updated all my financial accounts and beneficiary designations, and become much more cautious about who I trust. I have a social worker who checks on me weekly now, a service I'd always refused before thinking I didn't need help. I've learned the hard way that my independence and trust made me vulnerable. Jason will be released from prison in about a year. He's written me letters apologizing and claiming he's changed, that prison has made him realize what he did was wrong. He asks if we can rebuild our relationship when he gets out. I haven't responded to any of his letters.
I don't know if I'll ever be able to forgive him for selling me out to a stranger for $20,000, for helping someone systematically exploit my benefits and positioning to inherit from me. Marcus was deported 6 months ago after serving his sentence. He's back in Nigeria, permanently barred from returning to the United States. His dream of American residency and citizenship is gone forever. The life he tried to build through fraud and exploitation of an elderly woman ended with imprisonment and deportation. I have no sympathy for him. I think about that day at City Hall when I signed marriage papers to what I thought was helping a friend in need. I think about the months of Marcus and Jason living in my house, eating my food, accepting my care, all while planning how they'd exploit my benefits, and eventually, my death, for money. I think about my grandson watching Jeopardy with me while texting his co-conspirator about their fraud scheme. People ask if I regret reporting them to authorities, if I regret that my testimony sent them both to prison. The answer is no. What Marcus and Jason did wasn't a mistake or poor judgment. It was calculated criminal exploitation of a vulnerable elderly person. They'd planned it, executed it over months, and had positioned themselves to continue benefiting from it for years or even decades. They deserved prison. But I do carry sadness about what this says about family and trust. Jason was the baby I'd held when he was born, the troubled teenager I'd taken in when his own parents gave up on him, the grandson I'd loved unconditionally even when he struggled. And he'd repaid that love by treating me as a mark to exploit for cash. That betrayal is something I'll carry for whatever time I have left. Jason made his choices and is facing his consequences. Marcus made his choices and has been permanently removed from the country. And I'm living with the knowledge that my trust and generosity made me a victim, but that I had the strength and resources to ensure my abusers faced real justice. They tried to exploit an old woman they thought was helpless. Instead, they discovered I was someone who would ensure they paid the maximum legal price for their crime. Was I right to report them to federal authorities and pursue criminal charges that sent them both to prison? Or should I have handled the betrayal privately, without destroying their futures with felony convictions? My grandson told me I needed surgery for a tumor, but secretly scheduled my euthanasia instead. Receiving a cancer diagnosis from your grandson who's a doctor creates a trust that feels absolute and unbreakable. I'm Margaret, 83, and my grandson, Dr. Ethan Caldwell, 36, is an oncologist who I've always been incredibly proud of. 6 months ago, Ethan called me sounding serious and asked me to come to his office for a consultation. When I arrived, he sat me down and told me he'd noticed some concerning symptoms during a recent family dinner: persistent cough, weight loss, fatigue, and had quietly ordered some tests that revealed a mass in my lung. Ethan showed me what he said were my scan results on his computer screen. The images showed a large tumor that he explained was stage 3 lung cancer. He said it was operable, but that I needed surgery soon before it progressed further. He was gentle but direct, explaining that with surgery and treatment, I could potentially have several more good years.
Without intervention, he said, I'd likely have less than 6 months to live. I was terrified, but also grateful that Ethan had caught it and that surgery was an option. He said he'd arrange everything, that he'd personally coordinate with the best thoracic surgeon he knew, and that I'd be scheduled within 2 weeks. He said not to worry about the logistics or costs, that he'd handle all the medical arrangements. He encouraged me not to tell other family members yet, because he didn't want to worry them until after we had more certainty about the surgical outcome. I trusted Ethan completely. He's a respected oncologist, my grandson who I'd helped raise after his mother died when he was young, and he seemed genuinely concerned about my well-being and my chances. He gave me papers to sign that he said were surgical consent forms and hospital intake documents. I signed everything he put in front of me, trusting that my grandson, the doctor, knew what was best for my medical care. The day before my scheduled surgery, Ethan picked me up from my home, saying he wanted me to stay overnight at a specialized medical facility near the hospital to ensure I was properly prepared for the early morning procedure. He drove me to what looked like a quiet, private clinic and got me settled in a comfortable room. The staff were kind but minimal, and I noticed the facility seemed unusually calm and almost spa-like for a pre-surgical medical center. That evening, a nurse came in and explained she was going to start my IV and give me some pre-surgical medications to help me rest before tomorrow's procedure. She seemed slightly nervous and kept glancing at paperwork, but I assumed she was just being thorough. After she administered something through the IV, I started feeling very relaxed and drowsy. The last thing I remember clearly was Ethan coming into my room, squeezing my hand, and saying something about how I wouldn't feel any pain, and that everything would be peaceful. I woke up in a hospital room, a real hospital, not the quiet clinic Ethan had taken me to, with my other grandson Kyle and my daughter-in-law Patricia at my bedside, looking relieved and furious simultaneously. I was confused and disoriented, and it took several minutes before they could explain what had actually happened, and why I was alive when I should have been in surgery. What I learned made me physically ill. Kyle, who's a paramedic, had been trying to reach me about coming to visit and couldn't get through. When he'd called Ethan to ask if he knew where I was, Ethan had been evasive and claimed I was at a medical appointment and would call Kyle back later. Something about Ethan's tone had made Kyle suspicious, and he'd used his hospital connections to try to find out where I might be for medical care. Kyle had discovered I wasn't scheduled for any surgery at any hospital in the area. When he'd confronted Ethan directly, Ethan had become defensive and eventually admitted I was at a specialized care facility, but refused to say where. Kyle had gotten a very bad feeling and had gone to Ethan's office to look through his files while Ethan wasn't there. What he'd found was horrifying. I didn't have lung cancer at all. The scan images Ethan had shown me weren't mine. They were stock medical images of tumors that Ethan had presented as my test results. Ethan had never ordered any actual tests on me. He'd fabricated the entire cancer diagnosis. And the surgery I'd been scheduled for wasn't surgery at all. Ethan had enrolled me in what's known as medical assistance in dying, commonly called euthanasia, legal in our state for terminal patients who request it. The papers I'd signed thinking they were surgical consent forms were actually applications and consent documents for physician-assisted suicide. Ethan had forged additional documents claiming I had terminal cancer, was in severe pain, and had repeatedly requested to end my life peacefully. He'd found a controversial end-of-life clinic willing to perform the procedure quickly without thorough verification, and I'd been scheduled to be euthanized the next morning, believing I was going into cancer surgery. Kyle had figured all this out barely in time. He'd traced which end-of-life facility Ethan was using and had shown up with Patricia and hospital security just as they were preparing to administer the final medications that would have ended my life. Kyle had legal documentation showing I had no cancer diagnosis and had never consented to euthanasia. The facility had stopped the procedure immediately, called police, and transported me to a real hospital for evaluation. I was examined thoroughly by independent doctors who confirmed I had no lung cancer, no tumors, and no terminal illness of any kind. I was a healthy 83-year-old with normal age-related issues, but nothing life-threatening. My grandson, the oncologist, had fabricated a fatal diagnosis, manipulated me into signing euthanasia consent documents I didn't understand, and had arranged for me to be killed thinking I was going into surgery. He'd tried to murder me, using his medical credentials and my trust in him. Why would Ethan do this? The investigation revealed a motive that made me feel even sicker. Ethan had significant gambling debts, over $300,000 owed to dangerous people who were pressuring him for payment. He stood to inherit approximately $400,000 from my estate as one of my primary beneficiaries. By having me euthanized quickly under false pretenses, he'd get his inheritance in time to pay his debts and avoid serious consequences from the people he owed. Ethan had calculated that if he simply killed me outright, it would be investigated as murder. But if he could manipulate me into legally consenting to euthanasia under a fabricated terminal diagnosis, my death would appear voluntary and legal. He'd exploited gaps in oversight at the end-of-life clinic he'd selected, knowing they sometimes expedited procedures without thorough verification. He'd used his medical credentials to fabricate documentation, and his family relationship to gain my trust. The legal consequences came swiftly. Ethan was arrested and charged with attempted murder, medical fraud, forging documents, conspiracy, and elder abuse. His medical license was immediately revoked. The end-of-life clinic he'd used faced serious investigations for accepting a patient without proper verification of terminal diagnosis or genuine consent. Several staff members were disciplined for not following proper protocols that would have caught Ethan's fabrications. The evidence against Ethan was overwhelming. He'd created false medical records on his work computer showing a fabricated cancer diagnosis. He'd forged multiple doctors' signatures on documentation. His financial records showed the gambling debts and communications with people demanding payment. Most damning, security footage from the end-of-life clinic showed him bringing me there and providing staff with falsified documents, and his own text messages discussed needing money urgently and referred to me as his inheritance situation that needed to be resolved quickly. Ethan's attorney tried to negotiate a plea deal, but prosecutors wanted to take the case to trial, given the egregious nature of attempting to murder one's own grandmother through fraudulent euthanasia. The prosecutor said this was one of the most calculated and cold-blooded crimes she'd prosecuted. Using medical credentials to fabricate a terminal diagnosis, exploiting gaps in end-of-life care protocols, and manipulating family trust to convince someone to consent to their own death unknowingly. The trial lasted 3 weeks. I had to sit in court listening to testimony about how close I'd come to being killed. Experts testified about how the medications I'd been given were the beginning stages of euthanasia protocol. That if Kyle hadn't intervened when he did, I'd have been given the final dose within hours. Medical ethicists testified about the profound betrayal of a doctor using his position to murder a family member. Ethan was convicted on all counts. The judge sentenced him to 25 years to life in prison, noting that Ethan had abused his position as a physician, betrayed family trust, and attempted to murder his own grandmother through one of the most manipulative schemes imaginable. The judge said Ethan had weaponized end-of-life care, exploiting a legitimate medical service for murder, and deserved the harshest sentence possible. The psychological trauma is something I'm still processing in therapy. I willingly went with my grandson, believing I was going to surgery to remove cancer that would save my life. Instead, I was hours away from being euthanized, from being killed while believing I was being cured. The betrayal is so layered. The fake diagnosis, the manufactured fear, the trust exploited, the plan to end my life while I remained ignorant of what was actually happening. Kyle saved my life by being suspicious and persistent. He's dealt with his own trauma from knowing how close he came to losing me, and from the knowledge that his cousin tried to murder me for inheritance money. Kyle has nightmares about what would have happened if he'd been 30 minutes later, if he hadn't trusted his instincts that something was wrong. the family has completely fractured. Ethan's father, my son, was initially in denial that his son could do something so horrific. But the evidence was irrefutable, and he's now estranged from Ethan completely. He's racked with guilt, wondering if he missed signs of Ethan's gambling problems or moral deterioration. Patricia, Kyle's mother and my daughter-in-law, wants nothing to do with Ethan and has told him through her attorney to never contact our family again. Some people, particularly Ethan's ex-girlfriend and a few of his former friends, have suggested I bear some responsibility for his desperation by not helping him with his gambling debts when he'd needed money. They imply that if I'd given Ethan money to pay his debts, he wouldn't have been driven to such extreme actions. This victim blaming makes me furious. Ethan never asked me for help with gambling debts, and even if he had, that wouldn't justify attempting to murder me. The end-of-life clinic that nearly euthanized me based on Ethan's forged documents has faced significant consequences. They lost their license to operate, and several staff members faced disciplinary action for not properly verifying the terminal diagnosis or the authenticity of consent. The case has sparked legislative discussions about strengthening oversight and verification requirements for medical assistance in dying to prevent similar exploitation. Ethan will likely spend the rest of his productive life in prison. He'll be in his 60s before he's eligible for parole. His medical career is permanently over. His reputation is destroyed as the doctor who tried to murder his grandmother through fraudulent euthanasia. He threw away everything, his career, his freedom, his family, because he'd gambled away money and decided the fastest solution was killing me for inheritance. I'm 84 now, alive because my grandson Kyle was suspicious and persistent, and because he arrived at that clinic just hours before Ethan's plan would have succeeded. I've updated my will to remove Ethan entirely and to increase Kyle's inheritance significantly as thanks for saving my life. I've also left substantial amounts to organizations working to strengthen oversight of end-of-life care to prevent others from being exploited the way I nearly was. Ethan has sent letters from prison that are self-pitying and defensive. He claims he was desperate because of his gambling debts and made a terrible mistake, but insists he'd never have actually gone through with it at the last moment. He says I've destroyed his life by prosecuting him when I could have shown mercy given his family. He seems to genuinely believe he's somehow a victim in this situation. I haven't responded to any of his letters. The grandson who fabricated a cancer diagnosis, manipulated me into signing euthanasia consent documents, and drove me to a clinic where I was hours from being killed. That person doesn't get my mercy or my correspondence. He used his medical knowledge and our family relationship to nearly murder me for money. He deserves every year of his 25 to life sentence. People ask if I'll ever forgive Ethan, if family bonds might eventually allow for some reconciliation. But Ethan didn't just try to steal from me or betray my trust in abstract ways. He fabricated a terminal diagnosis, manipulated me into believing I was dying, and scheduled my death while I thought I was going into life-saving surgery. I'd have died believing I had cancer, believing my grandson had tried to save me, never knowing he'd actually killed me for inheritance money. Was I right to support maximum prosecution that resulted in Ethan receiving 25 years to life for attempting to kill me through fraudulent euthanasia? Or should I have shown mercy to my grandson, despite his attempt to murder me for inheritance money? My son convinced me to donate a kidney to a sick child who didn't exist, then sold it on the black market. Believing you've saved a child's life through kidney donation creates a profound sense of purpose that makes the pain and recovery worthwhile. I'm Evelyn, 76, and 8 months ago my son Thomas, 49, came to me with what seemed like a heartbreaking but noble request. He said a colleague of his had a 7-year-old daughter named Sophie who was in kidney failure and desperately needed a transplant. Thomas said Sophie's family had exhausted their donor list and time was running out. He asked if I'd be willing to be tested as a potential donor, saying it would mean the world to this family and could save a little girl's life. I was moved by the urgency and the opportunity to help. Thomas showed me photos of a beautiful little girl with big eyes and a bright smile, who he said was Sophie. He shared medical updates about her declining condition and the family's desperation. He connected me with what he said was Sophie's mother, a woman named Jennifer, who called me crying with gratitude that I'd even consider being tested. Everything seemed genuine and urgent. I underwent extensive medical testing to determine if I'd be a compatible donor. The testing was done at a private medical clinic that Thomas said specialized in living donor transplants and had worked with Sophie's family before. The doctors there told me I was an excellent match and that my kidney could save Sophie's life. They emphasized the time-sensitive nature. Sophie was deteriorating rapidly and needed the transplant within weeks. I agreed without hesitation. At 76, I was healthy enough to donate and felt it was a profound way to use the years I had left. Saving a child's life seemed like the most meaningful thing I could possibly do. Thomas was emotional and grateful, praising my selflessness. Jennifer, Sophie's supposed mother, sent me tearful video messages thanking me for giving her daughter a chance at life. I felt like I was part of something beautiful and important. The surgery was scheduled quickly at the private clinic. Thomas handled all the logistics and paperwork, saying he wanted to spare me the stress of coordination. The day of surgery, I was anesthetized, and the transplant proceeded. When I woke up in recovery, Thomas was there, telling me the surgery had been successful and that Sophie was doing well with my kidney. He said Jennifer and her family were overwhelmed with gratitude, but wanted to give me space to recover before meeting in person to thank me properly. My recovery was difficult. Kidney donation at 76 is serious surgery with substantial risks and a long healing process. But I endured the pain and complications, feeling it was worth it because I'd saved Sophie's life. Thomas visited regularly, bringing updates about Sophie's recovery and improvement. He said she was responding beautifully to the transplant and that my kidney was functioning perfectly in her small body. Every update reinforced that my suffering had meaning and purpose. 2 months after surgery, I was still recovering when I received a strange visit from FBI agents asking about my recent kidney donation. I was confused. I told them about Sophie and the transplant and asked why federal agents would be interested in a legitimate medical procedure. That's when they told me something that shattered my entire reality. There was no Sophie. The child whose life I thought I'd saved didn't exist. The FBI explained they'd been investigating an organ trafficking network operating through corrupt medical facilities. My kidney hadn't gone to a sick child. It had been sold on the black market to a wealthy patient who'd paid approximately $200,000 for an organ obtained through fraud and exploitation. Thomas had orchestrated the entire scheme, creating a fictional dying child to manipulate me into donating a kidney he then sold illegally for profit. I was physically sick hearing this. The photos Thomas had shown me of Sophie were stock images he'd found online. The woman who'd called me pretending to be Sophie's mother was an actress Thomas had paid. The medical clinic where my testing and surgery had been performed was part of the trafficking network, staffed by doctors who'd lost or abandoned their licenses and now operated in the illegal organ trade. Every part of my donation experience had been fabricated to harvest my kidney for sale. The medical testing, the compatibility results, the urgency, all of it had been theater, designed to manipulate me into donating quickly before I could ask too many questions or involve outside verification. Thomas had specifically targeted me because at 76, I was elderly enough that few people would question why I'd donate to a stranger's child, and because he knew he could control the information I received and prevent me from meeting Sophie's family until after the surgery was complete. The FBI agents explained that Thomas had received approximately $150,000 as his share of the $200,000 paid by the recipient who'd bought my kidney. The medical clinic and trafficking network took their cuts, and Thomas pocketed a substantial payment for providing an organ through his elderly mother, who'd been manipulated into believing she was saving a child. He'd sold my kidney while I suffered through major surgery and difficult recovery, all believing I'd done something heroic. I was hospitalized for psychological crisis after learning the truth. The sense of betrayal and violation was so profound, I couldn't process it. My son had convinced me to undergo major surgery, had watched me suffer through recovery, had brought me fake updates about a child who didn't exist, all while he'd actually sold my organ to the highest bidder. The kidney I'd given believing I was saving a little girl's life was functioning in some wealthy stranger who'd paid for it on the black market. The physical implications were serious too. Kidney donation at my age carried significant health risks that I'd accepted, believing the cause was worth it. Now, I'd live the rest of my life with one kidney, at higher risk for kidney disease and various complications. Not because I'd saved a child, but because my son had harvested and sold my organ. The doctors said the clinic that had performed my surgery had done adequate work. But they'd violated every ethical standard in transplant medicine by facilitating illegal organ sales. Thomas was arrested along with the corrupt doctors and others involved in the trafficking network. The charges were extensive: organ trafficking, fraud, conspiracy, elder abuse, and various medical crimes. The FBI said this was a sophisticated network that had trafficked multiple organs, but my case was particularly egregious because of how Thomas had manipulated his own elderly mother with a fabricated dying child story to harvest and sell her kidney. The evidence against Thomas was overwhelming. Bank records showed the $150,000 payment he'd received after my surgery. Text messages between him and the trafficking network coordinated the entire operation. The actress who'd posed as Sophie's mother identified Thomas as the one who'd hired her and given her the script for our phone conversations. The fake photos of Sophie were found on Thomas's computer, along with documents planning the entire fraud. Most disturbing was evidence that Thomas had researched my medical history extensively before approaching me, confirming I was healthy enough to donate, but old enough to be easily manipulated. He'd calculated that an elderly mother wanting to save a child's life would be too emotionally invested to properly verify details. He'd weaponized my compassion and maternal instincts to harvest my organ for profit. Thomas was convicted and sentenced to 20 years in federal prison for organ trafficking and elder abuse. The judge said Thomas had committed one of the most cruel betrayals imaginable, manipulating his own mother into major surgery under false pretenses to steal and sell her kidney for profit. The judge noted that Thomas had watched me suffer through recovery while lying about a child who didn't exist, showing a level of callousness that warranted the maximum sentence. The corrupt medical clinic was shut down and several doctors received prison sentences ranging from 10 to 15 years. The recipient who'd purchased my kidney couldn't be prosecuted because they'd been told the organ came from a legitimate deceased donor. They'd paid the black market, but hadn't known the kidney was obtained through elder exploitation. My kidney is functioning in their body, a permanent reminder that my organ was stolen and sold. The physical recovery has been ongoing. Losing a kidney at 76 has affected my overall health significantly. I tire more easily. I'm at higher risk for infections and kidney disease, and my remaining kidney has to work harder to maintain my body's functions. Every physical limitation I experience now is a result of Thomas manipulating me into donation through an elaborate fraud about a dying child who never existed. The psychological damage is even more severe. I underwent major surgery believing I was saving a little girl's life. I endured pain and complications, thinking my suffering had noble purpose. I told people proudly that I donated a kidney to save a child. Learning that Sophie didn't exist, that my kidney was sold to a wealthy stranger, that my son orchestrated everything for money. It's a trauma my therapist says may never fully heal. Thomas's wife divorced him immediately upon his arrest, saying she'd known nothing about the organ trafficking and was horrified by what he'd done. Their 2 children, my grandchildren who are 22 and 19, are devastated and have had minimal contact with Thomas since his conviction. They've tried to maintain relationships with me, but I struggle because they remind me of Thomas and what he did. Some people, particularly Thomas's former friends, have suggested I bear some responsibility for not verifying Sophie's existence independently before donating. They imply I was naive or careless in accepting Thomas's story without demanding to meet Sophie's family or confirm details through independent sources. This victim blaming adds insult to injury. I trusted my son, and he exploited that trust to harvest my organ. The FBI agents who investigated say my case has led to stronger oversight of private transplant clinics and better verification procedures to prevent similar organ trafficking schemes. They say my willingness to cooperate with prosecution helped dismantle a network that had trafficked multiple organs. But knowing my trauma helped others doesn't undo what Thomas did to me. My other children, Thomas's brother and sister, are disgusted by what he did and have completely cut him off. They visit me regularly and have been supportive through recovery and trauma processing. But family gatherings are forever changed. We're missing Thomas, and the absence is filled with anger and horror about what he did, rather than natural grief over a family member who made mistakes. I'm 77 now, living with one kidney that was stolen through fraud and sold for profit by my own son. Thomas is in federal prison and will be in his late 60s before release. The kidney I believed saved a child's life is functioning in a stranger who paid $200,000 for it on the black market. Every day I live with the physical limitations and psychological trauma of being manipulated into organ donation through lies about a dying child who never existed. Thomas has sent letters from prison expressing remorse and asking forgiveness. He claims he was desperate for money due to business debts and made terrible choices he regrets. He says prison is destroying him and asks if we can work toward eventual reconciliation. He says I should remember he's still my son, despite his mistakes. I burn his letters without reading past the first few lines. People say I should eventually forgive Thomas, that holding anger for years is unhealthy, and that he's paying for his crimes through imprisonment. But Thomas created an entirely fictional dying child, manipulated me through months of lies and fake updates, watched me undergo major surgery and suffer through recovery, all while actually selling my kidney for $150,000. That level of calculated cruelty toward one's own mother isn't something forgiveness can address. The kidney he stole is gone forever. The health I had with 2 functioning kidneys is gone forever. The trust I had in my son is gone forever. The sense of having done something heroic and meaningful has been replaced with the reality that I was tricked into having an organ harvested for profit. Thomas took all of that from me, and 20 years in prison seems inadequate compensation. I supported maximum prosecution, testified against Thomas in detail about his manipulation, and provided evidence that ensured his conviction. Some people say that was vindictive, that I could have shown mercy toward my own son. But mercy would mean minimizing what he did, convincing his 76-year-old mother to undergo major surgery to harvest and sell her kidney through lies about saving a child. There's no amount of mercy appropriate for that level of betrayal. Was I justified in pursuing maximum prosecution that resulted in Thomas receiving 20 years in federal prison for orchestrating my kidney donation through fraud and selling my organ on the black market? Or should I have shown leniency toward my son, despite his trafficking of my body part for profit? My son put me in a nursing home to sell my house, so I exposed his fraud to the police. Learning that your own son forged your signature to put you in a nursing home against your will is the kind of betrayal that rewrites your understanding of family. I'm Robert, 76, a retired mechanical engineer who'd been living independently in the home I'd owned for 43 years. My son David, 52, had been pressuring me to sell the house for months, claiming I was too old to maintain it and that a nursing facility would be better for my health and safety. I'd refused every time, insisting I was perfectly capable of living independently with some occasional help. 3 months ago, David showed up at my house with two people he introduced as social workers. They had paperwork claiming I'd agreed to be evaluated for assisted living placement. I told them I'd agreed to no such thing and asked them to leave. But David produced documents that appeared to have my signature, authorizing the evaluation and expressing concerns about my ability to care for myself. I looked at those signatures and knew immediately they weren't mine. The handwriting was similar but not identical, and I certainly hadn't signed anything authorizing this intrusion. Despite my protests, the social workers conducted an evaluation based on the forged authorization. David had apparently told them I was confused and resistant to help, which explained their skepticism of my objections. Within a week, I received notice that I was being placed in a nursing facility for my own safety. When I tried to fight it, I discovered David had obtained some kind of emergency guardianship by presenting the forged documents along with exaggerated claims about my mental decline to a judge. I was moved into Rolling Hills Nursing Center against my will. My house, my belongings, my independence, all stripped away because my son had forged documents and lied to authorities. The nursing home wasn't terrible, but I didn't belong there. I was active, mentally sharp, and capable of independent living. I was surrounded by people with dementia and serious health issues, while I was perfectly competent to make my own decisions. From the nursing home, I started making calls. I contacted a lawyer who specialized in elder abuse and guardianship issues. When he visited and evaluated me himself, he immediately recognized I'd been placed inappropriately. He said if David had indeed forged documents to obtain guardianship, that was fraud and elder abuse. We requested copies of all the paperwork David had filed for the guardianship and evaluation authorization. The forgery was obvious once we had the documents examined by a handwriting expert. My signatures on the authorization forms were clearly forged, and the expert could prove it. My lawyer also discovered something I hadn't known. David had listed my house for sale immediately after I'd been placed in the nursing home. He'd put it on the market for $425,000 and had already accepted an offer. As my supposed guardian, he claimed authority to sell my property for my care expenses. But here's what David didn't know. I'd had security cameras installed throughout my house 6 months earlier after a neighborhood burglary. Those cameras had captured David entering my house multiple times while I was out, going through my filing cabinets and desk drawers where I kept documents. The footage showed him practicing my signature on scratch paper, comparing it to documents that had my real signature, clearly preparing to forge authorization papers. I had video evidence of him planning the fraud that would steal my independence and my home. I provided everything to my lawyer: the forged documents, the handwriting analysis, the security camera footage showing David preparing to forge my signature, and evidence that he was selling my house without my genuine consent. My attorney filed an emergency motion to terminate the fraudulent guardianship and simultaneously filed a police report for elder abuse, forgery, and fraud. The guardianship was terminated within 2 weeks once the judge saw the evidence. I was released from the nursing home and returned to my own home, stopping the sale just days before it would have closed. David's fraudulent guardianship was dissolved, and he lost any authority over my affairs. But I didn't stop there. I wanted David to face criminal consequences for what he'd done. The district attorney prosecuted David for multiple felonies: forgery, fraud, elder abuse, and exploitation of a vulnerable adult. The security camera footage showing him practicing my signature was devastating evidence of premeditation. David tried to claim he'd been acting in my best interest, and that I really did need care. But the judge who'd initially granted guardianship based on forged documents was furious at being deceived and testified against him. David was convicted on all counts. He was sentenced to 4 years in prison for the elder abuse and fraud charges. The judge specifically noted that David had betrayed the trust between parent and child, had stolen his father's independence, and nearly stolen his home, all for financial gain. David would serve at least 3 years before being eligible for parole. My daughter-in-law, David's wife, filed for divorce shortly after his conviction. She claimed she'd had no idea what David was planning and was horrified by what he'd done. She kept the house they'd owned together and got primary custody of their 2 teenage children, my grandchildren, who now have a father in prison for trying to steal from his own elderly father. Whether she truly didn't know or simply didn't want to be associated with David's crimes, I'll never be certain. The fallout within our family was devastating. David's siblings, my other 2 children, were shocked and disgusted by what their brother had done. My daughter hasn't spoken to David since the conviction and has told her children their uncle made terrible choices that hurt their grandfather. My younger son visits David in prison occasionally, but has told me he struggles with anger over the betrayal and goes primarily because he feels obligated. David's children, my grandchildren ages 16 and 14, are confused and traumatized. They knew their father was arrested but didn't fully understand why until the trial details became clear. Now they know their father tried to institutionalize their grandfather and steal his house. They've asked me if I hate their father. I've told them I love him but cannot forgive what he did, and that sometimes people we love make choices that destroy relationships beyond repair. My friends from my retired engineers social group were horrified when they learned what happened. Several admitted they'd noticed David seemed overly interested in my finances and property value, but hadn't wanted to suggest anything was wrong. One friend said he wished he'd warned me when David had asked him questions about how much my house might be worth, but he'd thought it was innocent conversation. The guilt my friends carry for not seeing the warning signs adds another layer of sadness to the whole situation. The nursing home where I'd been placed conducted an internal investigation into how they'd accepted a resident based on forged documents. They implemented new verification procedures, but that doesn't help the 3 months of my life I lost to improper institutionalization. I still have nightmares about being trapped there, about my protests being dismissed as confusion, about the helplessness of having my own son steal my freedom. Some acquaintances have suggested I should forgive David, that he's my son and family should stand by each other. They say he made a terrible mistake, but prison seems harsh for a family matter. But what David did wasn't a mistake. It was a calculated crime. He forged documents, lied to authorities, got me institutionalized against my will, and tried to sell my home out from under me. That wasn't a momentary lapse in judgment. It was a systematic scheme that took planning and repeated deceptive acts. David has sent me letters from prison apologizing and claiming he was under financial pressure and made horrible choices. He says he's in counseling and understands now how badly he hurt me. He asks if we can eventually reconcile, if I can find it in my heart to forgive him after he serves his time. I haven't responded to any of his letters. I don't know if I ever will. I'm back in my house now, 77 years old and living independently, with some help from a cleaning service and meal delivery, both of which I can afford with my pension and savings that David didn't manage to steal. I've updated my estate planning to remove David as beneficiary and executor. My daughter and younger son will inherit my estate equally, with specific provisions that David receives nothing. He tried to steal my home while I was alive. He won't get anything after I'm dead. The experience has left me hypervigilant and mistrustful in ways that sadden me. I've had to install more security measures. I'm suspicious of any family member who asks about my finances or property, and I struggle with the reality that my own son was willing to imprison me in a nursing home to steal my house. The son I raised, whose college education I funded, who I'd trusted completely, had forged my signature and orchestrated my institutionalization for money. People ask if I regret pursuing criminal charges that sent my son to prison. The honest answer is no. David didn't just steal money or property, he stole my independence, my dignity, and my freedom. He put me in a nursing home where I was surrounded by people with dementia, where staff treated me like I was incompetent, where I lost the ability to live in my own home and make my own choices. That's not something that deserves forgiveness or a private family resolution. That's something that deserved the full weight of the legal system. David will be released from prison eventually, probably in 2 more years. He'll be 55, with a felony record, a destroyed family, and a father who won't speak to him. Part of me feels sadness that our relationship ended this way, but a larger part of me knows that he made his choices. He forged documents and lied to authorities and tried to institutionalize his own father for financial gain, and he's facing the consequences he earned through his actions. I didn't send my son to prison out of vindictiveness. I sent him to prison because what he did was a crime, because he deserved punishment, and because I wanted to make absolutely certain he could never do this to me or anyone else again. Maybe that makes me unforgiving or harsh, but maybe it makes me someone who refused to let family ties excuse criminal abuse. David betrayed the most fundamental trust between parent and child, and some betrayals simply cannot be forgiven. My son stole my dead husband's life insurance to pay for his wedding, so I showed up and exposed him. Discovering that the life insurance payout from your husband's death has been stolen by your own son creates a grief so layered you can barely process it. I'm Judith, 73, and my husband Frank died 14 months ago after a brief but devastating battle with pancreatic cancer. We'd been married for 51 years. He'd left me a $200,000 life insurance policy specifically to ensure I'd be financially secure in my final years, since his medical bills had depleted most of our savings during his illness. My son, Bradley, 47, had been designated as the secondary beneficiary on the policy, with clear instructions that the money was mine unless I predeceased Frank. Bradley knew about the policy because we'd discussed it openly as part of our end-of-life planning. Frank had been explicit with Bradley that this money was for my care and security, and that Bradley would inherit what remained when I eventually passed. It was meant to give me peace of mind and financial stability after losing my husband. The insurance company processed everything quickly, and I received notification that the $200,000 had been dispersed. I was expecting the money to be deposited into my bank account, so when several weeks passed with no deposit, I called the insurance company to inquire about the delay. That's when I learned something that made my blood run cold. The check had been mailed to Bradley's address, per his request as secondary beneficiary, and it had been cashed 6 weeks earlier. I called Bradley immediately, confused and increasingly panicked. He answered casually, and I asked him about the insurance money. There was a long pause before he said we needed to talk in person. When he came to my house that evening, he admitted he'd intercepted the insurance check and cashed it. He claimed there had been some confusion about the beneficiary designation and that he'd deposited it into his account temporarily for safekeeping until we could sort out the paperwork. I knew this was a lie. I'd seen the policy documents myself. I was the clear primary beneficiary. But Bradley kept insisting there had been administrative confusion and that he'd transfer the money to me once it was all straightened out. He asked me to be patient for a few more weeks while he worked with the insurance company. Something in his tone made me deeply uneasy, but he was my son and Frank's son, and I wanted to believe he wouldn't steal his dead father's insurance money from his grieving widow. Those few weeks stretched on with Bradley making various excuses about delays and paperwork. Meanwhile, I was struggling financially. Frank's final medical expenses had been enormous, even with insurance, and I'd been counting on the life insurance to pay off remaining medical debt and secure my living expenses. I was rationing groceries and falling behind on utility bills, while my son supposedly held $200,000 that belonged to me. After 2 months of excuses, I stopped asking Bradley about the money and instead hired an attorney to investigate what had actually happened. What my attorney discovered was infuriating and heartbreaking. There had been no confusion about beneficiary designation. I was unambiguously the primary beneficiary, and the insurance company had processed everything correctly. Bradley had simply contacted them claiming he needed to receive the check on my behalf because I was elderly and having difficulty managing financial matters, which was completely false. The insurance company, in what my attorney said was a significant procedural failure, had mailed the check to Bradley's address when he'd requested it. Bradley had then forged my endorsement signature on the back of the check and deposited it into his personal account. He'd committed insurance fraud and forgery, stealing $200,000 that his dying father had designated for his widow's security. But what my attorney discovered next was even more enraging. Bradley hadn't stolen the money for some emergency or legitimate need. He'd used my husband's life insurance payout to finance his upcoming wedding to his fiancée, Stephanie. My attorney obtained bank records through legal discovery, showing that within days of depositing the insurance check, Bradley had made payments to wedding vendors. $35,000 for a reception venue, $12,000 for catering, $8,000 for photography, $15,000 for his fiancée's dress and wedding party attire. He'd also put a down payment on a luxury honeymoon to Bora Bora. My son had stolen his dead father's life insurance money from his widowed mother to pay for a lavish wedding and honeymoon. The money Frank had carefully set aside to care for me after his death, the money that was supposed to ease my grief and financial stress, had been stolen to throw a party celebrating Bradley's happiness. The betrayal was so profound I couldn't process it emotionally. It just felt like a vast, cold numbness. My attorney said I had clear grounds for both civil and criminal action. Bradley had committed forgery by signing my name, theft, insurance fraud, and elder financial abuse. The evidence was overwhelming: the forged signature, the bank records showing how he'd spent the money, and documentation that I'd never authorized him to receive or deposit the check. We could pursue criminal charges that would likely result in prison time for Bradley, or we could pursue civil recovery of the funds, or both. I was torn. This was my son, Frank's son, the little boy we'd raised together. But he'd stolen from me while I grieved his father, had forged documents and committed fraud, and had done it all to finance a wedding while I struggled to pay for groceries. The cruelty of it was staggering. After days of anguish, I made a decision. I would file criminal charges, and I would attend his wedding to ensure everyone knew exactly what kind of man was getting married. I filed a police report with all the evidence my attorney had gathered. The detective assigned to the case said it was one of the most clear-cut cases of elder financial abuse he'd seen. Bradley was arrested at his home on charges of forgery, theft over $100,000, insurance fraud, and exploitation of a vulnerable adult. He was released on bail, but the charges were serious enough that he was looking at significant prison time if convicted. Bradley's fiancée, Stephanie, apparently had no idea where the money for their elaborate wedding had come from. When Bradley was arrested and she learned he'd stolen his mother's life insurance, she was horrified. But Bradley convinced her I was exaggerating, that it was a family misunderstanding blown out of proportion, that we'd resolve everything and the wedding would proceed as planned. Stephanie, invested in the wedding she'd been planning, chose to believe him. The wedding was scheduled for 3 weeks after Bradley's arrest. He'd posted bail, and his attorney was working on a defense, though my attorney said the evidence against him was essentially airtight. Bradley had sent me a message through his lawyer asking me to drop the charges before his wedding, claiming the scandal was destroying his life and his relationship with Stephanie. He promised he'd pay me back over time if I'd just drop the criminal case. I refused. I hadn't been invited to Bradley's wedding originally, which hurt but didn't surprise me given what he'd done. But I decided I'd attend anyway. The wedding was at a country club, a venue that cost $35,000 of my money to rent. I dressed carefully in black, mourning clothes, and arrived at the ceremony as guests were being seated. I walked in and sat in the back row despite not having an invitation. Bradley saw me, and his face went white. Stephanie looked confused. The ceremony proceeded awkwardly with Bradley distracted and clearly panicked about my presence. When the officiant reached the part about objections, I stood up. The room went silent. I said I had something everyone needed to know before witnessing this marriage. I told the assembled guests, about 150 people including Bradley and Stephanie's families and friends, that Bradley had stolen $200,000 from me, his widowed mother, by forging my signature on his dead father's life insurance check. I said the beautiful wedding they were witnessing had been paid for with money his dying father had designated for his widow's care. I said Bradley was currently under criminal indictment for elder financial abuse, forgery, and fraud. I said they should all know what kind of man was getting married today. The reaction was immediate chaos. Stephanie's parents stood up demanding to know if this was true. Bradley tried to claim I was lying or confused, but I held up copies of the police report and court documents and offered to show them to anyone who doubted me. Guests started pulling out their phones, presumably looking up Bradley's arrest records, which were public. The officiant stopped the ceremony, saying he couldn't continue under these circumstances. Stephanie ran out of the room crying, followed by her mother and bridesmaids. Bradley stood at the altar looking humiliated and furious, his groomsmen awkwardly unsure of what to do. Guests were talking loudly, some expressing shock, others saying they'd known something was off about Bradley. The beautiful $35,000 wedding venue I'd paid for through stolen money became the scene of public humiliation and scandal. I walked out of the wedding and drove home. Within hours, I heard from others that the wedding had been called off, that Stephanie had told Bradley she couldn't marry him after learning about the fraud and my public revelation. The reception was canceled, guests went home, and Bradley's carefully planned celebration, funded by stolen money, ended in absolute disaster. The legal consequences came swiftly. Bradley eventually pleaded guilty to reduced charges to avoid trial. He was sentenced to 3 years in prison for elder financial abuse and fraud. He was ordered to repay the full $200,000 plus interest and court costs. His wedding was destroyed, his relationship with Stephanie ended, and his reputation was permanently ruined by his conviction and by the story of what I'd done at his wedding, which spread rapidly through our community and social media. The fallout within our family was total devastation. Bradley's sister, my daughter Amanda, was horrified by what Bradley had done, but also thought I'd been cruel to show up at his wedding and expose him publicly. She said I could have simply let the legal system handle it without humiliating him in front of everyone he knew on what was supposed to be the happiest day of his life. She said I'd turned my justified anger into vindictive theater. Frank's brother, my brother-in-law, supported my decision completely. He said Bradley had dishonored Frank's memory by stealing money Frank had carefully designated for my care, and that public humiliation at the wedding, paid for with stolen money, was appropriate justice. He said I'd ensured Bradley's fraud and betrayal were exposed to everyone who would have celebrated him, which was exactly what he deserved. Some friends thought I should have simply pursued the criminal case without the wedding scene. They said showing up uninvited and disrupting the ceremony was dramatic and vindictive, designed to maximize Bradley's humiliation beyond what the legal consequences alone would achieve. They said I'd let my hurt drive me to cruelty, turning what should have been his wedding day into public shaming theater. But many others, especially other elderly women in my community, applauded what I'd done. They said elder financial abuse is rarely punished adequately, and that Bradley deserved to have his fraud exposed at the wedding funded by stolen money. They said my presence at that wedding and my willingness to speak truth about what he'd done was powerful and necessary, showing that elderly victims don't have to suffer in silence. Stephanie's family was torn between gratitude that I'd exposed Bradley before their daughter married him and anger that I'd done it in such a public, dramatic way that traumatized Stephanie. Her mother called me to say they appreciated knowing the truth, but that I'd humiliated Stephanie publicly through no fault of her own. She said I could have told them privately before the wedding, instead of creating a scene that would follow Stephanie forever. Bradley has sent me letters from prison that alternate between apologizing and blaming me. In some letters, he admits what he did was wrong and expresses remorse for stealing from me. In others, he claims I destroyed his life by attending his wedding and exposing him publicly, that I could have prosecuted him without humiliating him in front of everyone he knew. He says I prioritized revenge over any chance of eventual family reconciliation. I'm 74 now, living on a significantly reduced income while I wait for Bradley to repay the stolen money through court-ordered restitution, which will take many years at the small amounts he can pay from prison. The $200,000 Frank left me was supposed to provide security and dignity in my final years. Instead, I've spent over $30,000 on legal fees to recover it, lived in financial hardship for over a year, and destroyed my relationship with my son. But when I think about that wedding, about standing up in that beautiful venue paid for with my stolen money and telling the truth about what Bradley had done, I don't regret it. He was about to celebrate his happiness with money stolen from his grieving, widowed mother. He was going to have everyone congratulate him and toast his future while I struggled to buy groceries. Making sure everyone at that wedding knew the truth about who they were celebrating felt like justice. Frank's life insurance was his final gift to me, his way of caring for me after death. Bradley stole that gift to throw a party. I made sure that party ended with the truth exposed and his fraud laid bare in front of everyone he'd hoped to impress. Maybe showing up at his wedding and disrupting the ceremony was vindictive and cruel, but maybe it was the only way to make sure Bradley faced social and emotional consequences equal to the betrayal he'd inflicted. The wedding that never happened is legend in our community now. The groom whose mother showed up and exposed him for stealing her life insurance to pay for the ceremony. Bradley will carry that humiliation forever, along with his felony conviction. And I carry the knowledge that I ensured my son's fraud was exposed at the moment of his greatest vulnerability, using his own wedding as the venue for his public shaming. Was I justified in attending Bradley's wedding uninvited and publicly exposing his theft of my life insurance during the ceremony? Or did I take revenge too far by deliberately humiliating him on what should have been his wedding day? My son-in-law slowly poisoned me with antifreeze, so I faked paralysis to catch him. Becoming increasingly sick with symptoms doctors can't explain creates a special kind of terror when you're 80 years old and living alone. I'm Stanley. And for about 4 months, I'd been experiencing terrible nausea, kidney pain, confusion, and weakness that kept getting worse despite multiple hospital visits. My doctors ran extensive tests but couldn't identify what was causing my symptoms. They suspected maybe kidney disease or some autoimmune condition, but nothing quite fit the pattern of my declining health. My daughter Brenda and her husband Cole had been wonderful through all this, or so I thought. They'd visit several times a week, bringing me meals and groceries since I'd become too weak to shop for myself. Cole particularly seemed concerned, always asking detailed questions about my symptoms and whether doctors had figured anything out yet. Brenda would clean my house and do my laundry while Cole kept me company, often making me coffee or tea while we talked. What I didn't realize until much later was that Cole had been systematically poisoning me. Every time he made me a beverage, he was adding small amounts of automotive antifreeze to my drinks. Ethylene glycol poisoning causes exactly the symptoms I'd been experiencing: kidney failure, neurological problems, gastrointestinal distress. And because it's done gradually in small doses, it's very difficult for doctors to diagnose unless they specifically test for it, which they had no reason to do since poisoning wasn't suspected. The truth started to emerge when my neighbor Arthur, a retired chemistry professor, came to visit and noticed a sweet smell on my breath that reminded him of something from his laboratory days. He asked me several specific questions about my symptoms and became increasingly concerned. Arthur suggested to my doctors that they test specifically for ethylene glycol poisoning. The results came back positive. I had toxic levels of antifreeze in my system, and it was slowly killing me through kidney failure. The police were called immediately because deliberate poisoning is attempted murder. They asked who had access to my food and drinks, who'd been visiting regularly, and who might have motive. I mentioned that Brenda and Cole visited often, and that Cole frequently made me coffee or tea, but I couldn't imagine why either of them would harm me. Then the detective told me something that made everything make horrible sense. Cole had taken out a life insurance policy on me 6 months earlier, right before my mysterious symptoms began. He'd somehow forged my signature on the application, listing himself as the beneficiary for a $500,000 policy. He'd been paying the premiums himself, which should have raised red flags at the insurance company, but somehow hadn't. Cole had been methodically poisoning me to death to collect $500,000 in life insurance fraud. The police wanted to catch Cole in the act, to have irrefutable evidence of him poisoning me. They suggested I play along as if I didn't know what was happening, to let Cole continue visiting while they set up surveillance. But I had a different idea. I suggested we stage that the poisoning had progressed to the point where I was partially paralyzed and unable to speak, making me appear completely helpless and unable to report what he was doing. My doctors cooperated with the deception, creating false medical records showing I'd suffered a severe stroke that left me paralyzed and nonverbal. They transferred me to a private room where police had installed hidden cameras covering every angle. Brenda and Cole were told I'd had a sudden neurological event and were encouraged to visit, with nurses saying family presence might help, even though I appeared unresponsive.
When Cole visited me alone, Brenda had stayed home with their children. He behaved very differently than when he thought I could perceive him. He spent barely a minute looking at me in the hospital bed before pulling out a small bottle from his jacket pocket. The cameras captured everything as he added liquid from the bottle to my IV bag, checking over his shoulder to make sure no nurses were watching. Cole had just contaminated my IV with what testing later confirmed was a concentrated dose of antifreeze, enough that it probably would have killed me within hours if I'd actually been receiving it. The police had anticipated this and had arranged for my IV to be a fake saline drip that went nowhere, protecting me while letting Cole incriminate himself. He'd been caught on camera attempting to administer a lethal dose of poison to who he thought was a helpless, paralyzed patient. Officers entered the room immediately and arrested Cole as he was putting the poison bottle back in his jacket. He tried to claim he'd been adding vitamins or supplements to help me, but the bottle contained pure antifreeze, and his fingerprints were all over it. Combined with the fraudulent life insurance policy, the months of poisoning that had brought me to near death, and video evidence of him contaminating my IV, the case against Cole was absolutely overwhelming. Brenda was devastated when she learned what her husband had been doing. She'd had no knowledge of the poisoning or the insurance fraud, and she filed for divorce immediately upon Cole's arrest. She was horrified that Cole had been using their family visits as opportunities to poison her father, that he'd been methodically killing me while pretending to be a caring son-in-law. Their marriage ended, and she got full custody of their 2 children based on Cole's demonstrated dangerousness. Cole was charged with attempted murder, poisoning, fraud, and forgery related to the insurance policy. The evidence was so clear that he eventually accepted a plea deal rather than face trial. He was sentenced to 30 years in prison for the attempted murder through poisoning. The prosecutor had pushed for the maximum sentence given the premeditated nature of months of poisoning, the exploitation of family trust, and the use of a particularly cruel method that had caused me months of suffering. The physical recovery was difficult. Antifreeze poisoning had done significant damage to my kidneys, and I required dialysis for several months before my kidney function partially recovered. I still have chronic kidney disease that will require management for the rest of my life. The doctors said if Arthur hadn't noticed the sweet smell and suggested the specific test, I'd likely have died within another few weeks, as my kidneys completely failed. The psychological impact was even harder to process. Every time Cole had visited and made me coffee, every conversation we'd had while he asked about my symptoms with fake concern, every time Brenda had brought him to my house, all of those moments he'd been slowly murdering me. He'd watched me suffer and deteriorate, had listened to me talk about my confusion over why doctors couldn't help me, all while knowing he was the cause and planning to collect insurance money from my death. The staged paralysis and catching him on camera felt like a small victory, like I'd gotten some agency back in a situation where I'd been a helpless victim for months. Some people have said it was cruel or unnecessary to fake being paralyzed to trap him, that the police could have arrested him based on the poisoning evidence alone. But I wanted irrefutable proof of his intent to kill me, and I wanted him to face consequences for what he'd done without any possibility of him talking his way out of charges. Cole's parents have been in complete denial, insisting their son couldn't have done this, and that somehow I've framed him, or the evidence has been manufactured. They've harassed Brenda, claiming she's betrayed their son by divorcing him and not supporting him during his false imprisonment. They've sent me letters saying I'm a vindictive old man who's destroyed an innocent person's life. But the video of Cole adding antifreeze to my IV is irrefutable, and the months of poisoning are documented in my medical records. Arthur, the neighbor whose chemistry knowledge saved my life, has become one of my closest friends. He visits me regularly and feels somewhat guilty for not noticing the signs sooner, though I tell him constantly that he saved my life by recognizing what doctors had missed. Without his expertise and observation skills, I'd have died from kidney failure, while everyone remained mystified about the cause. Brenda struggles with tremendous guilt, even though she was an innocent victim of Cole's deception too. She torments herself, wondering if she should have noticed something, should have questioned why I was getting sicker despite medical care, should have seen some sign of Cole's true nature. I've told her repeatedly that Cole fooled everyone, including medical professionals, and that she bears no responsibility for his crimes. But mother guilt is powerful, and she struggles with feeling like she should have somehow protected me. The two grandchildren, who are now 8 and 6, have had to grow up knowing their father tried to murder their grandfather for insurance money. Brenda has been in family therapy with them, trying to help them process that their father is in prison and won't be part of their lives. They're too young to fully understand the details, but they know Daddy did something very bad that hurt Grandpa. The long-term impact on them is something we all worry about. I'm 81 now, managing my chronic kidney disease and living with the knowledge that my son-in-law spent months poisoning me while I trusted him completely. Cole will be in his late 60s before he's eligible for parole, having spent the majority of his remaining healthy years in prison. He threw away his marriage, his children, and his freedom to chase a $500,000 insurance payout he never would have received. Some people have suggested I was cruel to support such a harsh sentence for Cole, that 30 years is excessive, and that I should have advocated for mercy given that he's the father of my grandchildren. But Cole poisoned me for months, causing me severe pain and organ damage, all while pretending to care about me. He watched me suffer from the effects of his poisoning, listened to me express confusion about my illness, and continued adding antifreeze to my drinks. That kind of sustained, calculated cruelty deserves 3 decades in prison. People ask if I'll ever feel safe again, if I'll ever trust anyone bringing me food or drinks. The honest answer is, probably not completely. The violation of having someone poison you slowly over months while you're completely unaware creates a paranoia that's hard to shake. I inspect everything I consume now. I don't accept beverages I haven't prepared myself or watched being prepared. And I have significant anxiety around food and drink that my therapist says may never fully resolve. Cole tried to murder me slowly and painfully for money, exploiting family trust and the natural assumption that a son-in-law making his elderly father-in-law a cup of coffee was an act of kindness rather than attempted murder. I helped catch him by faking paralysis so he'd incriminate himself on camera, attempting to give me a lethal dose. He's in prison for 30 years, and I'm alive with damaged kidneys and permanent trauma. The revenge of catching him red-handed was necessary and satisfying, but it can't undo the months of suffering he inflicted or restore the trust he destroyed. Was I justified in faking paralysis to trap Cole and ensure his conviction with irrefutable video evidence? Or was staging an elaborate deception to catch him excessive when existing evidence already showed his guilt?